niggas like motherfucking Sarnettas and all of that. Them niggas is he just milking the same cow. He don't give a fuck what the next conscious battle is. If it's the Indians versus the nigga, come on. We could talk about it. And everybody go to him because he's like smack, you know what I'm saying? Smack DVD. Battle rap. He where you can get your biggest battle on and make your biggest bag. No, this a fact. I just exposed the backroom shit. This why motherfuckers got mad at me. Bobby, you can't be up there saying all of that. That's a fact. That's why everybody run back to him. That's where you gonna make your biggest bag at. Debating.
So what you say? Sanchez went out a job.
I don't know what motherfuckers went and did. I don't know what motherfuckers went and did. I don't know what nobody went and did or what nobody is doing. I do know this.
Sanchez working
You
at the
have
casino.
to. You got to diversify your entertainment. You got to diversify your entertainment. Casino probably play good. Shit, I don't know.
Yeah. I mean,
but if you're doing this shit like a nigga like me who just like to get on here and talk shit, is one thing. But if you looking to make your grift off of this shit, you got to commit to the grift.
Right.
See, these niggas weren't committed to the grift. A nigga like Tariq Nasheed, he committed to the grift. That nigga go from being a pimp to nigga, hey, hidden colors. Then the Moors did it. Now we FBA. Like it don't nigga. If niggas say if a nigga find a tablet somewhere that say all the Africans came from Samaria, he go have a DVD for that shit next week.
Facts. We gonna be buying that bitch. That nigga.
Right. Nigga committed. That nigga committed to the hustle. He don't give a fuck about nothing. Like these niggas believe this shit like that. You think Umar really believe in educating black people on Pan-African shit and building a school? No. I just believe and keep talking about it and getting paid for it.
Nah, I met the nigga Umar now for real. Like, you hear me?
What that mean?
That nigga, he really do got a school. The nigga is trying to build, but
how many people you ever seen go to that school?
I see the nigga, you know, they painting and they
bro, no, bro, come on, guy.
So you did.
So that ain't no school.
Well,
bro, that's like me telling you I got a car, then we walk outside and get in it and there ain't no engine in it. You'll be like, bro, what the fuck we in this?
But he's saying the same shit you saying. He ain't got no help, like, you know what I'm saying?
That's dead. That's dead. Nigga, in motherfucking 2006, hood, nigga, my OG, a hustler, bought a school because he didn't want his kids to go to school no more. This before I even had kids. I'm in my 20s. This nigga bought an old Catholic school. Got all the niggas from the hood to go in there, paid them to clean it up. He fixed it up, paid the teachers. Got it up, nigga, and he had that school up and running for damn near 8 years before he got locked up. Are you crazy? Niggas is opening up schools. Every Jalen Rose opened up a school fucking quicker than this nigga.
Yeah.
Regular niggas. I got homies in Chicago right now that got fucking schools opened up.
That's facts. That's facts. That's facts.
What the fuck is he talking about? He needs some fucking help.
Yeah.
That's dead. You ain't trying to do that shit. Then the nigga, bro, listen, when you say help, if a nigga really sit down and calculate on a minimum over the years he been donating to that school, how much money he could have had right now, bro, I guarantee you motherfuckers will be like, hey, you playing games, G.
That's facts. That's facts.
You was playing fucking games, Umar. Niggas will beat your ass out here, boy. Is you crazy? You been niggas been on this YouTube shit since before 2010.
And that nigga get paid to do them speaking engagement like 10
That's
racks.
What I'm trying to tell you. So why the fuck would I open up a school when I could just keep talking about it?
Right. That nigga, I know that nigga making mega money to be. He could have did that shit Fuck that nigga stuck.
Fuck is he stunning on it? And I can keep talking about the opening the school, and y'all go keep donating to a school, and I ain't got to do nothing but throw a motherfucker water heater in this bitch every week. Like, okay, y'all just paid for the water pump. Like, what the fuck? We 2 more years away from it. Now all I got to do is get the roof fixed. Like, what the fuck is he doing? But again, the hustle is up. He is finna be, I guarantee you, in the next 2 years, Dr. Umar Johnson is gonna be on CNN doing political talk. He finna switch his whole shit. I guarantee. All right, watch. Watch, a lot of niggas finna start switching it up. A lot of niggas is finna start switching it up. Tazariak is finna be on Vlad TV. He gonna be a new Boosie.
But what them niggas say they ain't, you know, they ain't no poor righteous teachers, you dig? They gotta make some money some kind of way.
What
How you want to make money?
It's nigga go to work like everybody else.
So you want them to be the leaders and talk shit, and then
you ain't no leader. That's where you and you're not a leader. Cause listen, in order to be the leader, they gotta show me they at least doing more in the community than the church. And they not.
So give me some guidelines.
Here go a guideline right here. If a young lady getting kicked out of the crib or abused or needs some books or a school shit for her kids to go to school or a bill paid or some rent paid, can you send them to the conscious community or to the church?
You can send them to the church probably.
Case closed. So until any of these niggas can do that, they can't call themselves no leader.
That ain't what they purpose is though. That's the church.
Yeah, it is. No, that's the purpose. But they talk down on the church. Yeah. They've co-opted the same habits of the church that they talk down on. Niggas who stand in pulpits, create these little cults, and get donated to. Like a tithe. For talking. That's what the pastor do, right? Ain't that what they said? Wait. Ain't that what the pastor do? He just talk, right?
Right.
But again, I guarantee you, if I look at any of these churches, they can at least say we did this and this and this and this too. Can't none of these other niggas who just talk and say that. For none of it's people that's in their conscious community that can't say they did shit for.
That's facts.
So what's the point?
But what I think they doing, in my opinion, is like they change your mind. You dig? Like they freeing us from all the bullshit. You know what I'm saying? To where now we can move a little better. To where we might be a little closer to uniting. We ain't all the way there. You dig? But we a little better than from if we ain't know none of this shit. You dig? So I think they putting the info out, you dig, but somebody else gonna be the next person to kind of to combine us, you dig. They just out here just being the speakerphone to the shit. You know what I'm saying? Like you say, they ain't no leaders because they can't really. They ain't got the quality. They ain't got the resources to be leaders, you dig. But they waking people up, and I think that's doing a big part. You know,
waking them up to what though?
To self and a bunch of the bullshit that's
false. Wait, that's false. That's false. That's why I'm gonna have to disagree with you.
Go ahead.
Nobody can wake you up to self but yourself. Anybody who you didn't gave credit to waking you up to self, you gotta take time to think that you really are just awoken to their frame of viewing the world or thinking. It might not be yourself. That's how cults get started. A lot of this conscious community shit start as a cult. Motherfucker give you some knowledge that you felt like you didn't have before. Then you start becoming disenfranchised with your family because you overzealous and you want to share information, but everybody ain't, you know what I'm saying? They don't even teach you the guidelines of how to be a vanguard for certain information. Everything ain't for everybody. So now you falling out with your people. So you become disenfranchised with them. You become closer to these motherfuckers. Start taking a frame of thought. Where is self coming in at? When is your own self discernment coming on?
That's deep. That's deep. But you're right though. But what's what the issue is we still new to this information, and the older generation ain't gonna take this information. Like you say, we is getting disconnected from family because they stuck on the old shit and we on the new shit. You know what I'm saying? And it's gonna take time for our leadership or their leadership to really start trickling down to the younger generation, because the older generation ain't really on that shit. You dig? And that's where the disconnect at, I think. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah,
they really
because
running the shit.
because the older generation is logical, vision and wisdom. So it ain't that they not recognizing what you saying. It's just that they trying to see the fruits that's coming from your labor, and ain't none.
That's
So they go, nigga, OGs, that's the real. OGs is gonna disrespect anything that ain't bearing no fruit, right or wrong.
that's right. That's right.
You could be a motherfucker that's talk about, I want to be a singer. Do that shit for too long and don't make no money. Motherfuckers gonna be looking at you like, hey, you know, that factory hiring. Like, you could do
Right.
that and still sing. You know that, right?
Right. Right. Right.
That's how they looking at all this shit. Like, niggas get swooped up in this shit and just want to be the knowledge God. Yeah, I'm the wisdom man. And I like, you can be that and that. Like, this shouldn't stop you from understanding life still gotta go on. And it shouldn't make you no motherfucking asshole that make you think you get know some shit that don't nobody else know. Because it's things that you could never know that the OGs know just because they didn't live this shit. You can't know what the fuck happened in the 60s and the 50s and the 40s and shit. Like, Granny know that shit.
That's facts. That's
So
facts.
she not trying to hear you when you say, like, I read that it was like, nah, nigga, I was there. That ain't what happened.
Right.
I don't give a fuck what your book said or what some niggas that you seen did a documentary on it. That ain't what happened.
Right.
Because they was there. They know what it was going on down then. That's what we got to pay homage to. Anything before that, we shouldn't even be dealing with, because who the fuck knows? If we can admit that history done been tampered with and all of this and that, why the fuck we keep going further and further back to create what? Division.
Facts.
Every time we go deeper into consciousness, it just splinter off into a new division shit. You got FBA, Aboriginal niggas versus the Pan-African niggas, but guess what? Inside of them little cliques, they going at each other because they got their own shit split up in there, right or wrong.
Right. Right. Right.
How the fuck they better than the gangs? How you go beat the government when they done boiled it down to just Democrat, Republican? They
Right.
ain't dealing with all that other shit. They
Right.
ain't, because they know there's too much division. This how they keep a hold of power. And you want to keep like, this shit stupid. Can't unify like that. That's why some of that shit in them Bibles and them books like that, whether it's true or not, man, is meant for you to think. That's why King Solomon was full of sorrow, nigga. The more he learned, the sadder he got, right or wrong.
Right. Right. That's facts. Ignorance is bliss.
Cause, right, like, man, I wish I wouldn't have know this shit. Cause now I gotta do it. I gotta do it this way now. Cause I know what to do. I can't act dumb to it no more.
Right.
So
Right.
anybody else that's up here talking that shit and all of that, doing this, I know they hustling. Cause I know motherfuckers got, you feel me, bro? I can't act dumb to it. That's my curse of Solomon right there. Once I know, I can't act dumb to it. Once I really know what's going on to it.
Right.
That's
Right.
what that whole thing was about. Not about attaining no great knowledge and all that. Oh, it's about once I figure out the hustle. Once you see the wizard behind the motherfucking wall that's moving all the shit, you can't be dumb to that no more.
Right. That's facts.
You can't go out there to the people and be like, yeah, it's a wizard, man, and it's you can either be that nigga and still hustle, or be the nigga that's like, I ain't even play this game no more. All that shit fake, and just walk off.
Yep. And you right, dog. That's what's the dilemma that all the niggas in the conscious community going through. You did, because they're like, fuck, should we join the dark side or fucking just quit? You know what I'm saying? Because
They
I
didn't
ain't gonna
join
let
the
myself
dark
get
side.
fucked over.
They didn't join.
And they just join the dark side, huh?
They didn't, bro. Listen, they didn't join. Once a motherfucker, bro, listen. Once a motherfucker say, man, hey, I'm gonna take the money from pedophiles and all of that knowingly, and try to rationalize it as being conscious at the same time, is too, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. It's this show on Netflix that I just started watching called Evil. Have y'all ever heard of this show?
What they call it, evil?
Evil. It's about the Catholic Church and about this black
Go
priest
ahead,
in the
innit?
Catholic Church. And he could see demons like in real life and shit like that. So, but the whole point of it is like once he started seeing the demons and people was like, you know, the whole thing is about like, is he really seeing them or not? But he really seeing them, and just gotta have the wherewithal to be like, nah, man, I can't. Like, I gotta trust me. I'm seeing what I'm seeing, so no matter where this evil popping up, even if I see like a demon next to one of these priests, I gotta acknowledge I can't just be dumb up in this church and just act like just because they church people, I'm not seeing demons around these motherfuckers. You feel me?
Yeah.
And that's what the whole show, like that's what like some of the show is boiling down to. Like,
So what he
hey,
did
yeah.
though?
You say what?
So what he gotta do? He gotta go fight the demons or what?
It ain't even really about him like fighting the demons, but he is fighting the demons because the demons is working through real people. So it's like he fighting the people that the demons working through, but he could see the demon that be attached to motherfuckers. And when he see them motherfuckers in the church and shit like that, it's like questioning his faith, but at the same time, it's really solidifying it because it's like I'm just can't be dumb to just because I'm in the church that these motherfuckers up in here ain't got demons on them neither. And that's the same thing about this conscious community. And I'm not saying demons in a literal sense because all of this shit is like a hustle and all that. I've been around too many years. So I've seen the inside of the Hebrew Israelite camp and how the Moors work and how gangs work and all of this shit boiled down to cultism and leadership and rules and ties and dues and all of that. And once I start seeing that shit working its way in anything that I'm around, I know what I'm working with, and I can't play dumb to it. I can't play dumb to it.
Yeah, that's really human nature, though. You know what I'm saying? Like throughout history, that shit in everything. I noticed that shit too. You did. Like I'm a Mason. Keep it real, and that's how that shit work. You think that should be different in the lives? You be like, man, these niggas, they make you a better man and whoop de whoop. But them niggas all playing them same games as everybody in the whole society. That shit like a favoritism. Same shit you saying, you dig. But what you gonna do about it? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you gonna quit or you gonna fight against it or you gonna join it? Like, I guess that's really the only options, right?
That's it. That's it. This false notion of we gotta stop. Cause until you can listen, we calling people leaders. This the problem with the so-called black community, whatever you want to identify that as. Too many motherfuckers get identified as leaders, but they can't. They leadership resume ain't qualified. You feel what I'm saying? It's just like a motherfucker was there one day on a job and like look at it like this. If a motherfucker was if 10 people quit on a job, and then a random motherfucker just stepped up one day and just did some shit, and all of a sudden they was like, okay, he the supervisor. And it's like, whoa, wait a minute. Like, what make this motherfucker the supervisor? Because he came in and just did, like, we don't even know if he qualified.
But think about that too. Like, that's what make that shit so hard. Like, if 10 niggas say he the supervisor, don't that qualify him to be the supervisor?
No, you missing my point. I'm saying people quit, and this motherfucker just showed up and start doing
I
the
know,
work.
I know. But just think about that shit though. You dig? Like, just like, like without take out the ego in it and your, what I mean, like your personal feelings. Like, what if nigga pick you and be like, hey, bro, I think
They taking a risk. They taking a big risk because you don't know my past. What if I'm a nigga that every time I get put in one of them positions, I start stealing and then quit? What if I'm up, but you ain't check my resume? You just put me in this position. You see what I'm saying? Again, that go back to that parable I
what
said.
if be
That
the
go
other
back to
way though?
that but that still go back to that parable I said at the beginning. Everybody who gets you into shit ain't your enemy, and everybody who gets you out of shit ain't your friend.
Right. But think about it, like, what
Bro,
if they pick the most righteous nigga? And what you gonna do about that then? Like, you gotta say, oh, because
I'm saying it's still a risk. Listen, it's a risk. And guess what? That's a game niggas been playing. It's almost like trying to pick a quarterback in football. That's a game that niggas have been playing with quote unquote black leadership too motherfucking long since Malcolm X and Martin Luther King. We've been playing with all these funny style ass niggas that ain't showed no real leadership qualities, doing exactly what you just said, just putting them in a position because they show up in a time of distress. And that shit ain't working out. That's just like, just keep picking this quarterback number one when it's like, bro, just pick an offensive lineman. Start building somewhere else.
no, but sometimes though, you dig, like, if ain't nobody stepping up and you got a nigga that's stepping up, you dig, then like, fuck,
But that's
it
what
might
I'm
be
saying.
picked.
It don't matter what what are they
And the
stepping
pick,
up for? If you don't know what they stepping up for, then you don't, again,
so what's
people
the criteria to pick somebody? That's what I'm saying.
ain't
Like,
at this point shouldn't be one. Shouldn't be one. This shit should be like the motherfucking Baltimore Ravens or the Seattle Seahawks. We just need to create a great defense, all raw motherfuckers, instead of focusing on this one motherfucker. That way it could just be a complete team effort instead of trying to figure out who finna be this mythical one. Because that position in the black community then turned into a cash cow. And any nigga who look like they can get thrust into it is gonna seize that opportunity because they know they can monetize off that motherfucker.
that's facts. Mm, I don't know how do
Since Malcolm
organizations don't
X,
run like that though.
since Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, ain't nobody who done took up that position that tried to be some type of quote unquote big black leadership, then did that shit from a genuine position, because they ain't never faced no real type of threat, and they done monetize the fuck out of that shit.
Look at your picture. You got Jay-Z, you got Michael Jordan. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Aren't they like considered even you know what I'm saying, like unofficial leaders of the community?
Hell no.
I mean, if the world had to pick people, you did. Fuck it.
No.
I wouldn't pick them, but just
Bro,
by
listen to
by
what I'm finna
default.
tell you right now. In America, black and white and racial conversation are only for the poor.
Facts.
Motherfuckers like Jay-Z and Michael Jordan are rich, wealthy people at this status, the rich and the wealthy of all races, however you want to identify that. But you talk about Asians, whites, blacks, Mexicans, whatever, people, all ethnicities, bro. That's the real divider. Rich niggas is dealing with rich niggas. Rich white people dealing with rich white people. The white people that's talking about all niggers and all that shit, bro, they fucked up like us. We
Facts.
arguing with them and we all fucked up. Jay-Z is up there shaking hands with who? Roger Goodell, Warren
Right.
Buffett.
Right.
Money gravitate to money. In that era, that they ain't playing this stupid ass game we talking about down here. So again, ain't no motherfucking leadership because them niggas is getting up there to monetize.
But any organization, dog, you know what I'm saying? Like you gonna need somebody to be a figurehead or to make decisions. You dig? Like, how would a community without a leader be successful? Like
How
that's
would a
kind of like what we're
community
doing right now. You dig? Because every time we get a leader, his character get assassinated, he get
listen?
physically
Do you
assassinated,
think
and we stay
Donald Trump
in
is the leader
shambles.
of America?
He the leader of the white people right now.
Wait.
I guarantee if you say who the leader of the white people is, they gonna say Donald Trump, nigga.
And okay, listen, it's like this. You could say King Arthur, like on some mythical shit. King Arthur was the leader. But King Arthur sat at a table of 12 motherfuckers where everybody opinion from Lancelot on that, like everybody shit when it, like, you see what I'm saying? He wasn't
That's
just
his
moving
leading
off his
style,
own,
though.
huh?
That's his style of leadership.
That's anybody that's successful style of leadership. Ain't no motherfucker just sitting around saying we finna do it like this and this what I said. Everybody got, even the motherfuckers that's successful in this music like Jay-Z and all of that. He is not sitting nowhere with a beat and just him. Once you get to a certain level, you are sitting somewhere with the best of the best. It's a room full of motherfuckers feeding you the best ideas, the best food, the best weed and liquor if that's what you needed, the best beats, the best vibes, all of that. It's a symphony of people. That's what it takes. So ain't no leader. Again, when black people keep looking for a leader, it shouldn't be no leader. We need to be looking for a motherfucking a foundation first. Motherfucker, the government, if the president, if we keep looking at the government like they ran off the president, bro, don't you know it's motherfuckers that sit up in them government seats, been there fucking decades longer than the president? They running shit.
Right. But for the masses that's really not on the conscious level, Trump is running the shit. You know what I'm saying?
It don't matter that people that ain't on the conscious level know that. If we call ourselves conscious and we know that, then we know that that's what it really takes. That
But
figurehead shit is a facade.
what I'm trying to say, every organization is gonna be set up like a pyramid scheme. That's basically how the universe set up. You know what I'm saying? From 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna have a council underneath, but they're gonna have that one that
Bro,
has to
that
go
when
back.
you say pyramid scheme, though, it could be a scheme or it could just be a succession. It could just mean that every stone got to serve the purpose of the next stone. And if this stone got to get moved, that stone got to take its place.
Right. So you're gonna eventually have somebody at the top of that bitch.
Okay, listen. The top and the bottom, right? The top and the bottom don't have to be the way people always envision it as. You see what I'm saying? It's plenty for everybody. It's plenty for everybody. Mismanagement is the problem. Intent is the problem. Checks and balances is the problem. So it don't matter who sit at the top. The problem is the motherfuckers at the bottom control the power, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if that's never conveyed, if that's just a point of idiocracy that we all just live in, and we gonna take that knowledge and move it on to the next paradigm or whatever the fuck we doing, is always gonna be like that.
Mm.
It's always gonna be like that. When you look at motherfucking ants and build little pyramid hills and all that shit, when you look at an ant hill or an ant farm, is the queen the leader?
Go ahead.
No. The queen is the one that give birth to everything. This is why the
Right, right,
queen got to get protected.
right, right.
They already know what to do. They not doing shit for the queen just because this the queen and she controlling all. You see what I'm saying? That's our mind states that put all that bullshit on shit. It's a purpose for everything.
So
And
you
if
don't.
she at the top of the pyramid, ain't she giving the most?
Yep.
Case closed. So guess what that means? The motherfucker at the top got to do what?
Gotta be the most. The nigga giving the most.
So that's intent. That's it. If the queen just felt like I'm just finna sit here and just get all this shit given to me and just do what the fuck I want to do, that's gonna like duh. But nature can't work like that. But humans could do what the fuck they want to do and just fuck shit up, and then act dumb and act like we just go take that shit over because it's a pyramid scheme. It's because you want it to be a scheme. Anything could be a fucking scheme. You could have a plumbing scheme, nigga.
Explain
Faking
that.
like you fixing motherfuckers' pipes.
Oh.
That don't mean plumbing is a scheme. You scheming off plumbing, nigga.
Oh. That's fact.
You feel me? So that don't mean pyramids is a scheme. You scheming off the pyramid. The pyramid don't mean that shit that y'all, it's the people at the top. No. The motherfucker at the top got to give the most.
Explain how it's supposed to. How one person gonna outgive multiple people.
How one person go get, bro, listen.
To become the leader, like if we say Bobby Knight, the leader of the black community, like how we gonna say you qualify for that? You did. That's what I'm
How
saying.
you gonna say I'm qualified for that? Right now, who the richest man on it? Let's do it like that.
By money?
Richest man in the world, Elon Musk, worth $421 billion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say I was worth 300 billion. Bobby Knight, 300 billion right now, and I'm the head of the conscious community. And we got 3 states. I didn't put the people in power to get the 3 states. Cool. We got Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana.
Mm-hmm.
I would partition my money to $25 million for all of my children and my wife, and we live off $1 million a year, and the rest of my money will be put in the fund to go towards the people and whatever infrastructure got to be built. That'll be all my money. Cause how in the fuck can I live off of in a life? What can I do with $421 billion except dominate people? If that's my intent. So again, this is based off intent.
But ain't you doing the same thing by giving your money away?
Dominating people?
Yeah.
How?
I mean, like, yeah. No.
How am I dominating people? By giving my money away?
Because you want your money to go towards a purpose, right? And you
Correct.
want that purpose. You know what I'm saying? Your will is still getting done with that money. You dig? Whether you spending it or not. But ain't nothing wrong with that. That's what I'm saying. So,
that's my whole point of the pyramid. Is still you just explained the whole point of the pyramid. The will of the top man is gonna get done. So if his will is some bullshit, The people at the bottom is gonna suffer. If he willing to pour his bucket out, everybody on the pyramid go be quenched.
So we need to pick our leader based off of who willing
Some
to,
different qualities, man.
yeah, not
Okay,
It
based.
take a
I have
different.
to
It's a
interject.
That was a good
I have
example.
to interject.
go ahead, go
I
ahead,
have to ask a
sister.
question. I noticed that he keeps and I'm saying this respectfully, but I noticed that you've been saying the entire time we have to pick a leader. Why are you so adamant that we as a collective have to have a leader?
There we go.
Because I may have missed that part. To be fair, if I did, please forgive me. But I do not recall in any of your line of questioning and reasoning and rationale you have given your reason why you feel we as a collective should have a leader. And again, I'm using that term in quotes.
I I think that because that's the way every successful system and organization is run. You know what I mean? Like the pyramid is how everything succeeds. Like you can't have you can't make decisions if nobody making decisions. That's what I'm saying. So you're gonna have
But
somebody to
again,
make the decision for the community.
I think you using the right you using the right
Bobby,
example with
stop.
the
He's not.
pyramid.
He's not. Respectfully, he's not. Because
Okay,
we as a collective are not a community. We are not an organization. As a
there we go.
collective, we do live in these yet to be United States. And yes, we do share things similar as far as our skin color. But as a collective people, we are so separated. It's ridiculous because think about it right now. We got three people on this panel that are socio-economically in completely different categories when it comes to family and children, when it comes to their outlook. So even between the three of us, we could not collectively decide on one leader. I mean, again, we can't even decide who was the best on there. So I'm just saying, we would
Yep.
never be able to collectively settle on who would be the leader because it's going to be, he's good for me because socioeconomically, he's going to make sure I'm in the best tax situation. But then Bobby needs to make sure whoever is the leader is going to make sure the babies are good. Now, you got to care about the babies too, but it's more direct to you because you have little ones. And then for the young man from New Orleans, you live in literally in the deep South. There's going to be things that's going to be needed for your environment that won't impact me who live more so up north. So again, the question becomes, we can't even decide what the qualities of a leader should even be because we have individual issues that, again, who's going to be first? What's going to be first? Would it be education? Would it be healthcare? Would it be women's rights? Would it be men's rights? Like we can't even decide on that. So how can we expect to have a collective leader to speak for us and it trickles down to everybody? Because even on the white side, trickle down economics started with Reagan. Actually, it was before Reagan. It's never worked. Not saying it can't work, but the white people have tried it, and it has not, does not, and is not working for them. Because if trickle down economics work based on the pyramid scheme you're saying, Alabama, Mississippi, Kentucky would be outdoing everybody. So we know that even for the white people, they don't do it either.
Yep.
So that's why I was just kind of posing the question exactly what would be the criteria, and then I'm just using that for sake of argument. What would be the criteria for an effective leader for us as a collective community?
I think those things that you just said was the symptoms of not having a leader. You know what I'm saying? And I think if we had one, then we wouldn't have all those questions that need to be answered.
And
Because
this is
I
why.
think we are a community. You know what I'm saying? Because we still segregated. We got black schools. We still got black neighborhoods. We still got black YouTube channels. You know what I'm saying? We ain't really hanging with too many white people. They sprinkle in, but for the most part, you probably hang around majority of black people. So you in the black community. You know what I'm
But that's
saying?
everybody. That's everybody. Segregation is natural. Ideology, I can never say that word, ideologically, ideology, people want to be non-segregated and be integrated. But that's just never going to happen because by definition, every species are going to collectively go to what they know. That's why you don't see ants with roaches. It's just what it is. Every species is within their own. Now, of course, yes, so, sometimes you may see the lion and the tiger chilling in the jungle. But when it comes to what's important to them, they're amongst themselves. So It's not that it can't happen, but in reality, it sounds great in theory, but it'll never happen in reality. And I don't say never in the absolute sense, but these great talking points make you feel warm and fuzzy inside, but it's never going to happen. Grandma and them died waiting for it to happen. It didn't happen. In the next 20 years, 50, 100, again, maybe 500, maybe 1,000. But for our lifetime, I think of representing everybody that's here right now, it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. Now we've come to a point in life where we don't have to rely on, like grandma and them had to so much, where asking, Mr. Bob for a job. Now we can go out and get the degrees, get the PhDs if you so choose. You can go out and become an entrepreneur. You can do whatever your destiny leads you to. You don't have to wait on somebody to hand it to you. Case in point, that's why they got rid of affirmative action and why they're trying to do away with the quote unquote DEI, because they want to make sure that the smarter people, which is us, for them, don't outpower them. And that's what they're most afraid of. So again, when it comes to a leader, it's a great idea in theory, but it's never going to happen because no one person can speak for everybody because we are so dynamic. It'll never be no one set thing. The list will be a gazillion things, and we'll still have to pick what's the most important thing.
I respect that, but I think we do have leaders, and we just don't acknowledge them. You know what I'm saying? And they might not be the right leaders right now, because
But you have to distinguish, and I didn't mean to cut you off. I have to respectfully say this. You have to distinguish talking heads versus leaders. Just because you see someone on TV, they're talking, making great points, you may see them, having a YouTube channel, see them on Fox News, see them on ONN, and see them on CNBC, or whatever the case may be, talking. And when the host asks them questions relating to the quote unquote, I'm just saying this for context for the black community, that's because many white people see us as a monolith and we're not. So when the white people are asking them, they're identifying them as the leader or spokesperson for the black community. We have never collectively came together and elected anyone, even with Malcolm and Martin. We never collectively asked them to be the leaders, but they were boosted up, like Bobby said, by people around them to be the talking head, to be the go-to person to make commentary, but not as the, oh, he's the sole leader. Because again, without Medgar, there would be no Martin. Without Betty Shabazz, there would be no Malcolm. So there's so many people that were behind them. So again, we're looking for one person to represent an abundance of people. It's just not going to happen.
it really don't have to be just that one person. We got
But I notice you keep saying the leader. And again, the question is, what is your focus on having a sole person? And again, when I say so, I don't mean as if no one else in the absolute sense. But naturally, you can't have two leaders that's going to be the talking head for the community because the egos, their personalities are going to bump heads. It's just what it is. Either you're getting more attention than me, or I'm not getting enough attention. But either way, I'm not going to like you because your hair is curly or you have longer eyelashes. I mean, whatever the case may be. But again, yeah, I'm not sure, like I said, what realms you may be in or who you may be around. But yeah, if you definitely take the time, I'm not suggesting you have it, but to really look at the leadership of the black community, you'll see there has technically never been one. It's just what white people decide to call the Al Sharptons, call the Jesse Jacksons. They call them the leaders, and we adopt it and adorn it and don't give them any pushback. But we have never given anyone that title. So again, you're giving them credence for something that we never accepted.
Well, give me an example of a civilization or an organization or a team that don't have a leader that's successful.
And again, you are using the dynamic of an organization have specific missions. They have constitutions. They have body of laws. They have SOPs. They came together. So, like you said, if I decided I'm gonna create the shit show organization, I know I'm gonna need people around me. I'm gonna create a board. I'm gonna create a team that's gonna help me get my vision out. So, of course, there's going to be things I'm going to put in place to make sure that my vision is clear, is shining, and everybody around me is winning. Again, because I made the decision for this specific organization because it's my vision. Now, people that come on board, that means they're going to share that vision. And it will go on from there. But when you're dealing with individual people with completely different mindsets, because again, remember, we're not even agreeing on this leadership thing. How can we expect to have someone to come together and be the leader of people who can't even agree on what a leader is, should be, or what they should represent? So again, you can't look at a business model for individual people. We all have individual opinions, perspectives, outlooks, goals, and everything. So again, it's great in business, but when you're dealing with actual people, that's just not going to work. Because right now, you're a grown man, you don't want nobody telling you what to do. So when you think about that concept of an organization, that means that leader could dictate to you what he or she wants you to do or have, and you're not going to go for that.
Yeah, I mean, I feel you. I feel you, but you gotta think like think of examples of like when the U.S. topple civilizations, what they do, like they kill a leader. You know what I'm saying? Like all these are Syria. They just they civilization in chaos right now because they, you know what I'm saying? They got rid of they president or whatever. They Haiti. They killed their leader or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Now they getting shambles. Like every civilization throughout history, you know what I'm saying? Logically, that's how you get rid of them. Like you chop off the head, and then boom, they gonna scatter.
That's
And
slightly different
I
though,
think that's the
and
issue
here's
that we
why.
have.
Real quick, Sister Humming. This is why Humbling is saying what she's saying, and I'm saying, and I'm agreeing with it. That leadership is based upon a foundation that was already built. You feel what I'm saying, New Orleans? So it's like they're not necessarily attacking before they to attack the leader. They already have to attack the infrastructure and the other leadership that's already built up. They can't just cut off the head, so to speak, and then expect it to fall. That's been the problem with them getting Cuba, because whether if Fidel Castro go, it's just somebody else that's gonna take his place. You dig what I'm saying? So what we're talking about as far as trying to get a black leader, we don't even have a black infrastructure to choose the leaders. You dig what I'm saying? It'll be like right now, if me, you, Humlin, the people on the panel, we came up with an idea, created a corporation and a company, got to selling this product, it became big. Now we are the board, but we would choose a CEO or somebody to become the head of the corporation. You feel what I'm saying? So they can do the day-to-day shit that we don't feel like doing no more. Even though it's our shit, they serve our interests. We don't even have that base foundation first. We trying to choose a leader for what? What purpose?
And that's the
to
question that
to
still
do the
hasn't
shit
been answered.
like you just said. You know what I'm saying? To do that purpose, like to do
But
all
what
the.
is that?
That gotta be defined though. You gotta already have something going. You got to think, bro. I'm somebody had a record deal. You just can't go up to a record. Somebody ain't just go pick you and then be like, okay, let me teach you how to rap. Let me teach you how to make a beat. You gotta have some shit going already.
Well, look, I'm gonna be specific for the black community. We seems like we got economic issues. You did so. If we had somebody to be like, all right, black people, this is how we gonna solve that problem, and then we vote on it. You know what I'm saying? And we could use that leadership to actually tackle that problem. But if we don't have, no body or no system to actually tackle those issues, everybody's just scattered. You did. We need somebody to galvanize and bring the people together. If that's our goal, if we really, like she's saying, we ain't really a community, so fuck, we really ain't the people. You did. We just really just hanging out based off of, I guess, social statuses. You dig? So black people ain't, you know what I'm saying, ain't really a community. I'm guessing that's the idea where we done came to. But in the past, fuck, if you was black, you know what I'm saying, that was like a thing. Like they like if they killing black people. You know what I'm saying? They got laws for black people. You know what I'm saying? But I'm guessing, fuck, we ain't that no more. That's what she's saying. So we really don't have no issues. You dig that we trying to solve. because as a community, we, you know what I'm saying, we got individual issues. That's what she's saying. So
I mean, correct. Now I think again, you're looking at the whole picture, but just think about now. Again, I'm not saying you as an individual, but just think about if not you, the people you know around you. When the cousin just needs their rent paid, they lost their job, they just need an extra $100 to
You're
help with the rent.
always
How many people in
smoking.
the family are jumping up and down to offer them the money for their rent? They give every reason why they not going to help them or why they can't or shouldn't help them, as opposed to doing it. So you're expecting for 30, I'm just using a number, 30 million people to come together economically when we can't even do it within our own households. So in order for that to start as a collective, we have to at least get our households right. So what are we doing as a family? What businesses have you started within your household, within your family, within your tribe? And again, when I say you, I'm saying in the third person. But those things you have to think about. What have you done within your block? Then go outside your block, the blocks around you, your zip code, your greater area, your entire state. So if you can, again, if you're not even doing nothing locally, how can you expect anything to happen nationally?
but what if we have done all those things? Then what?
And then it can only grow from there. But that's the thing. We keep getting the what ifs, what ifs, what ifs, what ifs. I have not heard you say, and again, I'm not suggesting you aren't, but I haven't heard you say conclusively what you're doing to get to what you're asking other people to do. Because right now it sounds like everybody else is the reason why you, not you, again, I say you're in a bad situation, not suggesting that, but why you're not getting the leadership or getting whatever you think we should have, because it's like you're waiting for someone else to be the savior.
And let
But
me
at the
be
same
real
token, those
clear,
other people aren't
Humbly.
thinking about you.
I
Yeah,
want
go
to be
ahead.
real clear so we can get some context. This conversation started and is mostly rooted in the conscious community. So my whole point, even from that point, is that the conscious community has absolutely no chance. Is no point in trying to choose a leader for a thing that has proven to not bear any substantial fruit. Nothing.
But Bobby, even with that phrase though, look at how it got out of hand. Now, yeah, I think we can fairly say that when we think about the conscious community, when you think about that term specifically, there's only one person you can. And again, we're talking in YouTube terms because I don't believe that existed, where people use it interchangeably before YouTube. When you say conscious community by default, who's the first person that comes to mind?
Conscious community.
When you say conscious community, I know people say we were conscious or we were woke prior to YouTube, but the actual name, the conscious community, who is the one person that always comes to mind when it's said? It may have changed in the last year or two, but let's just say from the inception of YouTube. Thank you. Now, when it comes to that phrase, it was directly attached to one person. To be fair,
that's a fact.
At that time, he was an actual community because he was with the same people every day on the streets of New York. Is that a fair assessment?
That's a fact. He was in the community. Y'all got to get Sonetta of that. That nigga was outside on that same block. Oh, Sonetta,
exactly. The same people every day. I mean, some of the same, whether degrees or disagrees, it was the same people. Now, when he went from outside to inside, and then when YouTube opened up, when you can start having panels and all that, and people would call in, then it gets switched around to now anybody who's quote unquote not a Christian is what? In the conscious community. So technically there is not an actual conscious community. It was the people that was around Samara, and they called themselves that because they were with each other every day. So technically, there is no conscious community because again,
unless you went to New York and stood on that block, you ain't been blessed in.
Exactly.
If I could bounce in just a moment,
that's the only way you can get blessed into the conscious. You gotta go stand on 125th and some shit in Harlem, nigga, and your feet gotta touch that block.
Can I get in?
Hey,
go ahead, Keiko, man.
Pray to God you don't get slicked by one of them niggas. Cause niggas in New York crazy.
Shout out to that, man. Shout out to that. Yeah, that's the only way you can get into the conscious community. Is yeah, she right though. That is the conscious community.
Exactly. Because
Foundationally.
Exactly. He was doing himself with that. And the person that really pushed it out there was the person no one likes to talk about no more. And that's the big lip dude that was riding around in Rolls Royces. We don't have to say his name, we know who it is. So technically, he the one that really drove it even further because he was doing more talking and more interacting with people. And he got the gift of gab. He was saying the same things over and over again, but because he was so intellect and so deep and wrote so many books, rewrote and wrote and rewrote and revised so many books that said the same shit, we really thought that the conscious community had a leader and it bounced back and forth between Sarnetta and the big lip guy that drove Rolls Royces. So, so even with them, they couldn't decide who would be the quote unquote leader of their actual conscious community. And that's why now, when you think about it, when you go to some of those videos 10 years ago, you ain't gonna see none of them on those panels because they literally fell out over the
So
years. So
homie, so since we know that nigga was outside and he made so many connections with all these niggas that we see on the conscious community right now, that he's falling apart. You know what I'm saying? And doing all these weird stuff and doing weird shit. Young Pharaoh and all these. Half of them was connected through Sinetta. Do you think he got some of the part of the fall on that too? Then because he's standing outside trying to do the right thing. And you know what I'm saying? He messed up a couple niggas. He probably didn't know they were like that for real. But
I mean,
you know what I'm
and
saying? He's still his fault though. You know what I'm saying?
exactly. And people argue both sides because, of course, no one can prove any more than less, obviously, unless you got audio, video, or text or something like that. So, in that case, though, because we have to, just like the young man from New Orleans was saying, when we're looking for a leader, we're also looking for someone to blame. So that's why it's easy to point the finger to another. Should I say he don't have shouldn't have any accountability? Of course not. But again, I don't know what the accountability would be when it comes to blaming him for whatever the case may be. But over the years of just watching various videos and like watching different, just people on other panels as well, it became an ego boost because now, it went from just being about one person to now all of a sudden, oh, and who is Pharaoh and who is the big with the Rolls Royce and who is this one and who is that one? Like now all of a sudden everybody else was getting attention. And well, I don't like it because I started it. Who the hell are you? So again, it was just ego boost, egos and emotions. And I know a lot of times, men don't like to associate emotions within themselves, but that was very evident. The emotions and egos were just running rampant. And so they imploded within themselves because they couldn't figure out who was going to be the quote unquote leader of the conscious community because everybody felt like they should have been the leader because they were either bringing more traffic or they had the best talking points. And again, that's just my opinion, obviously, based on what I've seen over the years. Shouts out to the chat, by the way. I don't think we've said that since the start of the show.
I mean, shouts out to the chat. Shouts out to them feats that came up here. My auntie then brought the feats out tonight and clawed her way up into this motherfucker.
Yes, I did. As a matter of fact, I had to cut them talons off on New Year's night because when I heard the bullet, I'm sorry, the fireworks, I was like,
not the fireworks. It was bullets, motherfucker.
I was like, oh Lord. And so then I was like, wait a minute, that was me scratching the couch with my talons, so I had to cut them off.
I'm not even gonna lie, homie. I live by some Bosnians. It's some Bosnians that stay like blocks over and shit. Man, I heard some shit go off on New Year's Eve. I said, nigga, I don't know what type of gun that was. Whatever that shit was, they let it be known. Don't come on this block. Don't start at nothing. This shit, man, that shit, look. We was like, what the motherfuckers got to looking out the windows and shit. Like, man, what the hell was that? I thought the motherfucking soldiers was trying to come marching down the street. But shout out to the Bosnians, man. They sent it up on New Year's Eve. Moon 2, T-Bay, what's up with it, man? What's on your mind? Hey. In New Orleans, we can still get to what you're talking about, man.
So thank you. I be acting a goddamn fool, nigga. The shit show is what it is. So I have to wait till Bobby bring me up. I always wait my turn. And
Not
shout out to the
always,
parents.
not always, but you did it
Not
today.
always.
Look,
I don't. I be acting a goddamn fool. So, and I apologize. In 2025, I promise I will be better on the shit show. Believe
I
that.
thought we was conscious. The new year don't start till April.
That's up.
Hey man, hey, listen here, man. I'm a Capricorn baby. Don't play with me, man. Come on now. Here we go. Now listen,
Hey,
Bobby. Now, shout out. I love this show, man. I love this panel. I love everything we're going on. Bobby, keep it real. Realist on this in this space, in the metaverse, whatever you want to say. Now, only thing it's just certain questions that came up to me as far as leadership.
Uh-huh.
Um, if we still on that. And as far as Sonic, I've been on 1 250 in Harlem. My boy lived there, and I just came from there.
So you
I was
blessed
over
into
in
the conscious community. Shout out to
no,
them.
no,
They give
no,
you a
no,
round of
sir. Ain't
that's
no,
applause
it.
for being
no,
Got
nigga,
my
blessed
brother.
into the
no,
conscious
nigga. That ain't what I'm saying. Don't do that.
community. He said
You
he touched.
didn't.
If your feet touch them
No,
soil, you blessed in.
no, I'm
Blessed
not
that my
because.
brother beat.
Oh my God. Okay, here's what I'm gonna say. I ain't gonna
Hey,
win that, so I ain't
when
gonna.
as soon as you touched down on New York, the African man came out the back and said this.
God have mercy upon us.
That's how you know
No,
you was
man.
blessed in.
Bro, you
No.
be tripping.
Bobby against you. He said, no, I set myself up for that, but that's
That's how
good.
you know you was blessed in.
All I'm
Muntu,
saying
salute.
is,
I don't know if that's who Mike.
Yo,
Muntu.
salute.
Okay, I hear you. Salute. Okay, go
Yeah, man,
ahead, man.
I've been having some technical difficulties right quick. My
You
fancy ass
good?
headphones, you know what I
Okay, we
mean?
good now.
I'm
Okay,
good. Can you
cool.
hear me?
We hear
One,
you
two,
loud and
three. Can
clear,
you
my
hear me?
brother. Yes, sir, brethren.
All
Yes,
right,
sir.
great, perfect. Well, first of all, I gotta say thanks for having me. Every time you let me in, because it's always toss up if I'm gonna say something messed up or not. But I kind of cool tonight. So first of all, thanks a lot for having me,
No, speak your
everyone.
mind, and the rest will
Okay,
follow.
all right. Well, I, I've been listening for a while, and I've got a few points that I want to touch on.
Let's go.
Um, the lady who, shit, hang on, the lady who was speaking earlier. Can you still hear me?
Oh yeah, everybody hear you loud and clear. She's still here.
Oh, you know what? Those microphones has got a mic piece and a Bluetooth as well. Anyways, the lady who was speaking earlier, she wanted to know how could we find good leaders or where were the good leaders and so on. And at the same time, I had sent in a super chat with a question. It's all dealing with this very same point. And I thought that we shouldn't vote for leaders as in personalities, but if somebody has a good idea and we vote for that idea, then the person who is engineering it or so on will be the leader for that particular project or that particular department. You know what I mean? Um, that's one point. And to do that doesn't necessarily mean that a person with a good idea has to be extremely experienced or got all every bit of the wherewithal intact. But a good idea can be worked on if it's got support and fostering and so on. That's one point. The second point I was getting at, along with us having good leaders, I wanted to say there was a point where we were discussing systems of governance or so on. And I wanted to mention that there's a system of governance in South Africa, but it's a tribal one and it's very, very simple. It's called Ubuntu. And Ubuntu simply means if it's not good for all, then it's not good for one. And you could dissect that as you like.
Oh, wait a minute
So,
now.
mhm.
Wait a minute now, because I know
Yeah,
that could
go
go down.
ahead.
That could go down a slippery slope now. Cause
Yeah,
nigga,
I
if I
know.
roll up a blunt, they be like Ubuntu. We knew not do that. And I'll be like, hey, let Bobby got to roll. I don't give a fuck what the
Go.
rest of the
Oh
crowd
man, weed
doing.
is good for
When
everyone,
I
bro. Come
see
on.
when I see the tobacco leaf, I'm going to roll it up in the field, my Ubuntu brother. So y'all, man, we gonna have to we're gonna have to revisit the Ubuntu way of doing shit. Whether it was good for
Well,
everybody and good for
in an idealistic kind of world or in an idealistic kind of thinking, you know what I mean? Because these people are
You
not,
know,
let's say, civilized. They're more traditional kind of people. The family, the society, the kibbutz community is more their forte than, big city life.
but
So
don't you but
it's
listen,
difficult to
Montu,
impress that particular model, superimpose it on the lifestyle that you have
Montu,
now. But
let's be real, Montu.
I
I
will
don't give
Go
a
ahead.
I don't care. Bro, listen. I watched them people come out the bush. They did a documentary back in the early 2000s, Montu. And Humlin probably remember that. Where they brought it was like the first time they brought them Bushmen
I
out
always
the
got to
woods.
remember everything that's 20 years
You
old.
you remember that shit, Humlin, when they brought them
It's not the
Bushmen out
point.
the
It's not the
woods?
point.
You remember? And they had them in New York. Do you remember the look on that nigga face when he ate that pizza for the first time? Them
No,
niggas
I don't
driving
remember.
you're not humbling. Them niggas driving taxi cabs in New York right now. Am I lying?
Right.
Them niggas ain't
So
went back to the woods.
with turbans on. Show.
Man, last time they checked on them niggas, they was like, "Hey, we want to revisit the documentary." Man, they was like, "When the last time you been back to my homeland?" That man got the laugh. Oh, it's been a long time since I've been. That nigga ain't going back to the wood. Ain't no address. Once that nigga ate that pizza, he said, "Boy, what the fuck?" I'm
what
trying to
am I
tell you,
doing with my life?
it's hard for people who have tasted the quote unquote what we call upper civilization, right? Or however you want to define that. It's hard for us. We can like euphorically and in like you know what I'm saying, a perfect way. Imagine like, man, what if you lived in the kitchen, but deep down inside, you see the way them people live. You
it's
want
true.
to.
Yeah,
Muntu, be a
it's
honey,
not,
cause
it's
I'm a
not
honey. I can't
it's
lie to
not
myself.
forthcoming, is it? It's not
Come on, bro,
forthcoming.
nigga. I don't, bro. Listen,
So,
the first
listen,
thing I
with,
think about
with all
is,
due respect to your thinking, right?
uh-huh.
I'm actually Ubuntu is maybe it's traditional, but it's actually a very modern society that has decided to incorporate this Ubuntu philosophy into real government. I mean, like real time government that is actually operating now.
What the
And
South African government.
this guy Michael Tallinger, he's been in court and out of court
That,
battling this thing for quite a
mhm,
while, trying to kind of make a sovereign society a kind of way. Uh,
uh,
yeah. So it's not necessarily something that's from the jungle times, but it's quite possible that it could work in
you
modern
want to
times.
know who do the? You want to know who we need to take a check out of the book of right now? Why we always looking at these broke? I ain't saying South Africa is broke, but I'm saying they've been broken. They didn't went through a lot, right? Why we can't look at like Sweden, Norway, or some? Don't nobody never talk about that. Like,
Agreed.
why we just can't be like them niggas and say, bro, give us Mississippi, Alabama, and what I said, Louisiana. That's our little country, and we taking on Dakota, Sweden. We don't want no smoke with no. Ain't that what Sweden do? They just say,
Hmm.
man, we neutral, man. I flag whatever they damn near fly the white flag.
Yep.
You hear me? They don't.
They
They
do.
ain't. They say, nigga, whatever go on in the world, we just here to make money. That's it. We
Exactly.
ain't
You
got no
understand?
weapons of
Well,
mass
We just want to
destruction.
sell cheese.
Like, that's
Exactly.
it. If niggas get locked up here, we put them in like a mini apartment. We ain't got no like fucked up jail systems.
well,
Like,
well,
they just
that's the
why
fucked
we
up
can't
thing
be
about
like
it,
them.
though. No, I mean that's the fucked up thing about it, though, because if you are saying that you are like Sweden, a neutral territory, then it invites all the criminals and the outlaws to come down by your place.
No, it don't. Cause
So you
Sweden
can
ain't no
eventually.
criminal.
That's not true. Sweden is actually controlled by the highest criminals,
I
but it
would
makes
rather
it look
listen,
nice.
listen. If you telling me I get to live in a place with virtually no crime and the highest criminal control it, in order to make the place where they live crime free and everybody else shit fucked up, I might sign up for that.
You're done with that.
Can I say something? Well, and
But
then
look at it
the
like
next
this.
question is, how do they do that?
But look at it like this. If in an alternate universe, niggas got a hold of the 3 states I'm talking about, Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana, and they controlled that shit through, you know what I'm saying, some moonshining and nefarious shit, but all the streets was paved. All of the schools was top notch. People was coming out of them states as track athletes, basketball stars. You know what I'm saying? All the car factories start coming down them up. Will motherfuckers really be like,
I
oh,
agree, but
evil motherfuckers run Mississippi? We wouldn't give a fuck that them niggas bootleg liquor and do bogus shit and sell liquor to your motherfucking state and everybody get drunk in that mother. We wouldn't give a fuck what happened to your drunken out state, right or wrong.
Agreed, but at the same time, I would have to expect that you're exporting all of your contraband, all your booze, and so on. Otherwise, you say he's going to be fucked up as well. So it's an idealistic situation that's not possible.
No, listen.
But I get what you mean.
No, listen. It ain't. It listen. When
Your
the mob,
karma gonna be bad.
when the mob, listen. Karma is only bad if you believe in it. New Orleans. Do you hear what I'm saying? You gotta. Karma is something that's called correspondence in the Kabbalion.
That's false.
All of these things, bro. Listen, it's the law. It's the law of polarity. It's what you give and to give and receive. All of that shit is in the Kabbalion.
It is in there.
It's about what you. It's about what you perceive it as good and evil. Am I lying, Moon too?
No, you are not. You are
This
correct.
is why karma ain't coming to people. People just keep telling you karma because you want to put your belief on good and evil on them. They don't look at it as evil as them got to slaughter motherfuckers in order to secure their bloodline.
Well, the
None
thing
of
is,
what
karma is
they
real,
don't.
but there is a way that you could take karma off your soul. I believe it is real, but there are ways that you could take it off your soul. You
It ain't about taking it off.
Wait
your
a
soul.
minute. I gotta
Karma.
address the elephant in the room.
Y'all tripping.
What's
This
that?
nigga is talking about New Orleans, and you're clearly not from New Orleans. Yeah?
What you mean?
Who, me?
You calling
Why
him
you say-
New Orleans? He's from the Caribbean.
No, I'm talking to New Orleans. His name is New Orleans East, bro. It's more than one nigga up here.
Oh, okay.
No,
Say
he
less.
wasn't speaking to me. Yeah,
New
go on,
Orleans
get
is
it
from
back
New
on
Orleans.
track.
But like I was saying before, damn, you made me forget my train of thought. What we was talking about?
Karma
You
is
were asking New
Karma.
Orleans a
Karma
question.
is only the one who believe it in their head.
Nah, it ain't about what you believe in your head. It's about what you perceive to be right and wrong. So, if somebody was to break into 3 different people's houses, the outcome could be one person hide in the closet and call the police. Another person might yell something and run out a window or a back door. And another person might come downstairs and shoot a motherfucker dead. Right?
Mm-hmm.
The person who called the police might be a person that be like, that was so wrong. He didn't have to kill the person. He was only 17 years old. He was just trying, you feel? But that person who killed that person ain't gonna feel no karma, none of that karma that person would have felt if they would have had to do that shit. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
The person who really feel that, if they would have had to do that, they would have felt that. But the person who don't feel that way ain't finna get no karma back from that. Cause all of it, if you believe the world is what you make, who giving you the karma?
All right, go ahead, cook.
This is the question that I'm gonna ask you now, Bobby. So is karma dependent on my conscience?
You creating everything, ain't you?
So if my conscience pricks me and says, you've done wrong, D.
Ain't that what happened in real life?
Should I be subject to karma?
Bro, It's
And
your
if them
own.
cats,
It's your own guilt, bro. Listen, your own guilt drive your motive. So it's what you accept or not. You can call it. You
no,
can call it karma, or you can call it whatever. You see what I'm saying? Whatever you feel.
no, I gotta disagree with that. I gotta disagree with that because
Ooh,
you
that
must
griddle is
understand.
cooking, nigga.
What you mean?
We
You
got
disagree
smoke.
with
We
that?
got smoke.
Go ahead. I
Yeah,
want to hear
right.
it.
So as I was saying, karma is basically a law, a esoteric, a metaphysical law,
Right.
and the law is
More
not
like a
necessarily.
guideline, sir.
No,
If
it's
you
a
think
law.
of it as a
The Kabbalion
guideline,
is a law.
the negative confessions of Ma'at are more guidelines than karma. But that's another story. If karma is a law, and I
Mhm.
mean, almost every mystic from the beginning of time up to now has decreed that karma is real and it does come
Right.
around. Whether it happens to you in this lifetime or our next one, whatever the case is, the fact still remains that karma is perceived by these people, by this sect, as a law, which means it must happen. So whether you believe in it or not, whether you think that you've blocked out your conscience enough that you can't hear the guilt, then that's got nothing to do with karma.
No,
Karma is
I
still
didn't say
going to
guilt.
come around and get you. Somehow you may not see it. I'm just speaking from the philosophy of karma. This is not necessarily my personal belief, but unless I'm trying to get a good handle on it so that we could dissect it in the correct way. But I'm saying that karma will come around and get you somehow or the other. So I don't agree
But
that
hold on.
you've got
But
any
Are we?
control over it.
but listen. Here's the point.
I
Here's
don't
where
think
I
you've got any control over it apart from the fact that you can get some off of you or you
but
can
no.
relinquish it with certain things.
But here's my problem with the
Yeah,
perception
you
of
got it.
karma. If we know that the Kabbalion was all about you understanding self, mentalism, and all of these things, right? It's the
Hmm.
principles of the universe. The you and I, meaning you and me in this verse, meaning your
Hmm.
energy and my energy living in the same space. What you feel and what I feel and how it bounce off each other, correct? That's
Hmm.
all of this
Okay.
is. So that means I'm creating
Granted.
the world, you creating the world, and we all got to interact with each other. So, a
Granted.
person, so while we keep having this philosophical debate, how do these people that's in power who seem to be so evil control and maintain power and we can't seem to get it up on it, and this ain't like karma ain't coming to get these folks soon enough, and this
Oh,
and
they
that?
seem to be escaping all the time, innit?
Right,
Well, maybe
because
they know how to
we
get the karma off of them that you
wait,
could be
wait,
talking
wait.
about.
I'm not saying that they know how to get the karma off of them. I'm saying we want our karmic retribution to be inflicted on somebody else, and we don't know what's karma work both ways. So anytime I
Hmm.
hear about karma being spoken, it's always spoke like karma go come to get you, like in a negative sense. You feel what I'm saying? If somebody
Hmm.
karma is a
Okay.
karma is a wait, listen, you just said karma is a law. Based upon that, karma has no it has no bearing on what you feel or what I feel per se. You dig what I'm saying? It's
It's
almost
gonna
like
do what
Okay.
it do.
it's got a karma has to
So,
happen, just like what you just said. So I'm agreeing with all of that, but what I'm saying
mhm.
is it still has to happen based on your intent. The air gotta happen, but I can make a
All right.
motherfucking I
The
can
law
make
of
something happen.
correspondence.
I can make something happen based on in the air based on my intent, meaning I could put some fire in this
Hmm.
motherfucker and out of air hot. I could put some ice
Hmm.
up in this bitch. Now I can make it. You feel what I'm saying? The
I
thing
do.
that happened gotta happen, but my intent can determine the variables of that thing. So if my intent is I gotta do this thing in order to establish my bloodline, the karma that's gonna come back from that is what my intent wanted to be: greatness, me stepping on motherfuckers for infinite amounts of time until somebody else karma or intent is greater than that.
Okay, so karma works both ways, both negatively and positively. You can
It ain't
achieve with karma as well.
negative is a prefix of man that always get
Yeah.
put into the wrong
I
thing, just like
yeah.
darkness and light and all of that. Negative is
Right.
something that gotta happen. It's energy,
You know
positive
what?
and
Thank
negative.
Thanks for that, Pharrell, because I actually went off on a bias concerning karma, and you brought me back to balance. That's good.
That was balanced. That was beautiful. Man, that was
That's
beautiful.
facts. That was facts.
Yeah, for
We
real.
looking
But
for them to get
but
karma
what?
off some shit we would feel good guilty for. You feel me, Muntu?
Agreed.
We don't know if they would feel
We would
guilty
like to
off
get
that shit.
we would like to get back some of that good karma we put out too,
Right,
innit?
right.
No,
But
because Bobby
we
said it. It's always in a negative context. People like, oh, that's
Yeah,
karma. That's karma. But nobody say karma when it's good. Nobody.
yeah.
He man, he broke.
Oh,
Nigga, he cooked on that.
that's Jesus when it's good, innit? That's Jesus,
Yeah, that's
innit?
fact. But what he was saying was, if you selling liquor
Mhm.
to another community and you expect your community to thrive off of that, then that's probably not the right way. That shit probably gonna come back to your community.
how?
Is this
If
going
you
back to
don't
the
see
point where
nothing
if
wrong
we
with
have
that.
the three lands?
You say what?
Is this going back to the point where Bobby was expressing, if we had
Boom.
the
Yeah,
three
what we
lands,
had to do.
Mississippi,
Right.
Alabama, and so on, and
But
you could
the
do your
problem with
dirt
that
there?
is the problem with
Please
that
go.
is the guilt will have to be felt community wise. So it's almost
Mhm.
like you can say that, but at the same time, we live in a time now where it's people that's coming from South America, the South of America, in the most depraved situations. They going through political turmoil, civil war, fucked up, the way more fucked up situation than we could live in. And are we, you see what I'm saying? Do we give these people any grace? Nah. And you don't feel no way about it because you're only concerned about your need. You feel what I'm saying? So it sounds good
Yeah.
in theory, but you don't even
Mhm.
you feel so much guilt about that. Nothing in your life would tell you that you will get some karma back for not giving a fuck about if a motherfucker that's in a depraved situation can make it over here. As a league, this motherfucker go as far as say kick them out. You think they feel some type of way about that? You think it's guilt in their heart? No. And they will go on and thrive in a way that they intend to, because it's all about intent, correspondence, all of that. The Kabbalah, all of that shit still got to work with them, even if they know it or not. You just said that, right?
Mhm.
But I
And if
think
you don't believe the Kabbalion, what he's talking about, all you got to do is be real and apply the principles for your life at a time and see if it works. Because it's a reason why this 7 principles lasted this long, because everybody who apply them see that they work. This is real shit. It's real science or law. What we
Mhm.
talking about?
Mhm.
go ahead, cook. So what you saying? You actually applied the principles of the Kabbalah and got results?
Absolutely. All you got, if you live long enough and if you study them, right? They're 7 principles. He know this. Bobby know that. He brought it up. So he know this. All you got to do, and he's using a principle of it to explain what he's talking about.
I'm saying
Now,
if you looking for motherfuckers to get karmic retribution, because whether if they apply the Kabbalion or not, if you're looking for people to get karmic retribution for things you deem detestable, or you deem that karma could that only work within your constitution, because this is you living in your verse. You feel what I'm
That,
saying?
that,
You don't know the
that
energy
is
that's
indeed.
bouncing off of them.
So, I don't
You
agree with
feel what
that.
I'm
So you
saying, bro?
saying
Listen, hold on, wait a minute. It's whole mafia dons, people that have set up mafia empires that have went on to live long, beautiful lives, old age, all of that. Whether if they
Died
done
in
sent
their
out
motherfucking
hits on
sleep.
people, whether if they didn't kill people, whether if they didn't, you see what I'm saying, had to extort businesses or do all, you see what I'm saying? They deemed all of that necessary.
Mhm. Mhm.
you
Well, boy,
just
You
I've
feel what I'm
seen.
saying?
you just not familiar with their karma. But
But listen,
at some point
but
from
that's
my
a
life,
speculation. That's speculation, brother.
Yes.
Did you see what I'm saying? How can you say I'm
Agreed.
not familiar with their karma when I can only attest the things that happen to me, just like you can only attest the things that happen to you. But if we all living, but listen, if we all living in this universe here, especially within America, and certain standards have been set, we can't point at certain people and say, well, karma go come get them because they lit, bro. The game have been set up the way the game have been said. People like to always reference the Bible and all of this shit. What that shit say? You better do what the land is doing. Don't get so caught up in what I'm telling you what to do and then get off track in what's happening amongst the people, or you'll get left behind.
But
Don't think,
that don't make sense.
And I'm gonna say amen to that. Amen.
bro. Listen, everybody else. If everybody else is taking the Bible and using it as their constitution or all these other books, right? Whether if not in the literal sense or in a literal sense, they still setting up their empires in the same way. Whether it's the government or the religious sector, it's all set up the same, bro. It's all set up the same. You think they looking at that shit like it's a means of control, man? And they, bro, I'm
Right,
trying
I
to
agree
tell you,
with that. Yeah.
they're look that.
Hmm.
Go ahead, cause I'm gonna refresh my mind on the point that I was finna make about that Bible shit.
Yeah. Fuck. I'm up in here.
But they're not finna get no karma back from the
Yeah.
things that they doing, brother, because they wholly believe that everything they doing is necessary in order to mean they goals. So whatever
Well,
karma that you looking for them to reap in a negative sense ain't gonna come in the way, because it'll only come to you like that. Because that's how
all right.
you feel about that.
I
That ain't how
I
they
think it can
feel
help you
about
with
that.
this point,
And that's the
Bobby.
way they taught you to think about it too. They taught you
Right.
to
Bobby,
be.
I
They
think it can
taught you
help
to
you with this
think
point,
that you're
Bobby.
gonna feel guilty about shit. You know, when they don't feel guilty about a goddamn thing.
You know why they don't feel guilty about a goddamn thing? These big controllers, the powers that should not be, because as all the truthers and the psychos and the conspiracy theorists have been saying for these years, they tell you right up front. And if they tell you universal law that dictates that they will not be punished because they've told you what they're going to do, and they did it, and you accepted it.
And
That
look,
is
and
how they get their karma off.
my whole point about the Bible and them setting their systems up and all of this shit, what you were saying, karma. Why you think they hold so fast to these books of religion and all of that? Because this is really where we get rooted in this karma. What's the one principle that them books teach all of these different people? Your people.
Forgiveness.
No, your people.
Punishment.
No. See, that's what we take. I'm talking
Mhm.
about the motherfuckers that's operating at the
Everybody
top.
taking care of themselves.
Look out, fuck all of that sucker shit, man. Your people, the chosen people. Once you accept that whatever your people is, that's the chosen people, you move forth off that with the will of God to do whatever the fuck you need to do, right or wrong. Man,
Correct.
stop it. Karma is
And then,
forgiven at that point once you say you the chosen
dude,
people and God didn't ordain. They do what the fuck they, man. I'm okay.
there's no one more focused and single-minded than somebody doing something for God. You know that.
So they set the religion and the government up the same way. They only focus about themselves.
Okay, now he made a good
Mhm.
point when he said that because then they try to give you the Joel Osteens and TD Jakes and all this shit to
I'm
get
not
you
going
on that.
to it though.
I
My
wasn't going.
point.
Okay, all right. I apologize.
Listen to what
I
I'm
ain't trying to
saying.
go
The
that way.
point might have been missed. To back to the point of what he was saying. When you receive some karma, if you're exploiting somebody else's community, I said, bro, this is why all of that karma and all of this shit that where they even get them philosophies is rooted in these religious books, which first teach you to look out for your people,
And Bobby,
whatever that is.
respectfully,
Whatever that is,
uh,
because
we've
we
been
know
waiting.
that
We've been
Jay.
waiting.
Hold on, real T-Bay. Hold on.
We've been waiting for the last to be first, haven't we? When will the last be first? Because based on the quote unquote biblical teachings that most people will say has been 2 to 6,000. So let's just say in the middle of what 4,500, 3,500. So we've been
Mhm.
waiting quote unquote, 3,500 years for the last to be first. How much longer are we going to have to wait? Because based on that concept of karma, and by the way, I can't recall who said if a karma is not forgiven, there is no concept for karma to be forgiven. But because it's a cause and effect, so it will never be forgiven. As far as the reaction to the action. But
Right.
that's the one thing that I notice no one ever talks about is the fact that we come up with all these ideas, but if you're going to base it on any religious text, regardless, I know people like to dismiss and discount Christianity, but again, they all literally repeat each other. Then at what point will the last be first? But yet, then we have to identify who is the last. So
See?
we've been exploited as a collective since the inception of the quote unquote yet to be United States. Aren't we still waiting for our retribution as a
See?
collective? So again, it's a great talking point, but in reality, it'll never happen as long as the collective, known as the quote unquote white man, is in a position that they're in. They're going to do everything they can to keep that position. It's not going to say it never will, but we're never going to see it in our lifetime. This is never gonna happen.
Okay.
All right. Well, let me address the fact. Let me address,
Okay, go
please,
ahead.
just for a moment. Let me address what
Miss Humlin. That's her.
Humbling was saying, that karma must be paid and retributed. This is not necessarily true.
I
Let me
actually
give
didn't
you.
say that. I didn't say that. Not even close.
Well, I got the
No, she
impression
didn't
that
say
you
that.
were saying. I
No,
got the
she just
impression
said
she
it's
was
a
saying that
cause
it
and
must
she said it gotta happen because it's a cause and effect. So it ain't nothing that you
exactly
can
meaning that it's inevitable, whether it's negative or positive. It's inevitable,
but
and
the negative and positive is only based on your go ahead. Go ahead.
right. I'm gonna dispute that with an example of simply driving your car from one state to the next. For
We're not going to
you
make the
can
exception
drive
for.
from one state to a next, and you may spend 8 to 12, 13 hours driving, and you've
Mhm.
driven that entirety of the route. How many hundred of miles that route was, and you've driven that entire route until you reach the last 100 yards, and you just look out your window and make a mistake, bump the curve, and run into somebody or something. That 1 second that you looked away negates all the perfect driving that you had done for the past few 100 miles,
Uh-huh.
right?
How's that karma though?
Similarly, in a reverse way, if you've done a lifetime of bad, or you've done some bad things, and you've come to a point that you've actually had to come to make a decision to make a great sacrifice for someone else, you can remove karma this way.
Okay,
How?
so
This
since
way,
you're going to use
Okay,
exceptions
with
to
that
make the
that
rule, how can you then? If that's the case, no baby
so
should be born
Salute my
stillborn.
sister Doe
No
Eyes.
baby. Every baby should come to fruition. There should not be no child. What's that hospital, Bobby? That famous hospital for children. St. Jude should not even
St. Jude's.
exist.
Right.
It should not even exist. So based on your analogy, there would be any child that has not had an opportunity to make his decisions for his or herself should not have any suffrage whatsoever based on that analogy you just made. So we can go on somewhere with that because that's just not how it works.
uh, I don't see the similarity, but if anybody could explain it to me, I would be
No,
willing
no,
to
no.
Meaning
listen.
that what's the karma for a child to have to go through that when they've done they're innocent.
Exactly. A 6 month old baby being taken
Well,
advantage
this
of.
is
What's
the
their
thing about
karma?
karma. Karma is a topic that is not based on quote unquote this lifetime alone. This
no,
is where you got
it's only based on mind control. If you
But that's
believe
what
it
I'm
Exactly.
saying.
or don't.
Right. That's what but listen, if you say that then if you say that then you can you start to justify shit that ain't supposed to be justified. Like Sister
exactly. It
Humble
leads you
said,
into territory that
oh,
is
listen,
unmanageable.
right. Like Sister Humble just said, ain't no need for no baby to be taken advantage of. But then if we get to talking about, well, you don't know the last baby lifetime. I'm not trying to hear like I don't care what the baby
Exactly.
did
It
last
would push you
lifetime.
into a territory that is really,
Listen,
really
listen,
unmanageable. So
listen.
I
It
don't
don't
even
matter.
want to go there.
But that's my whole point. It don't matter what you did last lifetime. This a reset.
Mm,
If it's a reset, then let that
yes.
be
How you
let
explain
that,
the stuff that she's saying there?
how can I
That
explain it?
karma
That
don't exist.
it's sick adults. It's sick adults. It is sick adults that walk the earth. that
No, not
create.
even that particular
And
example. Anything bad. You know what I'm saying? Like
No,
if you
listen, I'm trying to tell you, evil and good are man-made constructs
go
based
ahead,
on the
cook.
will of man, based on the will of man. That's why I said karma and all of these things is true, but we hate to accept it when somebody feel like I really feel that if I subjugate these people or step on and create this thing, that'll be good for me. And they reap the karmic benefit of it because you looking at it because it's still what you create.
but
I don't
think
look at it as all spooky, like it's a cause and effect. Like
right.
Humblin was
That's
saying.
exactly how I feel karma is basically cause and effect. So say like if you selling them alcohol and then their kids wind up to be wild and crazy and they come back and kill your kid, is that karma or is that just a coincidence?
That's
That's some
cause and
shit that
effect.
happens.
That ain't got
That's
nothing to do with karma.
that's cause and effect,
Sounds
but
like
we can look
revenge.
at it.
I mean, that's the
We could look
same.
at
That's
if
the
they
same
come back
shit, right?
and but if they come back and do something to anybody of my people, that's because they was drunk and off they square. That what if they don't?
But say you
What
don't
if
sell
they
them
just
alcohol,
and
would
they
that
still
still
do the
happen?
same thing? Say if I don't sell them alcohol and they still do the same thing.
Well, that's a
Bobby, you already
See what I'm
said
possibility.
it.
saying?
That's
That's a
speculation. Now you
possibility.
speculating.
No, but my problem is
But what
we
I'm just
only
saying
look at it
is
as negative. You feel me, Moontu? He see how he said if I sell them liquor, they gonna come, but if I don't, they not. But what if I don't sell them liquor and they still come? Don't nobody ever want to
no,
accept that that's a part of reality too. It's a
well,
motherfucker
what if
who
they
woke up one day and just some people decided to break in their house and get to killing motherfuckers. Or it's
And that's
somebody
the part of the
that
mind control.
it's somebody that woke up one day and decided to pull up to somebody's house and just give them a bunch of money. Like all of these things happen within this thing, and that person could have been a complete ass. He could have handed the bag to a nigga that was a fucking serial killer. He don't know.
it's an interesting conversation. But
Because the
what's the difference
global,
between karma and cause and effect though? If I go out here and bust my ass,
Because it's all about what I believe. It's just like this.
there you go. Come on.
Let me give it to you like this. Sister Humlin,
That
she'll
part.
understand this. You still there, Auntie, with the feet? Where lawyer at?
Yeah, I'm sitting here.
Okay, she there. This is my perfect example of karma. Sister Humlin, you know a nigga right now that's in the streets. That nigga about the streets. This nigga been robbing his whole life, ain't never probably been caught. Anytime he'd have been caught, he done got away with shit. He just a street nigga. And you know another motherfucker that went out there and they thought they wanted to get some money like that, and they didn't understand that he made his mind up like that, and they really wasn't like their mind was like conflicted on it. And the minute that they got out there and did something, first day, boop, they got caught. That's
Cook.
karma to me. Because you really ain't want to be doing that shit. It's a nigga that could sit on the
You
block
ain't
all
about
day
that
till
life,
he
man.
50 years and sell dope and never get caught and just be and you be like, why this nigga don't get caught? He poisoned the community. That nigga don't feel no type of way about it. And this a motherfucker that can come out there
No.
first day and he locked up for the rest of his fucking life because he know in his mind he feel guilty about that shit.
Dude, I done some bad shit, bro. But at the same time, I mean, even in my own mind, in my own conscience, I had to justify it by saying, really, I had no other fucking choice. You know what I mean? I did what I did to get on. My life wasn't always easy. It was real. Like I told you, dude, I grew up in a village. I went to school barefoot. You know what I mean?
You ain't got to
And
explain it to me.
for
But what
real.
I'm saying
So,
is the
but at
only
the
karma
same
you
time,
gonna get is
I
your
always, I
confliction.
always told myself from the very beginning, because I was quite spiritual from a very early age, like 15, 16, I started on this path, you know what I mean? But at the same time, life was handed to me, if you know what I mean. So I always told myself from the very beginning, I do what I have to do to survive, to get by. And if I knew better, I would have done better. So when I reach the fucking duat and Anubis affronts me, I'm gonna say I really did what I had to do, and that is it. I ain't got no regrets for shit. You hear? So do what you gotta do. And that's kind of the philosophy that I live with for
Why
a
we
while.
always think it's gonna be somebody else?
I don't know, bro. This shit kind of hard, bro.
Don't you know that, bro? Listen, what make you think you finna leave out of here and meet somebody else except you?
Well, like I told you from the very beginning, we all started with Christianity,
Woo!
Jesus. We always believed that there was something out there watching us or something, which in the first place, I always was pissed off because I never liked the idea of some dude watching every single move I make, you know what I mean?
But then
So with
that go back to the point where the brother New Orleans was making that philosophy. If you want to believe it or not, it form of control, government, and all of that shit helps with leadership election. It helps with reinforcing the idea that you need a leader. You need an overseer. You need you yourself are not worthy enough to handle
Exactly.
yourself. So you
Exactly.
need to give all of
Bobby,
your fucked up shit and all of that to somebody else who more worthy to handle it.
And
Bobby,
then that way you can
yeah,
blame them for your
yes, I got.
shortcomings and
There
every
you go.
bad decision you make.
Bobby.
Yep.
There you
I
go.
don't
Go
know.
ahead, Zeb.
Basically, get myself in the mind frame
What's
to do what
good,
you're
brother?
gonna do, innit?
What's good with it,
Yeah, you
Zeb?
got it though. Go ahead. I can mute up for a while.
I hear you, Zeb. Go ahead, gang.
Woo! Woo! Cooking.
Nobody still haven't shown me an organization that was successful without a leader.
Okay, now let's cook. Let's cook. Let's talk about
Now,
it.
what happened, Zeb? Did
Wait,
your
hey,
mic go out? Hold on,
Bobby,
real quick.
can you do me a small favor? Can you put the bubbles up of everybody who's talking? So that way
Okay,
I
hold on.
can, yeah,
There we
just for a
go.
moment.
Let
Yeah,
me
so we
take this.
kind of see
No,
who's.
let me take this down since we got everybody on here that's been vetted and all of that shit. Salute everybody. Salute out
Yeah,
there.
if anybody want to hit the cash app,
Yeah, shout out to the nigga.
the super
It's the
chat's there
shit.
too.
It's the
Trying to find
shit
the super chat.
show.
That's right. That's right.
Y'all can hear me?
Oh yeah, we hear you
Yeah,
loud and
yeah,
clear,
yeah.
Zeb.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh no, I was. Y'all can y'all still hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, gang. Go
Shout
ahead.
out to the
Yeah.
panel.
No, I was just saying. I was
Nobody
just
do what you do.
trying to tell this brother that Aleister Crowley once quoted that magic is like science and art. You know what I
Oh,
mean? So it's like,
Okay, come on. Keep on cooking. Come on. Don't
you
leave
know
us
what I mean?
let,
hanging.
So
let,
it's
Keep
let
like,
on
me let
going.
me help you out with that. Let me help you out with that. It is said that any technology sufficiently advanced is indistinguishable from magic. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, I'm just trying to go with what Bobby's saying. Like, you don't like karma is just
Mm,
what you want it to be. You can't, like, you know
okay.
what I mean? That don't mean nobody, like, that don't make it real for somebody else. Like, you know what I
All
mean?
right.
You can't,
Mm,
like,
well, that is
if somebody
debatable,
don't
my
believe in
friend.
karma, you know what I mean? You can't give them karma or
That is
give,
debatable.
you can't.
Okay, speaking of debatable, I just have to ask a question, and I could be wrong, but it sounds like
Come to the
you're
mic,
trying.
sis. Please,
You're
please, please.
is this any better?
Yeah, that's better,
He
Hummer.
did he experiencing
Okay.
karma?
All right. So it sounds like, and I'm not saying on one specific person, but just the thought process of karma. It sounds like you're trying to attach it to a specific action or a specific ideology when it's actually reciprocated every day. Because we can attest to anything that may happen is advantageous to us every day is a karma, but then we have to
Right.
determine from what. If I get a flat tire, is that karma because I gave somebody the middle finger the day before? Or is it something that my mother did 10 years ago? Was it something that I did 100 years ago? So every day it's karma that we exist and live in. There's never no way to pinpoint and say specifically this is the action of that reaction to that action to
Right.
this, that, and the other. So unless I'm missing something, I could be out there first one to admit it. It sounds like we're looking to concretely say, oh, this is karma versus that is karma, versus that is versus that's not.
Oh man, that was so balanced. That was superior balance.
Facts. But I
Because every
I
day
was
when I look
trying
at
to
my
see
bank
was
account and it
karma
don't say
good.
billion, what
Balance
karma is
it.
that from?
There
Balance
you
is
go.
every thought with its opposition, because the marriage of them is the destruction of illusion.
There we go.
Aleister Crowley he was on different timing, man. He was trying to tell people the truth. Like, it was so, like,
No,
you
like
got,
I mean, she made not she made it simple to
Yeah,
understand.
that's what I'm saying.
Like
She made it simple,
all this
but I feel like this dude
curmudgeon
needs
and
it.
bullshit. Like that was a simple explanation. That
No,
was
no, no,
beautiful.
no. The sister made it simple. I'm telling this dude like that's trying to be debatable, like that. There is no debate. There were people before him that already told us that there's no debate about reality. There is
Okay,
no
let
debate.
me give it
Like
to
you know,
you like this.
there, like it,
New Orleans, you still there?
Yeah.
Okay, because you kind of gave the example of this leadership thing, as far as like the pyramid, right, and somebody being on top, correct?
Right. Right.
Now, my point within that same construct, an example was leadership within the pyramid can always look that way, but power never looks that way when you look at how these real government systems, especially America, move. So if you look at America, right, as that pyramid, right, let's just say today you're looking at America as a pyramid. Let's say right now Donald Trump is the head of the pyramid, right, that we call America, the government, United States of, right.
Right.
The power that he holds at the top does not trump the power that it, and I'm talking about strictly within the governmental sense, the power that the people on levels below him hold. Right or wrong, Humble? If
Yeah,
you go,
absolutely.
let's say if we go down 10 levels and that's the Supreme Court, they hold more power than the person at the top. If you go down another 5 levels and say you're dealing with the Teamsters, they hold more power than that nigga. Then just say you're dealing with just the corporate. You feel what I'm saying? That's the
And
point
actually,
of the.
Bobby, just to go to said, technically, by definition, the Supreme Court is the ultimate head, and that's not even one. They have a chief
There we
justice,
go. Let's go.
but technically, that is the head.
See,
Technically, they don't write law; they interpret law, which becomes law or changes law, and they do have the control over the office of the presidency. But when it
yeah, they
comes to
could
the
get him up
actual
out of there.
signing, exactly. So in that sense, if we were to put a quote unquote name on it, then it would be the what 9 seated people right now. And
And
because
that's
there's an
9
imbalance
people.
based on left and right, it's technically 5 people because of the right leaning or quote unquote conservative leaning um, court. So technically, it's 5 people, realistically,
But Humlin, that was
as
my
of this
point to his
conversation.
but Humlin, that was my point to his leadership claim at the beginning. By the time you get to the point where you electing a leader, it's so many other checks and balances in place for anything. Like if any, like we're not just gonna hand all the power. We've seen Nazi Germany. You feel what I'm saying, Humlin? Like we've seen how these things work out. Nobody's doing that no more. It's no more Mussolini's. That shit is,
True.
that dictatorship shit is dead. It's so many
Hey,
checks and balances, even with Trump. That's why all these people up here that's so riled up, whether it was for Trump or Kamala, they don't understand the checks and balances that's in front of these people. They just can't go do what the hell they want to do. The people that's below them, quote unquote, have held their positions way long. Some of them lifetimes. I don't think that you can't even get a Supreme Court judge off. That's a lifetime position. I think they gotta die.
oh yeah,
Correct.
yeah, they gotta
Correct.
die. That's a
I
fact.
mean, they can be
Like when they,
impeached.
Well, that's what I'm
Hold on, they
saying. They
can
can't.
be impeached, but
They
you're
that's the
right. They
only way
have
you could get
to,
them out.
yeah,
They have to do something
but only
nefarious.
their
It ain't
peers
nothing
can
that.
impeach them.
But that's my whole point. They're not. Once they get in there, they're in there. Ain't no every 4 years we finna vote on a Supreme Court judge and all.
correct. Yeah,
Once you're
position
on the Supreme Court, you're on there.
At
So
all.
when you say,
At
so
all.
even in that example, that's what I'm saying, New Orleans. When you look at people who are the lead, they ain't the lead. When you look at England,
correct.
they say the dude that run the parliament, he the lead, but they still got the queen and the king over there that's doing stuff and they claim it's for show and all of that. You don't think they got power?
I, my point is, let's set up something similar to in the black community. Y'all saying we don't need none of that, right?
No, no. The first question is we have to
Do you
determine
know
what is the
wars and blood
community.
was shed?
We haven't
Oh, I'm
even
sorry.
answered that. Oh no, you're fine. I was just saying again, and it's really rhetorical, but we still haven't decided, quote unquote, what the community is. Because again, remember in the beginning when I came on, I gave 3 examples. what's important to me may not be to you, and to vice versa. Again, we have different ages, we have different socioeconomic situations. So obviously, someone, shut up, Bobby, that's older like myself, is not going to have the same issues that someone half my age will have. So in order to even decide what the community is, we have to decide what is going to be the community and what's going to be the agenda for the community. Not saying one is any more than less. I'm just saying we have to define and determine what the community is.
I'm gonna be
Well,
honest.
well, okay.
Black people.
Go ahead. Be honest. Go ahead.
I'm 22 years old, and black people don't really want that, bro. Like, I know black people that don't even call themselves black. Yeah, they make like I know Native Americans that I know indigenous people. That's what I'm saying. The problem is it's not just about white on black. So when you say a community thing, it's just a community of the people with less need to come together. But a lot of these people, whatever color they are, and they in the lower bottom of the total pole, they're not really. They just try and get themselves right. You know what I mean? And that's what goes back to karma. You know what I mean? If I work on myself, then how can I be receiving anybody else's karma? I'm doing what I was supposed to do. You know what I mean? I'm focused on what I had to do, not what anybody else.
Can I get in real quick?
Sure, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Can I get in? Point taken, but I really want to address Humbling's point about different small communities, making themselves into groups or sects and so on for their own good, which is admirable, which is commendable. However, when that happens, you may be able to organize yourselves in small groups, whether they're towns, villages, even small cities. The fact of the matter remains that you will have to speak to a higher power in order to achieve greater or loftier goals. My point being that all your small communities or your small kibbutzes or your small communities will have to actually arrange themselves into some kind of pyramidal order in order to address the higher powers. So this is a kind of a conundrum,
I agree. You got to organize.
We still in the same system, you know what I mean?
That's my point.
Yeah, when you say higher
So y'all
power,
could discuss
no
that.
more specific. I just want to make sure I don't want to assume what you mean when you say higher power. Are you referring to a spiritual higher power or an actual individual?
No. I'm referring to the powers that are on the land, which would be the powers of law, the authority of law, and proclamations, whatever the case is.
Muntu, I'm not disagreeing with you there, but again, like Sister Humlin was saying, and I was saying earlier, today I feel like this. Black people fantasize leadership as this singular superhero. Like when you hear about Malcolm X or Martin Luther King and all, and you don't take consideration Abernathy or Medgar Evers, or you know what I'm saying, Sister Betty Shabazz, or even wait a minute, or Angela Davis and all of that. You don't take
the preacher in New York.
You don't even take in consideration Malcolm X's auntie and his sister. You know what I'm saying? Like the people that actually raised him in the house. Like look into their story. You feel what I'm saying? We keep thinking that it's just this superhero figure that's doing something. So I'm agreeing with you, Muntu, that even in a small community, right, even in a small community setting, if we wanted to address a high power, it would take some type of functioning of unionship, which will require checks and balances, which will require people coming to sit at the table, then those people being voted on, then it be a check and balance. So we can't have this ambiguous idea of power. You feel what I'm saying, Muntu? Nowadays, it's just like that's the leader of the black people, and it's an ambiguous idea of power of what they really supposed to do. Like, what do you do? You just show up when a nigga get beat up by the police, when a motherfucking like, you feel what I'm saying? What is the what's the ain't no foundation to begin with, so they could just show up and keep taking this ambiguous title and just monetize off of it.
Mhm.
So it ain't no
That's
point
what they
in.
do,
That's
Bobby.
So my point
basically
is.
the
So my
point I
point
was
is this:
making.
it ain't no point in electing no leader right now, Muntu. It's the same idea I gave if we all on the panel was creating Facebook. It's no point in talking about a CEO right now. We need to foundate the idea before we so far away from an idea of of outsourcing this whole thing to a CEO to run the day-to-day functions. That's like, you see what I'm saying? We need to just
Mm-hmm.
build it first. Then by the time we get to trying to figure out a leader like a president or something, you got a country to lead by then, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Well, number
I agreed. I'm only making the point that in order for um, smaller organizations to gain proper representation amongst authorities, it will eventually end up in being a pyramidal management, not a pyramidal scheme, but it will be a pyramidal management because it won't be like if five groups decide to address a particular situation at a particular council. Well, the council is not going to listen to five different groups from the same group. Sorry to say that,
Exactly.
but
No,
it makes sense.
nobody's
no,
no. I
because now,
understand that.
but you're speculating because we know there ain't no 5 councils of
Nobody
nothing in
listen.
America right now.
Mm,
Nobody is debating that, Muntu, but we're still saying within that pyramidal structure is
mhm,
the concept of the pyramid is always viewed as the top is where the power lie. And I'm saying you get to define the parameters of any pyramid.
This is
So
where
when
I
they
agree with
so
you.
right. So when you
This is
send the
where we are in
president,
agreement.
so the president gets sent over to, if the United Nations need to have a meeting, they send over the president or a diplomat or whoever. It ain't even got to be the president half the time, right?
All right.
They could just send a diplomat. They could say, this is the person we designate to go up, and he's the leader of that.
All right. Well, let me land your
And it's
plane for you in the grand scheme of things. Let me land your plane for you. If the president of a construction company decides to do something factor and the workers at the lower end or even in middle management have to take a hit, nobody likes this, right? If middle management goes down, so let's say he's running a construction company, the bulk of his investment, the bulk of his work, the bulk of his labor is with the construction workers, the guys that lift the blocks, bend the steel, push the sand, that kind of thing. And there are way more construction workers that they are management or
but here go
supervisory
the but
roles.
You are
here
You
go my
speculating
pushback.
understand?
and you're flip
So
Oh, wait,
flopping,
wait, wait,
nigga. We
wait,
maybe
didn't
wait, wait,
land
wait,
no
wait,
plane.
so
wait,
study it.
wait. Muntu,
Okay,
here go
study
my
it. The
pushback to that.
foreman over the laborers, who's got
I agree
way
with
more
that.
staff than anybody else. He's
I
actually
agree
got
with
more
that.
power.
But listen, he does have more power, right? He does have more
Hmm.
power. And guess what else he has? More responsibility. Here's the difference, Muntu. Here's the difference. Let's let's take your example and then let's spread the responsibility evenly. Everybody listening, New Orleans, Humlin, Zev, T-Bay, let's spread the responsibility evenly. I'm the foreman, right? Y'all all work under me. So
Okay.
this is what we finna do, Humlin. Instead of me being the president and making this salary and then y'all taking a hit, we finna pay everybody equally. I'm finna get paid what everybody get paid, except when it come time to buy supplies and all of that, everybody got to chip in. Right, Humlin? Because that's the way it should work in this euphoric utopian way, right? We all get paid
And
the same. So
that
now
is
when so
euphoric as
now
fuck.
when it comes time to have to buy the supplies and all of that, Muntu, you got your money because we gotta buy. You know what I'm saying? Because you just work,
Hmm.
Muntu. But now since
Hmm.
we equal now, so now like when it comes time to buy all this supply, yeah, the shit that I worry about as the foreman, now that gotta become your worry too. Now I'm finna be hitting you up like, bro, I need your W. We gotta get wood, we gotta get nails, we gotta get wood. You got
Yeah.
that $30,000?
Everybody got to pitch in.
It don't work like that though.
Do it
No,
work that way
It
too?
don't work like
no,
that. Ain't
no.
never worked
Listen,
like that.
seriously.
Ain't
I'm
never
about to
gonna
tell
work
you.
like
Listen,
that.
come on, dude. Listen, Bobby. As much as I hate to admit it, I actually gotta agree with you. I like debates that I could win, but you got me on a point. Listen to this, and
No, because he made it
this is
simple.
actual history. The people in Scotland, when Johnny Walker was under problems and going into debt and so on, all of the workers in the factory, in the industry, were offered the chance to buy shares in Johnny Walker and benefit from its proceeds if it was to get back on the market. And they all did. They all did.
There you go.
Johnny Walker is 20 or 25 years later booming. And all those motherfuckers rich. You hear me?
The first workers, not the
But
motherfuckers
they
that's
did
working
that
out.
over here. It's called Microsoft over here. They did the same thing over here. They did the
Bro,
same
don't do
thing.
that. Bro, listen,
Okay. Okay.
Muntu, listen. They did that with Facebook too. I got a home. Well, not my. It's my cousin's. My cousin best friend. He was he worked for Facebook when they first
Mm-hmm.
started. Was one of the coders and all of that. Before they even like when they was just doing the shit where you had to be a college student.
Mm-hmm.
When that shit blew, and you know what I'm saying, they ain't had the money to pay motherfuckers like that, and it was like, hey, you could just get a piece of the company and all that, and all them people took all them first motherfuckers paid. That nigga ain't got to work no more ever.
Then
You feel me? But now the
I
motherfuckers
do.
that's coming in now, they not. So I'm not saying it can't work that way. I'm saying that once it worked that way, the people who got paid off of that, they usually just go and chill. They not looking to do nothing and then to go create nothing else. You feel me? They chilling now because the motherfuckers that's really looking to create and do shit only be a few.
Agreed.
Okay, let's cut this shit. Here's where the line gets crossed. The fat meets the rubber. In the society that we live in, America. We're in America and we're talking to each other right now. What happens is you got a public persona where you're dealing with the government, and you got a private part of yourself. Now, what we don't know is what the Donald Trumps and they be like, oh, he did this, he did that. Well, he's operating from a different part, what you don't know. And here's where the problem in lies. That when you're dealing with the government, they're running this shit. And all of us, if you got a social security number and you use it to get most, and we own YouTube right now, so you're doing that, right? But you don't have to do that. And the problem is the private part of what you're dealing with this government and the public part. Public part, you're a slave. Private part, you do what you want to do. And that's now I land my plane right there. Figure it out.
Mm-hmm. Well, anyone can address that. I'm taking a break.
You just got to be able to play both sides. You dig? Like that's how you survive. But when you get good at the private side, you ain't got to play the public side no more. You know. But my point is, for as leadership, you can't move right if you gotta address everybody. Like if I got a team and I gotta ask everybody on the team every time we gotta make a decision, we not gonna be efficient. You know what I'm saying? And the other team just moving based off of a general consensus, based off of, we know this guy know our best. He gonna take care of our best interest. You know what I'm saying? And if he don't, we just gotta remove him. So I'm saying,
But it's easy. It's easy to say that, right? But even on the team, everybody input has to be taken into account. It may be one person that convey that, like in a basketball sense. If we drawing up the play, everybody get to say where they want to be at, who they should be on. I can't really stick this man switch here. The person that got to convey that usually on the court is the point guard. They the one that got to see it through. So that would be considered the leader. That don't mean that they got all the power though. You see what I mean? That's just the position that they in.
That's
we
true.
gotta get
They the leader
around
for the
Man.
play.
being,
They the
yeah,
leader for the
being,
play.
yeah,
Yeah,
being
leader for the
scared of
play.
giving
Yeah, I
somebody a
They're
feel
not
little
that.
bit of
they're the
power.
leader for the play, but the play might not be. The play ain't gotta be for them.
But he
Nothing.
got
That's
the
what I'm
power
saying.
at the moment.
No, listen. We keep saying he got the power. He don't got the power. He does not have the power.
So if I get the ball, and I gotta pass the bitch, I got the power to not do that. I got the power to shoot it.
And the coach go, time out. Get your ass off the
I
court.
bet
You're
you
not
better
the
not
leader.
trick that
You're not the
motherfucker.
leader no
The
more.
team wanted
You're
him to
not the
do.
listen. Time out. You're
Somebody
not the
gotta
leader no more. You see
ball.
how it work when you ain't got the
Everybody
power,
can have
right
the
or
ball.
wrong. This what I'm talking about. Real checks and balances, Muntu.
But
You
this
want to
nigga
get out
dealing with
there
is
and
called
be a leader
sedition.
and do what the fuck you want to do and not do what we
No,
telling you to do.
what he's dealing with is something
Get
called
the fuck up outta
sedition.
here. You can get up out of here because you think just because you got the ball in your hand that you
Time
run
out.
shit.
Time out.
Time out.
That's what
Get him
point.
on the bench, and if he talk too loud in the locker room, you not even gonna be on the team no more. This how it work in reality.
Right, and that's what we need. We don't
But
need
that's
to
what.
just
But to my point, that nigga's not the leader.
But he is what you gonna call him then? What would you call him? And we could call him that instead of leader.
Listen, leader is a listen. We could put leader. We could use leader as a placeholder, right? Because I'm not so hung up on the term leader. I'm really debating. I'm really debating the magnitude of the power it holds.
Right.
That's where me and you getting caught up at.
Right.
So when a person say leader, motherfucker, Muntu, if we go out if you go out with a 6 niggas could go out on a platoon and they say this the leader of the platoon, that don't mean that's the coldest nigga in the platoon.
No, it does
That
not.
don't mean that.
It's a real
That don't
Rambo
mean
in
that.
that platoon that'll get out there and go crazy. You just the person that's just, hey, we going here, like, but that's not
He knows some spots, man.
Yeah,
That's
that ain't
all.
just diminishing your responsibility. That's just saying
And if
that
he's smart, he gonna consult his team. Like,
there
nigga,
you go.
what y'all think we ought
Yeah,
to do?
all
What
right,
y'all
that's
think we
exactly
should
the
do?
point I
Right.
was coming to. I was about to come to that point because if I rolling with some niggas, man, there ain't no leader. We all decide where the fuck we going and that's it. You know what I mean? There ain't no leader.
But one of them niggas driving a car though.
Yeah, but he ain't the leader. If he decides to get fucked up or he decides the party is not good enough for him and he wants to leave, go. I won't do it because there's a railroad or die nigga. I won't do it. No, I mean, even if the party
And
shit to me,
we
I
need a
might just
driver.
go outside
We
and
don't
kick it
need
a
no
little
leader.
bit until guys come out.
We need
But
a
I
driver.
won't go home and leave them.
Yeah.
For real.
And what I'm saying is a drive.
You know what? Let me tell you the
do we
real
need?
definition of a leader,
No,
right?
we don't
This
need
is
a
what a
driver.
leader is. I'm going to tell you the real definition of a leader. A leader is the captain. A real captain says, when the chips are down, give the ball to me. I'm going to get it home. Give it to me. That's a real leader. That's a captain. Knows what to do. Give the ball to me when the chips down. You could do that.
That's what I'm
All
saying.
right.
Who that is?
Okay.
What?
That's a myth.
Okay, because
That's
after
a
you
myth.
say
Come
that,
on.
That's the
because after
Superman shit I'm talking about. That's the
yeah,
Kobe
that's the
shit.
Superman shit. Yeah, yep, that's
That
a coach
shit
speak.
don't
That's
happen
coach
in
speak.
reality like that.
It don't happen like that.
That shit
It
do
don't.
happen like that, bro.
No, it
Y'all
don't.
No,
It
no.
do,
Okay,
bro.
hold on. Wait a minute. It
We all
might
got
happen
different
like that.
experiences,
But
yes.
guess what?
y'all
Okay,
true.
hold on.
I'm
Wait.
talking
No,
about
this,
on the magnitude of what we talking about. Where is it happening like that?
Everywhere.
So we can all still stay talking and stop, and we don't argue. Let's call it 50-50. Okay, it happens sometimes like that, and sometimes it don't. Now we got level playing ground. Yes, everybody can agree to that. Sometimes it happen like that, sometimes it don't. Because there's some people on here that know that's bullshit, and I guess for some people, I mean, you gonna tell me a story where that happened? I guess what you getting ready to say because we don't believe you. So
I can
now,
tell you
I
what
here we
happened
could.
go.
right now. Bobby was
I
in his
could,
house.
but it'll just lead us into
Bobby
story
was in his
time. You know what I
house,
mean? This is
and
not that.
and he had to make a decision. You know what I'm saying? And he the leader, and that's it. If everybody in the house was like, "Nah, we doing it," ain't shit gonna get done. You know?
Wait a minute. I'm not the leader. I have a wife.
Well, your wife's the
So
That's what
leader.
I'm
me and
saying.
her have to
You sounded super glazy, bro.
Who the leader?
no. I'm not the leader of her. We could, bro. This ain't no dictate. Me and her sit down and we go over what should happen. She got her thoughts. I got my. If I wanted a motherfucker or had somebody who just went along with what I went along with, how many ships get crashed like that? That
You
ain't
got
how
two
it's supposed
leaders
to go.
then.
No, it ain't no two leaders. It's one person that's going out there doing the action, and two people that's coming together to two or more people that's coming together. When the relationship is two people. In any other situation, it could be more people, but you still got a figurehead or somebody that go out there and enact the action. So they're just like um you need food from the grocery store. What
But
we need
don't you
from the grocery
consult?
store.
But don't
Right.
let's just say you
Wait.
is it.
No, listen. I'm not the leader just because I'm the motherfucker that go to the store and pay for the groceries. We sit down. What we need from the store? We need this. We need that. Oh, we don't need that. We go over everything we need. Then I get a list. I get up, go get that. That don't make me the fucking leader.
Well, if you
It
don't
don't.
want to be a
It
leader, you
don't.
know what I'm saying?
No,
Okay,
but
and you know what?
Ain't
You know what,
nobody can
Bobby?
make you a
Okay,
leader.
I gotta
But
say this. You've been
listen,
talking
if
about all this
and
time,
people letting you
and I
lead,
have
you
not
ain't getting
heard one of these men say that they're the leader of their own damn household. It is no
right.
disrespect.
I'm the leader of
I'm
my
just saying, I
household.
have not heard anyone say that. I'm just saying. So again, if you can't start in your own
hey,
damn home,
listen,
how can we have anything
if I came up
community?
with the crime,
Because
I'm the leader,
I ain't gonna
man.
say that because I'm not. I share the household.
Well,
That's
If I
what my
came up
whole.
with the
But this
crime,
been my
I'm
whole
the
point from
leader.
the jump, though, Humlin. You can't even lead a household because it take a symphony of people to make the shit function, and everybody, like a house. Listen, a household. If you talk about a real functioning one, you got two people that like. If you looking at it in what we call the quote unquote idealistic American way, right, Humlin? You got two people that come together, right? Now you got all the day ideas mixed in. Then you got they families, you know what I'm saying? Her side of the family, your side of the family. Do you think somebody could be the leader over that situation? Ain't no leaders.
Nah, I'm gonna talk
How
for
can
it.
you
Look,
Well,
lead? How
they're
can you
only
lead?
I
okay.
had cams coming from my engine, and my woman told me you can just take that money that you was gonna get them cams for, and you can get the AirPods for the daughter, nigga. And I was like, what?
Huh?
What? I've been waiting on this. I was saving for this. No, we gonna do this for Christmas. Get them AirPods. Oh, okay.
You want to hear something real, Bobby?
Oh,
Go ahead. Loyal, you need to hit the link, nigga. All that
no, no,
Listen,
let me
right?
say
talking
chat.
in the chat.
My mom, my
Chatty
mom,
Patty. What up, Thunder Sound? What up with it, Dark Matter? Go ahead, man.
my mom is the matriarch for my family. And we've got about 60 people in it. And my mom is the matriarch, and I mean that in every sense.
Mm,
When big decisions are supposed to be made for the family, she will make them. If any of the
right.
younger sisters or anything need to buy land, do financial stuff, you know what I mean? She would be the consultant. She's actually a justice of peace now, so she's, got some authority within the system as well. And she is the matriarch. She decides when there are family functions. She basically decides who comes and who doesn't come.
right.
Honestly,
The point
Think
ain't
about this,
if a
bro.
woman or man could be a leader. The point is, do we
Okay,
need a
so
leader?
what? Okay, she doing that. Well,
No,
you make the
no, no.
point.
Listen. This one thing that I hear, motherfucker. Everybody's especially today, everybody concept of leading, especially within a relationship, is kind of based on this stereotypical 1950 what a man supposed to do, which I've expressed in many of our other conversations that's the softest generation, and them niggas made it look like they had to work hard and be all manly and shit and all of that, and that shit count. But that's neither here or there. Plus, they ain't giving. They always want to make it seem like the woman just sat at home. Nigga, my granny worked. Everybody who I knew, granny and all that shit worked. Women was working back then, just like how they working now. So that shit cap too.
That
You see
part.
what I'm saying? I don't want to hear all that women's movement
that's big
bullshit. That's
facts, though.
white. That's
Okay, so
white women. That's white women shit. Your granny always been working. You hear me, New
who did?
Orleans? So all that women's movement shit. That's some white women shit at best.
Yeah,
Your
my
granny
grandmother
always,
worked.
my granny always worked. Granddaddy too. We always had a two
Dude,
parent working
women in
household.
America started working from in it World War One or World War Two. Because all the men were shipped off.
Muntu,
All
stop.
right, sorry. All right,
We
man.
keep saying women in America. Black women been
women get
working as
forced
long
into
as
leadership
black
roles.
men been working in America since we've been slaves in this motherfucker. We gotta stop that cap.
I ain't got no
Yeah,
smoke for that,
it's
though.
been a
Cap, nigga.
partnership, bro. It's been a
Everybody
That's
taught
been
me
a
partnership
how to fight,
partnership
nigga.
from the
Whooping
jump.
nigga
all
ass.
the time. It's been a partnership the whole time. That
Right.
colonial shit is where they get that leader and shit from.
There
That
you go.
overseas shit. They came over here saying that we have to lead each other because they were followers from the beginning. I mean,
We ain't
why
had
would
no motherfucking
a
leaders
large group of people pack up all their shit and go to another land? It's because they was following somebody. That's why they come over here. They following somebody. Somebody told them, "Come on, follow us. It's better over here than it is over there." But they lied to
Hold
them.
up. And when you talking that good shit, this must be the land. This gotta be. It must be. Well, we at because everybody want to come here.
Facts. I'm trying to tell you.
I think they tricked. This is the land for us. This is not the land for everybody. You see how when people come here, they get stagnant. They get stagnant. You see what I'm saying? They don't really do what they want to do when they get here. Like there's some immigrants that come here, integrate, and then they try to change shit the way they want it to be back home. And they always fail. It's like a failure on their behalf. Yeah, they make money, they get rich and shit, but at the same time, they're trying to make something that's already made here. You can't change this shit. The partnership that men and women had over here was because they had independence. That's why they had a partnership. Other countries, they don't have independence. So they have to look for the strongest motherfucker, even if he the dumbest, and be like, lead us. And then he end up getting them all killed because once he's done, then they all left out in the cold. So that leadership is played out.
I recognize that voice. Now here's what's going on again, and it's going to happen again if we don't. We're talking about it right now. It's going to happen again, which is this. Which is they're gonna try to make us forget. Like, look, every time we get closer to the truth, to figuring out what the fuck really happened over here.
Why we need to figure that out though? That's what I'm. Come on,
Bobby.
don't do that.
It's because
T-Bay.
You know why we gotta figure it out.
I won't do that. What am I doing, bro? Here's all I'm saying.
Right though. He's right though. You know why we gotta figure it out? Because a motherfucker figured out how to make us forget.
It don't matter. Listen. This is what I'm saying. Listen to me. Bro, listen. You know bogusness though, don't you? You know what's right from wrong, right or wrong, loyal, right?
Not when it comes from the trust.
Hold on, wait. No, that's what I'm saying. But the trust, that's what I'm saying. You gotta be Cat Williams, you gotta be in tune with your star player yourself. If you in tune with yourself, then you know, bro, it could be a child that was kidnapped. And if them people treating it wrong and all of that shit, that motherfucker figure that shit out. Like, hold on, wait a minute.
What if they treat them right though? What if they treat them
good?
Then
they go live their life wonderfully.
Because that's how the bullshit starts. It always starts with candy. You see what I'm saying?
Bro, then they go live their life. But this is my whole point. But you making my point. If motherfuckers came over here and kidnapped a generation of people and treated them wonderfully, we wouldn't. Do you think niggas would be complaining?
I think they
did. Of course we would not.
That's what I'm saying. You say, don't do that shit. Slavery is not wonderful, nigga. Stop it.
Look, let me tell you something about slavery. Slavery.
You better nope. I'm finna mute your mic. If you tell me anything wonderful about slavery,
I'm not telling you shit wonderful about it.
I'm sorry, man.
Like this.
Let me mute my mic.
If I want you to work for me, what's the best way to get you to work for me? Dangle a reward in your face.
Bro,
that's anybody.
Beat a motherfucker.
That's natural.
Look,
that's a natural reaction.
You can't beat a motherfucker to work. You can't beat him to work. Eventually, you're gonna
how did your statement got something to do with slavery then?
Okay, because slavery wasn't with the whip, nigga.
It was like
It was
with the
not.
whipped
It was
cream.
not. They lied about that. I agree with him.
It was with the
Man,
whipped
if y'all
cream,
don't get
nigga,
the
and the
fuck out of
cherry
here.
on top. It's with the whipped cream and cherry
So
on top.
niggas
That's why.
did all of that out there for free for whipped cream pies.
Hold up.
Hey,
Let try
niggas
this.
work.
Try this one.
Niggas work
Try this one.
because
Here it is. Here it is, right here in front of your face. It's the same thing, but it's 2024, 2025. Y'all see it. We all be on YouTube. If y'all don't let these motherfucking immigrants don't be in your face and get this motherfucking $4,000 from the president and shit like that. It was the same type of shit.
How was that the
They just
same?
made you come in.
that's peanuts, bro. That's
This the
peanuts.
problem. Okay, listen. You telling me?
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute, bro. There's more slaves on the planet right now than there was ever back then.
Workers, you mean workers?
No,
you mean
no,
more
no, no.
workers?
Nah,
more
nigga,
employees?
slaves.
Ain't no
Slaves.
slaves, man.
Slaves,
What's
people
with
with
that
them
shit?
passport
Okay,
confiscated.
here we
People
go.
don't
Show
even
me a
have a
slave.
fucking passport.
Wait, bro.
Show
I'm
me a
talking about,
slave,
People
and I'll
sent
show you a nigga with a savings.
bro. Listen. Don't you
in
know
the
right
horror
now?
movie. Are you
Don't,
using words with me? You using words with
bro,
me?
listen. Don't you know right now within the Middle East is one of the biggest slave trades going on right now from Somalia and all the northern African countries. Not let
Bobby,
alone.
this is 10 years no, Bobby. 10
Let
years no,
alone
this
right. This
happening.
10 years now.
That's good.
This 10 years. This been going on for the past 10 years, and the world community has not addressed it. Along with the situation genocide that's going on in the Congo right now, with 3 million people displaced,
And I'm
and they're
sure
going
you
over
know
there
why they have not
picking them
addressed it.
people off right now because that's
I'm
why the
positive you
resources
know
at,
why
man.
they've not addressed it.
That's where the
That's
resources at.
that's
So
not
we
what the
need to
resources
exploit them
are.
resources.
Alright, okay.
Resources all over this bitch.
Well, when you
Resources
talk about, I'm
everywhere.
talking about the highest concentrations of the things that they need to run they little cell towers and cell phone companies and all that. This is where
Right.
you find some of the highest concentrations of
This,
loyal. Okay, you
this,
want to
this
put
is
it like
where you
that?
You're
find
right, but
cobalt.
look.
This is where
It's
you
not
find
about the
cobalt.
resources why they over there with them people making them work.
Then
It's
why
where
do
they
they
got the
keep building
cheapest.
mines?
It's why they got the cheapest labor, where you got people
Yes,
willing to
because
work
it's
for a
free
little bit of
labor.
nothing.
It's free
It's
labor. It's
not the
slave.
cheapest
They
labor,
are
bro.
not
It's
free
Slave
labor,
slave
labor.
bro. Look,
labor.
It's
unless them
slave
people.
The
labor.
fuck?
Okay, let me give
Slave.
you an
Francis
example why.
Ngannou told
Cheapest
you he was a
labor?
bro. It's a
Let me
nigga
tell you
No.
right.
why.
Bro, it's a nigga
Can
right
I
now that's a
explain?
heavyweight champion. Wait, it's a nigga right now that was a heavyweight champion in MMA, Francis Ngannou. He said, I ran away
Yep.
from slave labor, nigga. He didn't say I was getting paid no motherfucking minimum wage.
Minimum
He
wage?
said,
What's
this
his
shit
name?
was
What was his
That's
name, Ty?
fucking
Francis
minimum wage,
Ngannou.
bro.
Yeah, but
Francis Ngannou
everybody
Hold
is
of the
on.
not
Congo.
6'4" and 275 pounds that can
That's
jump
my
and dunk a
no no no
basketball
no
and do
no
what
no
he
no
do
no
though.
no 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 no. Stop.
Exactly.
Francis?
So
Stop,
he
stop,
got a
stop.
chance to get away.
Wait. Y'all missing. Wait, that's not his story. You saying everybody ain't bro. You know how many other niggas down there in that fucking mine built like Francis Ngannou? He said he had to escape, nigga. He escaped and got
Not
away
too
and was
many. They
living
ain't
on the
skate with
And
his
I'm
street.
ass.
telling you, with all due respect, Bobby,
T-Bay,
he's a liar because he got to make
Yeah.
it look good for the
Who paid for
motherfucking
that nigga to get
narrative.
here? Who
T-Bay,
made that? Who paid for that
T-Bay,
nigga to get here? He ain't
T-Bay.
paid for himself. How you
I
run
didn't
away
say he
from the?
paid for. I didn't
Okay.
say he paid for himself to get here.
All right.
He got out of that shit young, bro. He was a child. He was a child when bro. They got children working down in that shit. He was a child. He ran away from that shit. Got lived on the street for a little while. Went somewhere, got a job, started working up in the gym. Motherfuckers seen them doing that shit. Then they, you know what I'm saying?
Where over
He was
there?
over there in Africa, nigga.
Okay.
A real dream
This
story,
this
Bobby.
is
A real
the
dream
only
story.
look.
That's what
The
he.
only reason
That's
why I
what
would
he's
say that's
saying.
bogus,
Listen,
Bobby.
we on the
I'm
same
saying.
side.
Okay, listen. Time out. My best friend from the Congo. His father and mother escaped the Congo, bro. If I sit down and have them two people tell you their story, you gonna say they lying. This is my best friend.
I'm not gonna say that.
His father. The last time I remember his father going back to the Congo was probably like the mid 2000s, bro. This the last time it was semi-safe, I think he said.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, that nigga said when he went back to his village, he said the warlords and like motherfuckers start coming down the street, man. He had to leave that day. He was so spooked that he was finna get like trapped back in. You feel me, Moon too?
Yeah,
That's
there
the
was
last
a
time he
low.
been back.
There
That's
there
the
was
last
actually
time
a
they get
low.
back.
around that time there was actually a lull in the in the not development but the raping of Congo
The
because there
fights
was a
and
lot of
shit. Yeah,
political unease was going on. So there was actually a lull. Maybe he went back in that time around 2000. You said,
it was the mid
I
2000s, like
believe you,
yeah,
but here,
mid
hold on. It's
early
yeah.
another
And
2000s,
side
then
though.
2003, 4, something.
after that, they got all their
So that's
paperwork
slavery.
and so
I'm
on
just
together
curious.
and redoubled the effort to rape Congo
I know that's a sad
Listen
story,
to
and
what I'm. Listen
I
to what
feel
I'm
real
legally.
saying.
bad
This.
for him, bro. That's
I'm
really
saying
fucked
this.
up.
When I say slavery, I'm saying that what they working for over there is the same shit niggas in jail is working for, and niggas in jail is slaves. That's slave. That's slave wage. You get
Okay, it's
enough
slave
when
wage.
nigga
I got you.
when
I
nigga
got you.
By the
when no listen
Constitution is
when
You're right.
slavery.
You're
niggas
right about
hold
that.
on
You're right about that.
listen when niggas was slaves back in the day. You see what I'm saying? It wasn't when they say they was beating them to work. It wasn't when you say they weren't paying them. It wasn't that they weren't paying them. They just giving you just enough to get your little trinket, food, and go lay your
Mm-hmm.
ass back in that nigga hut and wake back up the next morning and go
No.
work.
It was more like this. It was more like
Bro,
this.
listen to what
Listen
I'm
to me.
saying. Listen to what I'm
I'm
saying.
listening, Bobby.
Hold
It was
Go
a
on.
ahead.
Hold
meager
on.
existence. It was
Listen
a
to what I'm
meager
saying,
existence.
brother.
I feel you.
Whatever it was at the beginning with them kidnapping people or doing the shit with the beginning, that however that story go, at the point in time where my great granny and my granny can remember and all that shit was niggas slave laboring, meaning you was making the shit that you was working for. If you could survive off of $1 back then, a nigga was getting 2 pennies
Yeah,
and
it
that's
was a
it.
meager
And
existence.
you live in a hut. We paying you slave wage, and
Okay.
your boss is an overseer that's gonna beat you, and it don't matter. We gave you a house and all that shit to live on this land, and we not paying you enough to go leave nowhere, whether we kidnapped you or not. We paying you slave labor, and it's niggas right now to this day that they countries been toppled over. They've been disenfranchised. They renegade. You know what I'm saying? They renegade and all that shit, and somebody then swoop them up into some situation where, like you say, loyal is cheap labor. We could pay you slave labor because you ain't got no country, you ain't got nobody that's go vouch for you or none of that. So we can do what
You're
the fuck
right.
we want to do
You're
to you.
right. And they
Well,
probably
Bobby, you know,
follow
But shit,
somebody
but
there.
same thing
but the shit
happened.
ain't
That's what
changed because
following get you. That's what following
The
get you.
same thing happened in the selfish sharecropping, in it? Cause
no,
sharecropping
we
is like
seen Rodney King in 1994. We just seen it on camera, but that shit was happening all the
What you
time
mean, bro?
before we
Rodney
seen.
King got millions of
No,
dollars.
what I'm saying is what you just explained. It never stopped happening, but it would. But weren't we still Americans that
You
still
missed
can
my,
work and do
you missed
certain
my.
shit?
Oh wait, you missing
Yep,
my. But
we were.
okay, listen. At a certain
And so
point,
when you seen Rodney
wait,
King, hold on, Bobby, hold on, wait a minute. Can I
mm,
say this one thing and then you
go
can
ahead.
go? I'm saying we just seen it on camera. The shit never stopped. What the fuck with the stories they telling us about? We still as Americans. It's just like people can influence they can enforce their shit on you. Like so when they saying you was slaves, was Rodney King a slave getting his ass beat out there? No, he was American, and they was just beating his ass, and people just caught it on camera. What they always do. That's what I'm
Wait,
saying.
wait,
I'm
wait,
talking
wait,
about
wait,
on
wait.
paper.
But my
Listen,
point is, during that time, just because they caught right, bro, they beat all type of motherfuckers on the side of the road. No, he wasn't no slave. No, he wasn't no slave at that point in the history. My point with the slavery shit is that it still double back to the whole point about karma and all that. Don't nobody give a fuck about nothing until it's done to them. Slavery still going on right now. You don't give a fuck about modern day slaves.
oh
Well,
yes I do. I got about 3 of them locked up in the penitentiary right now, nigga. They slaves, and I told them. I tell them all the time, nigga, you a slave, nigga. That's what you is.
Oh, listen, that's a nigga.
And you
Listen,
gotta be the
that's the
one.
nigga. Wait. That nigga, that's a nigga who put himself in a slave condition. That's not a slave. That
And
ain't
you right,
nobody that
and
was
you right,
born in
you
the.
right,
That ain't
you're
nobody
right.
that was born in the Congo. That ain't nobody that was just happened to be born in Somalia, where my whole country is in upheaval, nigga. You
and
see
that's
what
the
I'm
shit.
saying? We talking
That's the
from the
shit.
point of view of If it was,
No, you're right. I believe you. You're right. I know. No, I know that you're telling the truth. I know this. I've studied it too. You're right. Here's what I'm saying. I'm not going against that. What you're saying, because that is true. I know that's true. What I'm saying is, when we put this, we're overdoing the slave slavery, the slave
Narrative.
narrative.
Yeah.
We're overdoing it because it's not as what people want you to believe it is. No, that's true. What you're saying about, I know I got some Congolese friends too. They taught me how to speak French. So when I'm saying, yes, you're right, but we gotta tell the whole truth about all the shit. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that ain't true. I'm not dismissing that. And I'm not dismissing slavery either. But I'm like, because come on, I'm just saying, come on, man. We got to catch up because they're using one narrative on us to control us. That's all I'm saying. Like, no, niggas, some niggas, they took the bait and they fucked up. And when the motherfucking overseers coming around kicking your ass, they're like, nigga, you agreed with this shit, so shut the fuck up. That's all I'm saying, that part. Let's tell all the
Yeah.
truth.
Like a bookie come to collect his dough and shit. You know what I'm saying? You ain't got that man money, he gonna take it out of your
Nah,
ass.
that's a good that's a good narrative right there. Yeah, nigga, like you agree with this shit. Yeah, we whipped you, we hung your ass in the tree, nigga. You owed us some money, bitch ass nigga. You know you do.
And they probably still
no,
owe it. That's why they
no,
want to
no,
paint the
no,
narrative like we was
no,
all part of it.
no.
They want us to get it.
Why?
They want us to
Why?
take some of the
Hold
bad
up,
Listen,
bro.
fruits too.
listen,
Fuck
listen.
all
And
that.
here go the problem. Here go the problem with the conscious shit. Conscious is supposed to lead us to the logical solution.
No, nigga, don't put me in no conscious conversation. I ain't in it.
No, listen. I'm saying I'm conscious. The true meaning of it. I ain't conscious community. I'm just conscious. I'm looking for the most logical thing. I'm the nigga that's like, ain't no demons in the house. You
You
got a
don't
loop.
think it ain't
You
logical that some
not.
nigga that what didn't have our best interest made a deal with them motherfuckers and he ain't come to pay and now he gonna say, hey,
And
y'all
I'm
help me.
saying this.
I did a
I'm
deal with
saying
the
this.
devil and I want y'all to help me
I'm
now.
saying
And they
this. I'm
strung me
saying
up
this.
in the
Yeah.
tree, nigga, and they fucked me
Listen,
off. You don't
listen.
think that's true?
I'm saying that's speculation. I'm saying that's speculation. Was more true and more logical is things that I see happen through things that I've studied happen through human nature and history, and things that I see in real time that happen in human nature and history. Meaning that men and groups of men, when they get together, depending on the intent, not depending on it. The intent is always to take over. You feel what I'm saying? On all that, if a group of bankers get together, loyal, what they talking about? Taking over
Making
other
all the
niggas'
fucking
banks,
money. Yep.
right? If a group of warriors get together, what they talking about? Going pillaging and taking over people. If a group of fucking Pokemon nerds get together, nigga, they thinking about taking all your Pokemon cards. What we talking about? Am I fucking lying though, Muntu? We don't
No,
want to
you
just
are
get
not,
down to the
sir.
brass tacks of human nature that groups of men like to compete and take over. And
Would you call that
women like that
tribal?
shit. I would call it this. I would call it I wouldn't call it
Not
tribal.
civilized. You wouldn't call it civilized. You would,
It
what
is,
would
it
you?
is, it is civilized in a sense, but it's not civilized when you it is not civilized when the intent is in an animalistic that you feel what I'm saying, loyal?
I get what you're saying.
When your
Bobby, can
intent
I
is
make an
animalistic,
illustration?
meaning like right now, um,
Mm.
meaning right now, I don't believe like when I was saying about positive and negative, everything gotta happen, loyal. So they just reap the benefits of everything. Like they the people that came up with the term all publicity is good publicity. We just gonna know how to convert the energy. You feel me? You feel me, Moon too? This go back to that karma shit. So so basically is what I'm saying is that I just lost it that quick. Go ahead.
Okay, so
Okay.
what
So
I've been
go
looking at
ahead.
is
Go ahead.
Man, they just
okay.
lost
What
it
I
too,
was
dog.
looking
That
at
was in the
is
fucking zone, to be honest.
Yeah, okay.
Shit, man.
But how do you
Because it
explain
was
the
in the
fact
chat,
is
right? And
that
chat
dude
fucking
that
with me, dog.
How do I
But then,
explain what?
alright.
nah, this nigga right here. I'm just just let it get out.
Sorry, bro. Go ahead. Let me mute up a bit. Let me mute up a bit because I getting kind of
All right.
tipsy.
Thank you. Appreciate
My
you.
V gang lower. Shit, man.
Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. Thank you. So it's just like that UFC fighter, man, that came from over there. Now this nigga has the opportunity to go back and become one of them same motherfuckers that ran one of them businesses that he was fucking enslaved in.
Okay.
You know, so that's the difference from the narrative that everybody's painting about the slave thing. You know, if you're talking about slaves, there's no opportunity for anything as a slave. You know, there's no fucking
It's
pay.
not.
There's no fucking
No,
yours.
it's no. Listen,
Anything.
it
all belongs
listen.
to the
It's
master.
not. It's not.
Mhm.
That's but you just said what I said. It's not. That nigga didn't get nothing as a slave. He got everything when he ran away from slavery and did something else. So you still making my point. What the fuck did he get as a slave?
So he was able to stay there after he ran away, and then somebody assisted him to come over here when they saw that he had a talent. Slaves don't get that opportunity. So he wasn't. I mean,
he was able
he
to
wasn't
stay
a
where?
slave.
You talking
He
about the
wasn't a slave.
Dagestan? You talking about them MMA niggas?
Yeah, the dude that y'all was talking about, Francis, right? What's his name?
Francis Ngannou.
No. He wasn't able to stay there. He ran away from the mining shit. He was just in another part of Africa. Every part of Africa ain't fucking mining and shit, nigga. He was in the Congo.
We know that. We know
he
that.
got
We know
about
that.
the Congo. He got about the Congo.
Now try this
he got
narrative.
about the Congo, but I'm assuming as a child he only went so far, and he was still able to stay away from that
that's
shit
bullshit. That nigga was put on the stage to be who he was anyway. That's bullshit.
Because
listen, he went to another
because
country.
I don't know his whole story. Story.
He went to another country, I believe. A few countries over.
But not as a kid. He did that as a young adult. As a kid, he was pretty much subject to whatever's going on in the area that
he had to work. He was in the mines.
Yeah, he was in the mines. He left the mines and he stayed in the general area, avoided the mines. Until he was old enough to make some money to move on.
No, he wasn't making no money in the mines. No, he had to run away from that shit, man. He was like a damn near like child soldier shit.
I know, man. I'm not saying that. I'm saying once he got out of the mines, he was able to assimilate into society and work his way until he got enough money to transfer or move to the next spot to get over here. That's what I'm saying. Slaves don't do that. Slaves don't have that. You know, they never had that in history, the history that they told us. If you was a slave, that means that when you ran away from your plantation,
they're saying slave.
What? You had slave hunters.
There ain't never been no backbeat. It's just like what it is now when a cop pull you over in the street and beat your ass, and they don't. It's the same thing. And the narrative and the story after a while is gonna be like they was beating up on us and shit like that. It was the same thing. It's always see. We gotta stop this shit. We gotta stop the fucking dumb slave narrative. We lose out if we think that. Like okay. Okay, the rules and the laws is whack.
Hold on, wait.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Bro, listen.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
We talking about that nigga left, that nigga started working in the mine at 10 years old, right? Then he trained for a year because his father was like a street fighter. So he had boxing in him. Then it said at 22, he left. No, it said 20. So he worked from 10 to 26 in the mine. Then he said he left, crossed the border into Europe illegally with no money.
You cannot cross the border into Europe from Africa, nigga. Hold on, wait a minute. Let's stop there.
And another thing, he didn't escape. He just left. That was like
cross the border into Europe from Africa.
Don't have time to train, man.
Spain?
That is not exactly true. You can go to
Spain,
Spain.
yes, Spain, because that's what it's saying right here.
You gotta go
I
through
actually
across the
know a
peninsula
Negro
to
who
do that.
smuggles from Africa to Europe. I
Smuggles.
met
It
him.
says,
Yeah, I met him in
okay,
Jamaica prison.
it sounds like this what the fuck he was doing. It said he decided to head to Paris, France. However, he was
Where was
jailed.
he at?
Bro, I'm trying to read it, nigga. You keep cutting me. It
Okay,
said
go ahead.
he
I'm
was
sorry. I'm
jailed for
sorry.
2 months in Spain for illegally crossing the border. But then he got out. They said he reached Paris. He ain't had no money, nothing, no place to live. Said he was
And then
homeless on
get
the streets of
deported?
Paris.
No.
Huh?
Okay. I
I'm
know
just
the
gonna say
Congo is
that
because
Central
happen.
there's
Africa.
jail,
So you had to
there's
go through because
ferries
to
that
get
go
to Spain, you
from
had to go through the coast,
Morocco to
nigga.
Spain
So you
every
had to
day.
go through 2
Hold
countries
on. Say
to
that
get
again,
to the
Humble.
coast.
I said there's ferries that go between Morocco and Spain. Gibraltar
That
more
shit right
specifically.
there, right.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah, yeah.
Wait,
Every
I
Man, them
That's
can't
a
hear
niggas
what
rope.
get
you
on.
I can't hear
Hold
what you
on.
continent
said.
Matter of fact,
That's a rope. That's a rope.
matter
I
of
can't
fact,
hear what you
that shit's
said.
so close. The fucking
That's
immigrants
a
sometimes.
human trafficking route
Oh,
to
Right.
reach
oh,
Europe.
not from the
That's my
Congo
whole
is
point.
And
Central
a diamond
Africa.
trafficking route.
So for him to do it illegally is one thing, and I've seen a lot of shit where them people who come over, man, I've seen it to where literally it's shit on YouTube. Them folks be
Here's what I'm saying, bro.
them folks,
I ain't
them
saying you
Africans,
lying.
bro. Listen, they come washing up on the beach in Spain, and them folks be right there at the beach. Some of them they lock up, but they don't make them go back. That's been a big problem in Spain over the years,
Well,
and it's
this is
been
why
some
I was
Okay.
asking
controversy
the
over there too
question.
with their
You know the
immigration.
Congo.
They don't get deported after they're locked up.
Nah, they don't. They don't. That's what I'm saying. It's the same thing
The
like
fuck?
over here.
Yeah, where they gonna
That don't
That's
deport them
make
been a
to?
bit.
no sense, bro. That don't
Now
make
listen,
no sense.
okay, but you making the same argument that motherfuckers over here make. That shit is happening around the world. That's my whole point. We
Central.
think we
The
think
Congo is
illegal
Central
immigration.
Africa.
Bro, listen, we think illegal immigration is just an American problem. Y'all
Well,
need to
how
look
did he
up
get to
what
the coast?
you missing my bro. Listen, the same way them motherfuckers in Florida when they get on them little floaty shits, and sometimes anything to get across that you could put a regular fucking fishing boat on that shit and row across.
Project
You act like
floating.
No,
that shit is
Hey,
a big
Bobby,
Yeah.
ass ocean.
Bobby. Here's what I'm
Bobby,
saying, bro. I'm
did
saying
you know that you could
gotta
walk from Belize to the States?
you said the coast of
Yeah.
I
Spain.
ain't know that
So
shit.
how do you get from Central Africa
Mm.
to the coast of Spain? How do
It's
you
down
do
there by
that?
Panama.
You missing my point, man. Bro, listen, how he get from there, bro? You think that ain't got buses and transportation and shit in Africa that
Trains,
can get you up to there?
On the coast of Spain.
trains.
Listen,
That nigga was
you missing.
panhandling.
Hold
He was
on, you missing my.
panhandling to get up
Listen,
there.
he probably nigga.
Yeah,
Niggas
yeah.
panhandle, bro. A nigga, bro. Listen.
That's why
Oh,
I agree. I can see what you're talking about.
thank
He
you,
got the way
lawyer.
he
Because a
can get there.
motherfucker can panhandle from the. Okay, listen. If a motherfucker panhandling this way from New York to Cali, we can
Real.
conceptualize that shit. But that's a longer distance to where this motherfucker leaving from in Africa to Spain.
Okay.
And at the same time, you could conceptualize motherfuckers jumping on them little floaty devices from Cuba and Dominica, Haiti, all that shit floating across that shit to get over here. But you can't see a nigga getting across that little bitty strip of canal to get from Africa to Spain.
Okay,
It's right there. Y'all, wait a
okay.
minute,
Right
man.
there.
Wait, lawyer.
Dude, they
People
tell
act
you I
like
met a
this
dude
ain't
in
no. That's why I'm
Jamaica.
saying I just deal with logic. I'm not finna do no motherfucking
I ain't gonna say that ain't logic. I just asked
Wait
the
a minute.
goddamn question.
Wait, I
Damn.
know you asked the question, but logically, you gotta ask it to yourself first. I'm not finna go down a conspiracy rabbit hole. How did this nigga get to Spain? When in my mind, I know it make logical sense. If a motherfucker is fleeing Africa, that's the first place they try to get to is France and all that shit. Why do I know that? Because my best friend is from the Congo, and when his parents fled the Congo, they had to get their ass up to Paris. That's where most of his family at right now. The ones that could go
That's
visit.
the route.
They're in
That's the route.
Paris. That's the route. That's why this shit making sense to me. Cause Spain right there. They get up through Spain, then that's how they get through the rest of Europe. And I've seen it on YouTube where them motherfuckers come floating across,
Dude,
bro. They be on boats, anything. Just like when you see motherfuckers come over here from
Okay.
Cuba and all them
So what
countries.
I'm
They be
saying
on
is,
anything.
well,
On the
it
floaty
makes
thing.
logical sense to do that. I just thought you had some details into how they do that. because Spain and France, they right there. So we know that can happen. I'm not saying it can't happen. I was just going for the more detailed part of how this happened. Because I know that the Congo is in Central Africa. I know that for a fact.
We all do.
And you got to get a long way to the coast to get to the coast of France or Spain. Now, how do they do
Well,
that?
the longest journey begins with the first step, my friend. Study that. The longest journey. Dude, I told you I met a guy in Jamaica's prison. I was there for the stint. And
No,
this
nigga,
dude,
don't come at me with that simple shit. What I'm saying, I'm just
what?
trying to be detailed. This is gonna be recorded. I'm trying to ask
I know it's
questions,
being
He
recorded.
detailed.
I've
came
been
at
here
you
How
with a
does this
before.
Morgan
happen?
Freeman answer, nigga. He came at you with a Morgan Freeman answer. The longest step. You know, the first thing you can do is take one step.
Well, I'm saying to you that I've encountered these people firsthand,
The
personally.
penguins and the penguins they migrate from the Antarctica and they come to the base of South Africa. 85 years old, Morgan Freeman. Shout out to him. Don't get mad at me for asking basic questions. I'm like, okay, well, in my mind, I know how deep I've been to Africa, how deep this shit is. How the fuck you get from there to over there? If you seen that's what happened, how did you do that? I want to know.
Because you ain't no smuggler, dog. You don't know. I told you I met a guy in Jamaica prison who was on that exact route. This dude smuggles diamonds. And for the past 10 years, this dude has called me every New Year's Day to ask me if I want this job. Job is $3 million
Let's do
to
this.
move diamonds to Sweden.
Watch this. Loyal. Everybody, Muntu. You see this?
Shit. Yeah. Sorry,
You
man.
see
I
this?
didn't
You
mean
see
to
this, T-Bag?
rant.
No, you good. T-Bag. These are all real news channels. BBC News, African News, Euro News, VOA Africa. Do you hear these headlines? A boat full of migrants land at a popular tourist beach in southern Spain. 37 sub-Saharan African migrants rescued off of Spain. African migrants storm border in Spain's Melilla. You see this? You see how many of them niggas is running down the fucking street? African migrants in Spain. Dilemma of African migrants in Spain. Almost 1,000 migrants rescued off the coast of Spain in 48 hours. This from 10 years ago. This shit been going on. They been had this dilemma. But you want to know something? It seems like Bobby be the only one that take the consciousness of the conscious community serious and study world news, not just what the fuck going on in America. So I know that this like the immigration, so-called illegal immigration problem, we got this shit going on everywhere.
You're right, dog. You're right. Big
No,
facts. You hear
because
that? Big
about
facts.
4 years ago they jumped on the Muslims in Paris, in France and shit. They was trying to kick them out of there. I know what you're saying is true. I'm just asking a question of
But
detail. I'm
I'm
not
making
saying
it.
I'm not
The
and I'm
reason
not
why
and
I'm
I'm
making
not
that point is
accusing
because
anything.
the reason why I'm making that point so strongly is because I don't want to make it seem like Francis and Ngannou got this incredibly unbelievable story. It's some shit that a lot of people did. He just the one that took it to the levels of becoming an MMA fighter. You feel me, Loyal? A lot of people did the same shit that he did to get up out of there and make it to Paris, but he the only one that became that. We don't.
No,
It's another
no,
nigga who
I
did
agree.
that shit and probably
I
became the
agree.
biggest singer over there in Paris,
Really
France.
went after his dreams?
Shit, Akon did
Well,
the shit over here.
oh, do not say that. Akon was born with money, bro.
Akon from over here.
A-
He wasn't born over there.
Akon had money from inception.
I ain't gonna say from
Dispute me.
inception because Akon used to live
Akon,
in
How
the
y'all
hood.
how y'all niggas feel about that recent terrorist shit that was been going on?
Which one?
Both of them, like y'all think that shit real? Government psyop? What y'all opinions on that shit?
Now I know some guys down in Louisiana. They look Arab nigga, like how he look, they family, like it's a whole bunch of them down there. So
Mhm.
I think he could like fuck it. He served in the military too. He served in the Navy, and them dudes be on some different shit when they figure out that the government lying to them. And I know that for a fact.
Well, if that did, I'm not saying it didn't. If it did happen, he had most of his animosity was towards his family and his wife and shit. That ain't have nothing to do with, you know, no terrorist shit. That's why I didn't think it's a terrorist attack. They trying to tie it
No,
together because
but you
both of the
know
trucks, both of the cars was rented from the same car company. See, this is how these motherfuckers throw this shit up in our face about these
they
conspiracy theories.
paint there. Go ahead.
Because they trying to make it seem like just because they are from the same military branch, they served the same fucking time overseas, they got the trucks from the same rental company, that they have some kind of terrorist plot. But that's bullshit. There's a lot of motherfuckers that you did some of the same shit with and done some of the same shit with, and he done something and you ain't do it. I don't see where these people getting their logic from. That can't be
Yeah,
a
but the,
terrorist
the
attack.
coincidence
Okay,
is
well
unmistakable.
back
That
up,
can't
The,
be a
back
the
up,
terrorist
Please
attack.
coincidence
tell me.
is uncanny, isn't it? The coincidence
What makes
is
it
uncanny.
uncanny?
Go ahead, Humbling, because I'll
Bro,
give us
Okay,
you can
some
serve
balance
in
by
the
to it.
same place.
by
Go ahead, go
definition,
ahead.
by definition, their purposes for doing what they did. Again, we can only go by what's been reported because none of us are in the quote unquote inner circle. So I'm not going to go left or right just based on what's reported. Their reasoning is the definition of terrorism. So when by them actually going through with their actions, with their plans, that is terrorism, but they placed upon other people. So we can so when we think about terrorism, we have to get it out of our mind that it's not gonna be Habib saying all praise to Allah. What they did was actually that.
Yeah,
So
but it doesn't fit the
they had
government's version of
political
terrorism.
motivation. It
Yes,
actually
it
That's what I'm
does.
do.
saying.
Bro,
Yes, it
listen.
does.
Bro,
How?
listen. I'm finna tell you how right now. When that white boy put that shit up in Oklahoma City bombing and Timothy McVeigh, I was young. And I remember on the TV, they say this is a terrorist attack.
Yep.
And when they caught him, they said he's a terrorist. And that nigga was not, that nigga was a country white boy. When they caught the Unabomber, they said terrorist. And he was just sending, right? They said he was just sending
Yeah, but
packages to people. Nope, ain't no yeah, but terrorist.
because look, in order to be a terrorist, you got to have some type of ideology. You can't just be just because I want to kill a bunch of
And all of
motherfuckers.
them
Correct.
did.
That's not terrorism.
Exactly.
That's
All of them had,
psychotic.
all
That's
of them
being
had
psychotic.
but that's my
That's
point.
being
All of them
psychotic.
had
but
manifestos.
let me tell y'all one thing. What we're forgetting.
They all had manifestos. Am I lying?
No, they do. But here's why. And
There
here's
you
why.
go.
And here's what we're forgetting. When you want something to like, do you think like, come on, let's like if you thought of a plan, let's be clear. If you thought of a plan, you're gonna have to what they call work somebody first. Like, look, and then like they gotta go away, and they gotta be uncredible. So here's what I'm saying. I was in Kenosha when the white boy killed the motherfuckers. I was in Waukesha a couple weeks, like a year after that, around that same area when the nigga ran over the people. He did the same bullshit. Now this is a thing. Now guess what? You're not gonna see this happen again because we all onto it now. People they get worked up to do this shit. They work their asset to do what they gonna do, and that's what it is. We
What
gotta
you mean
stop
is not
acting
gonna
like
happen again?
not what I'm saying, just like that. Like that's out running. They done did it 3 times in a row. They done
What's
ran
not
over
gonna
people,
happen no more?
running
Yeah, they
over
did it
people.
in different
Well,
parades.
listen,
They done did
you
it too
missed
many
it.
But what did
times.
the
Well, listen,
manifesto say?
you missed
Bobby
it.
said he had a manifesto. What did the
I didn't see
manifesto?
that. I didn't read their
Oh, okay.
manifestos, but
Here's
I
what
know
I'm
All right,
saying.
never mind
What
then.
I'm saying, hold on. What I'm saying is when you got an asset and you want them to work some because some look, they want us to look over here. They the 52 fake. Something else is going over there.
listen. Listen. We live in a time where our consciousness has shoved us so far into the fucking rabbit hole, rabbit ass at this point. We don't
Keep
want to.
talking,
We
Bobby.
don't even,
Keep
bro.
talking.
We don't even want to look at logical patterns of life. You feel me, loyal? The term crash out. Again, we in a time in history of recorded history that we know where information is so prevalent and easy to come upon that we should be going back and not only looking at what happened, but the patterns in how what happened back then apply to now. So, for instance, mass shootings, right? You want to know why so many mass shootings today? Because the crash outs of the old time, the serial killers and all, you can't get away with that shit like that no more. So now you got to crash out in another way.
It's time for a new paradigm.
Before then, people was crashing out, building bombs and all type of shit. Right? Now people just walk into a spot and just
I got a question, Bobby. I'm asking a question.
No, I'm saying it seems, but why don't we never look at those patterns? Like, loyal, me and you, Humlin, Muntu, we all around the same age. Even you, T-Bay. When I was growing up, it wasn't no fucking mass shooters like that.
It was not.
I don't even remember mass shooters. Muntu,
I
am I
don't
lying?
either.
Wait, stop.
No, you're not lying.
Stop. Do y'all remember mass shootings? Anybody? Loyal, Humlin, anybody remember mass shootings?
I don't remember that.
Loyal, you remember?
I remember when that shit started.
Wait, no. Fuck when it started, because I remember it too, and I'm gonna get to that.
Yeah.
Loyal. But you don't remember when you was young. I don't remember them neither,
Nah,
right?
that shit wasn't happening.
Now watch this. Humlin don't remember. Guess what? Do y'all remember serial killers?
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, remember that?
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you. Is it serial killers today?
They don't report them.
You wouldn't think
It don't seem like it, nigga.
Thank you, because they not advertising.
It don't seem like this.
Bobby, this is what I was saying. It was time for a new paradigm. It was time for a new paradigm.
Okay, I'm walking with you. I think I know where you're going. I'm walking.
Do that mean it ain't no serial killers now? Or do that mean that serial killers ain't being advertised now? And back then it was mass shooting. It just wasn't as advertised as serial killings.
Okay, I can walk with
that. The media already ain't on serial killers
right
now,
because
man.
the first famous mass shooting I remember to loyal
BTJ,
point was
bro.
The nigga who walked into the postal, going postal. The nigga walked in the
postal. Nigga, the shit happened in my city where I live. A nigga did the shit in my city.
Remember that, Lord?
But what about the other dude? You was saying not too long ago in one of your shows. Fucking the one that was
the
BTK
killer.
That movie.
It was BTK.
That movie was made off that entire incident, bro.
But
that
look,
movie.
He shot multiple motherfuckers too. He shot multiple motherfuckers too, just like a serial killer or a mass shooter. You right, man. You right.
Shit. That nigga dropped this. Hey, if you want to see the manifesto, it's in the back chat of the
That shit happened in my city and nigga killed some motherfuckers out the tower.
Long as hell. I ain't finna read that long ass shit. Appreciate it, understand. Nigga, that nigga went in on that manifesto. So yeah, he on some Unabomber shit. I'm telling you, lawyer. But my whole point is this,
dude. Lawyer. Study it. Who has a manifesto?
My whole point is this, lawyer. We grew up in a time where wasn't no mass shooting. We weren't walking outside fearful of a nigga just walking into nowhere just shooting up the stove. But guess what we was fearful of? A creepy serial killer motherfucker that might be somewhere lurking or snatching motherfuckers up. Am I lying? Was that not a fear of ours?
Yeah, that was.
Okay, because guess what?
Are you friendly neighborhood rapist?
Right, right. Because every time you turned on the TV, it was
a tower.
To your part, that we don't want to use that. Just say grapist. But the
Sorry,
grape,
sorry,
yeah,
sorry,
no, you
sorry.
good, you good, you
Yeah, but
good.
your friendly neighborhood Griffiths, you know what I mean?
Right, no,
This
that
shit
was
was
going
like
on.
prevalent.
It was right. It was either serial rapists or serial killers going on back. That was hot on the news. Damn near every other night.
Yeah.
I remember. Yeah,
Yeah.
3 bodies found. The man was the Ridgeway
Niggas
killer,
gotta
the
go to the fucking
Highway
bus
killer.
stop
Like
and
what
pick up
the
the
fuck?
chick and shit. You know what I mean? Go to
You
the
was
bus
supposed to
stop
go
and pick up your
outside.
chick, B.
So guess what? Guess what, loyal? So somewhere between that time and the mass shooting time, we think we didn't have an enemy, right? But
Mm-hmm.
peep game, but peep game. Oh, peep game though, loyal. When the serial killer shit started dying out, and the mass shooting shit wasn't the enemy, what became the enemy then?
Drugs,
Terrorism.
Terror, just straight terror,
Mm-hmm.
terrorism,
terror,
Terrorism.
terror.
terrorism,
Thank you,
terror,
loyal. My
terror.
nigga, loyal on this, just terror. Twin Towers terror to the point to where we could color code terror. Am I lying?
Yep.
Mhm.
We
Nigga,
did.
No.
We still
we
do.
we color code and terror. No, I'm talking about, bro. How the fuck was people, bro? Listen, for people who
Amber
ain't living,
Alert.
for people who fuck
Yeah,
the
I
Amber
remember
Alert.
that.
No. Listen, fuck the Amber Alert, bro. For people who weren't born to be, or people who was too young to remember back then, the terror every day was color coded like the weather, nigga. Meaning you check your terror. Oh, it's red today. Don't go out. Terror high. Somebody might blow some shit up. Nope, terror on yellow. They
Okay,
say
so
it's
now
moderate.
that's what I'm
Yeah,
Look, am
saying.
I
man. They was
lying?
changing that
It's
bitch. They was changing that
moderate
bitch
terror
every other
today.
day.
Yeah, I remember that.
Moderate
Mm-hmm.
terror today. So terror
No,
ain't
you're
that bad,
right.
but it's moderate
You're
You could
today.
go. You
fucking
could
A
go
right.
shopping, man.
You
You
could
could
go
go to
shopping,
grocery
but
store.
watch your six. Watch your six. Go shopping, but watch your six. Then the next day you
Don't
wake
go
up.
to the
Oh,
park
terror,
though.
terror on red. Bin Laden sent us a video. Red terror. Don't
Yeah,
even leave.
nigga.
Am I lying? Don't
Some
leave out
shit
Don't
your
that ain't
fucking
even
house.
don't
here.
travel
Nigga,
on
they
the
was talking
subway.
about.
No,
Yeah,
you're
got
not lying.
messages.
I remember that shit.
What are
But
we
look,
talking about?
I just was in the streets. I'm like, nigga, well, you gonna have to get it how you live because I'm doing it the way I'm doing it. So fuck it.
Right, but that's what
If
I'm
Ben
saying.
Laden coming
I
down
was,
here with
but
fuck,
listen, I
he
was
gonna
in the
meet
streets.
me,
Listen,
dog.
I was always, of course, I was in the streets, and it's always them people that's gonna be unlocked, like the people that ain't afraid to take the mask off. But I'm saying that ain't the majority, bro. I lived back then. I know
That ain't
motherfuckers
you
was
right.
like,
No,
I
you're
ain't going
right.
nowhere
You're
today.
right.
That terrorist
That
shit
ain't
say
the
red.
majority.
They might
All right.
bomb a
With
building.
that being said, Bobby, let me bring this into perspective. I really want to put this out there. I want to ask a question now. Before terror and in between the time with terror, serial killers, and so on, did you know that we had a war on drugs? Like there was a war on terror.
Yeah,
I'm
That
but
just
that
started
saying
in
wasn't.
this.
Oh, wait,
1972
wait, wait,
with
wait.
Yeah,
Richard
yeah.
Nixon first.
But
I'm just
that's
saying
all
this.
doing it. That's all doing the serial killers, bro. Listen,
Exactly.
all of that
Listen,
is
before
serial
you go,
killer.
I'm just saying this to say this. It's always an invisible enemy.
Listen,
Always an invisible enemy that you can't quite you
listen.
put your
that's
Ain't
finger
no
on.
that's
listen.
that's
People,
the point I was trying
no,
to get
listen,
to. You
listen.
dig? Like y'all don't
No,
think the
these
Oh,
government.
you feel me, dog?
these enemies ain't invisible, bro. People was really serial killers back then. That's my whole point. That fear to a certain extent was justified. You feel me?
Mhm.
It
So
was
it
really
ain't no.
people doing that. So
It ain't
Granted,
no,
no
I'm saying
granted,
this.
MK,
granted.
I
MK
grew up on
Ultra,
the West, bro. Listen, during the crack epidemic.
CIA.
Hold on, listen. Listen, you keep saying CIA and all that. I get that. They might be the ones who do it, but the function of got it. They don't feel no karma because if you're gonna that's
They
the
just
devil. If you
facilitated.
believe
That's all.
in the
They just
devil or anything,
facilitated.
you gotta do it to yourself. So at the end of the day, the most serial killers during that time that was probably unaccounted for was motherfuckers that was off crack or out here hustling in the streets and all. You know how many motherfucking bodies and shit was out, bro? That time doing then was drastic. So it's still the same. It's still the same shit.
So let's come to the conclusion that they can't control our minds. What
It
we
ain't a
talking about?
yes,
That's
the fuck they can. Ain't no invisible enemy, bro. That's what I'm saying.
no.
Because the enemy, bro, listen.
Wait a minute. Are they
bro,
controlling
listen.
what me
No,
and you talking
when
about?
when
No,
I
they can't
say
control our
invisible
mind.
enemy, Bobby, don't get me wrong. When I say invisible enemy, what I mean is that the government, the powers that should not be always spewing at anything to you that you can't exactly put your finger on, but it will make your consciousness move.
Man,
It will make your mind move. All your fears will be activated and so on. You know what I mean? But it's
listen,
not necessary.
I'm telling you, you can. I'm saying that the reality of the logic of what's really going on and what it would take is so overwhelming for some people. It gotta be it gotta be something else.
Mm,
You feel me, Motu? And I ain't saying that
mm,
we do that subconsciously because self-preservation is something we all want, right, Motu? That's real.
yes,
Nobody cannot
agreed.
go past. We inherently built in with self-preservation.
Mm. Agreed.
The
Don't get me
thing,
wrong. I'm not
oh,
disagreeing with
listen,
you. I'm
hold
just
on,
saying
but wait.
this is the way they use our fears.
No, I understand that that's the way they use our fears, but
All
here
right,
go
well, go ahead then. I'm listening.
the reason you can use them like that is because self-preservation is real, and the shit they doing is real, whether if it's coded or not. Think about it. Think about Scooby Doo on 10,000. If really Scooby Doo was running around and the nigga was making the monsters, was really just slicing people's heads off. They still humans, but they can make this, they got the means to make this shit look crazy as hell and still cut motherfuckers open, split them in half and all.
Mhm.
What my point being is this: the motherfuckers who pillage and take over shit and do the means to it ends for whatever the fuck that they want to do, bro. They
Mhm.
they don't have no qualms. They how am I trying to put this?
I understand bringing us back full circle again to
But
this
it was
entire
always gonna
It
be
carnage
ain't
this
deal,
way.
no,
isn't
it
it?
ain't. I'm
Via Steve Coakley. He said ain't nobody put no motherfucking constitution in place yet. Like what it's gonna be like when if we start a revolution and we really want to fight for this shit. You
bro.
gotta
This
have
basically
that shit put in place first.
no. This is my point, bro. The people who came over and took this shit over and all that lawyer was in the military, bro. The people who did this shit, when it come down to self-preservation, move to the thing, motherfuckers don't really want to admit is that these motherfuckers was willing to die.
Hmm.
Period.
And
At
that's the
the end.
Okay,
bot-
well you saying the same
and
thing
that
I
is the
think I
bottom line
just
to life.
said, Bobby.
Oh man, that's the hardest thing for motherfucker, bro.
You
Why
got
you think?
that's the
Why you
bottom line
think
to
so?
life, really and truly,
Why
as
you,
hard as it
bro?
is.
Bro, what the government? What do most of the money in the government go to, lawyer? Is it
Military.
military?
Weapons.
Mm,
Why? Because they know that nigga, we'll rather spend our money on training motherfuckers to be willing to die, nigga.
mm,
To die,
Mm-hmm.
nigga. That part.
And the rest of
And
the countries,
and
the
it's
rest of the
real. My
countries who
daughter is
chose,
a
bro,
fucking
listen,
Navy
the
fucking
rest of the
midshipman,
countries
and
that
she's
have
willing to
chosen to
die.
operate like this, bro, to operate in this form of how the world is ran, they gotta have some faction of motherfuckers that's willing to die for the cause and the means. That's the part
mm.
that don't nobody want to really admit. That's the part
Hey,
that niggas over
you
here don't
right.
want to admit.
Yeah, well,
Revolution,
this is what
bro,
it
man,
said. Everybody wants freedom,
bro,
but
listen,
freedom really only comes at one price, to be honest.
and revolution can
And
happen
that
tomorrow,
price
Lord.
is
That's
blood.
why niggas ain't worried about no motherfucking revolution. Cause long as niggas talk revolution, guess what they ain't never go do?
They ain't
Revolution.
Nothing.
doing revolution.
Cause revolution don't take nothing but bro, what revolution don't take nothing but a motherfucker just being fed up saying, fuck it, I'm ready to crash out. You'll crash out on some
Brings
niggas
me
in the
back
street and
full
get
circle
some
to my
revolution
first
or some
point.
Okay, can
retribution.
I
Longest
ask a
journey.
question?
The
Go
longest
ahead.
journey
But
begins with one step. First step.
yeah,
As long
Morgan
as some
Freeman.
nigga is ready to, make that step, somebody's gonna help along, somebody's gonna support, and
Well, here's the
eventually.
thing. We can't
What if it's
never.
not possible?
We ain't gonna never be able to have no secret meetings. We ain't gonna never be. Somebody gonna be a snitch. And guess what? It wastes too much time to be killing snitches, right? That wastes too much time because now that's gonna stop progress. Because now we got to go to court that proved that
Yeah,
you
well,
killed this nigga or didn't kill this
oi,
nigga.
listen,
It's like it's not gonna
that
happen.
reasoning was
Imagine.
reasonable. That reasoning was reasonable like 60 years ago when it was said that the revolution would not be televised. This rounds in the age of information, it will be televised, so everyone will know it. Everyone will come out.
Hold on,
Man,
Oh, it's that.
ain't
wait a minute.
nobody doing no
You telling me
revolution.
we
Nigga,
gonna
get the
catch a
fuck out of
snitch?
here.
We trying to do some shit and we gonna do
Nigga, ain't
this, nigga.
nobody fighting
They
with you,
they
nigga.
they call it right now, nigga. If you in the YouTube street, they call it content. Niggas telling they get to tell and they get to make money for telling it out this motherfucker. And guess
Who?
what? You because you if you make a reaction video to this nigga, you's a suspect, so you can't do nothing to that nigga or you on the list. You know what I mean? You can't do nothing to nobody. Oh, we trying
I'm
to get a
just,
revolution going. It's not gonna happen. It's just gonna
I'm
be
just wondering.
organic the way it happened.
I'm just wondering who is the revolution gonna fight?
That
This is
part.
gonna be televised.
Who are
Yeah,
they gonna
who they
fight?
gonna fight?
Nigga, the other snitches just like you?
You gonna fight your cousins, your uncles, your friends? Because that's who you fighting. If you talking about going against the government, you fighting your own people.
That's exactly what you now I said earlier in this live of what private and public is. And most niggas don't know the difference. They don't know. So you gotta just let them be. And I'm gonna let niggas be. I'm gonna let you stay over there, bro. I'm doing
Rocket
what I'm
has
doing over
said
here.
all niggas on the list.
Okay, I'm actually glad you brought that up.
It's your
because
it's your family members. Yeah. They gonna turn your ass in.
There is no difference because the public is in us whether we like it or not. There is no separation.
Yeah, man.
And you may think we are, but yeah, exactly.
Ain't no revolution.
The government is in us whether we participated, whether we want it or not. The public sector is a collective. There's no way of escaping that.
The revolution will not be the revolution will not be televised.
That's why they show you.
A covert
in this
action.
revolution.
It ain't gonna be no revolution.
Who is in?
God help us.
God help us all. Who is in this revolution you keep talking about?
I come from the promised land.
No, nigga, there ain't no revolution. Nigga, look, and we all figured out. The smart niggas, the smart conscious niggas, what Bobby said, already figured out how to get your money and like supply your family. And number two is that nigga, they showed you on the movies already. It's only one that will rise up and do some shit. This always happens. And apparently, we're not in that age. There ain't no one rising up right now, nigga, that we all following. That ain't gonna happen.
And it's not gonna happen because we're quote unquote free now. We're not fighting to quote unquote integrate. We're not fighting as a collective. We're not fighting for any one thing anymore because we can sit at the table with them. We're not fighting.
Revolution needs
because Miss Humbling, they look now. Be honest, they created that shit for us too. Like only niggas on this channel, only niggas like Bobby, Miss Humbling, Loyal, other guys, me that realize what the fuck is going on. Is like nigga, they playing niggas like us, but we ain't played. We be on this channel so y'all niggas can see nigga like. Y'all getting played, not us. Y'all is. And we trying to say something to y'all.
We all are. There's nobody here that's the exception. There's nobody here that's independently wealthy. There's nobody here that's
okay. Well, yeah, you're right. You know, no, you're right. You're right. You're fucking right. She right. She right.
Look at that. Look at that shit. Jill Scott, everyone said the revolution will not be televised because it's a mental change.
And we all know you can't get a group of 5 niggas that you know, nigga. Like, let's go. Like, hold on, let's just go rob the bank, nigga. They ain't gonna do that shit. They ain't doing it.
Y'all niggas funny as hell.
No, because
he thinks he's gonna be belly crawling in the dirt doing revolution.
No, man, listen. Let me bring it home now.
Because what I'm saying is when the apocalypse happens and it look like I was just watching a movie with Guy Pearce, Rover and shit, and it's over, or when it's apocalyptic looking and shit.
This guy just said when the apocalypse happens. Are you telling me, are you crazy for the revolution? This dude telling me Hypocrite. All right, sorry, guys. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to.
What this nigga
Maybe it's
say?
just a figure of speech.
Do
Maybe
you
it's just
think
a
you're gonna be?
phrase or something.
Do
What
you
did
think
that
you'll be
nigga
I'm
just
crawling
say?
saying,
on?
man.
Do you think you're gonna be
Man.
crawling on your belly doing revolution missions?
No, man. What I'm saying to you is kind of a managerial process. Listen carefully. Stop
God
tripping and
damn,
listen.
boy. Okay, my bad.
What I'm saying is this: when we heard the phrase "the
Uh-huh.
revolution will not be televised," it incentivized us to think that we could have covert meetings, that we could have
Uh-huh.
secret talks, and so on, and then put together a plan. And all of a sudden, one day we come out and conquer the authorities, conquer the beast. But no, that was in the time when information was not available. Maybe that could have worked back then. In this time when
Hey,
information
bro.
is available, this is the information and
Hold on.
technology age.
Hey,
In
bro.
order
You
for
said,
us
were
to
you talking
reach,
about the beast like demons? Because Idle World
no,
said
no,
this
when I say
nigga
the
gonna
beast,
be
I
fighting
mean the system,
demons.
the system. Don't go too far. The system, the system. Don't get, don't get off track. The system.
Okay,
When they
so
said the beast, that's not just for reference. But what I'm saying
okay,
is this: in
because
this time, when information
somebody in the
and
chat agreed with
technology
you
is
and shit.
so easily accessible,
Uh-huh.
we all know that in the end, the numbers count, not the powers that be or the powers that should not be. There are few. The masses are the many. And whenever the masses come together as a force uncontrollable and unstoppable
Bro,
by the few.
it sound
But in
good
this
in
time, it
theory.
is
Hey,
necessary that you don't hold covert meetings or secret talks. But it's necessary that you let everybody know when to come out and when we
So
will be
which one of the
making our move.
servants?
but
Which one
So
of
listen,
the
what I'm
listen.
saying
servants
is
of
that the
revolution gonna be
philosophy has
fighting against?
changed, the paradigm has changed. We're no longer looking for secret talks and covert meetings and so on, so that we could plan this, fantastically engineered plan that we could gain our freedom and take over and all that. Which brings me to another point. But at the same time,
We still
in
ain't
this
get to the
time,
point yet.
information, getting it to people, getting out there is the most important thing. So if there is a revolution, it must be televised.
Hmm.
No, the hell it shouldn't be.
It
Hold
shouldn't
on,
be, but
he
it
gonna
will
be
have to
leading the
be.
missions though. He gonna be losing.
Listen,
Ain't you
you
gonna be
want to
leading
know
the
why I
missions?
disagree with that? Not wholeheartedly, but
Mutu.
No, I'm
only
open. I'm open to any debate. I'm open to dissection, but it's
this
just
my
my
only
thought,
this
my
my
idea.
only
Go
pushback.
ahead.
This my only pushback.
Mm.
Hmm.
We look back in history, right, and we say these people took over, right? Right, lawyer, they took over.
Mhm.
They did what they did, but that's fine. Okay, cool. How did they take over? We look at how they took over. Fine.
Mm.
We don't consider or give them credit for understanding that they took over the way that they took over and the checks and balances that they putting in place in case some niggas want to stand up or any other motherfuckers and
Hmm.
get in their way. Listen,
Hmm.
that word that you said, masses, was true at a certain point in time. Right or wrong, loyal. It was a point up in warfare where if you got the masses, you can damn near get the win. Until some motherfucker in
Mhm.
the lab somewhere and say, we just go create shit that destroy masses.
Point taken.
One motherfucker. Get
Point
please,
taken.
please put all the motherfuckers in one spot to make it easier.
Wash up, bust down 1,000 niggers. What the fuck?
Listen, so what I'm
Shit.
saying is,
Man, I love reasoning. Sometimes I gotta see the other side. You
is
hear me?
I feel you,
you
Idle
feel
World.
me? Look, it's two
Yeah, yeah.
choices. It's two choices that I see within the current way that this shit is going. Three choices. Niggas could either fully crash out and just say, fuck it, we finna give up the ghost. Fuck it, we just go out, die trying to blaze of glory.
Mhm.
niggas can fully assimilate and say, fuck it. We finna assimilate and take this shit over from the inside like Neo in the Matrix. If using that bullshit reference again and just say, I'm just gonna give in to the shit and just say my light on the inside or whatever I'm trying to do, I can control all of this shit. That's 2. Or 3. We can do what America has been telling us to do for 100 years.
Go back to Africa.
Go back to Africa. And what I mean by that is this.
Bobby. Bobby.
I'm the one expecting that shit.
Y'all niggas
I'm the one
Right.
expecting that shit.
You got 3 choices,
No, nigga, it's good. It's good. I'm good. Hold on. Let me get. Let me finish.
I think this crossing the line, you know, Bobby.
Let's get it. No, cause look, this real shit though. Peep game.
Hey, listening.
Peep
I'm
game.
listening. I'm listening.
Peep game though. America has already, and the rest of the world has already showed us the blueprint, right? We get to where we want to get to, then we set up our fort. America, United States of, is not controlled by people who people say are indigenous or anything else like that, right? Correct? We say these people came and colonized.
Check.
Colonized, right? But again, we don't like to study the world. Loyal. Everywhere you look, where's motherfuckers? Ain't it colonized?
What do you mean by colonized?
Meaning that the motherfuckers who there running shit ain't the motherfuckers who started there. Some other motherfuckers came and took their shit and set up the way they wanted to live properly and put some other motherfuckers under the boot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's what you gotta do, right? You gotta, in order to clean up shit, you gotta whoop some asses because
My
you
point
got
exactly.
motherfuckers gonna keep messing it up.
Back to the third part. America has already told us, and the rest of the world has said, niggas, go back to Africa. Go colonize your own people then. Or go to South America. Go colonize some of that shit.
But Bobby, you know I don't like this conversation.
Yeah, niggas don't like this.
I told you already, you are not from Africa.
You want to know why niggas don't like this?
Just to be devil's advocate, you're not from Africa. Where are you going to a foreign place?
Whoa. You missed my point. I said colonization. I didn't say nothing about being from Africa.
Oh, okay, all right.
See how you missed me already? Humbling. He wasn't catching what I was putting down. I didn't say nothing about you had to be from Africa. I'm talking about colonization. Them motherfuckers ain't from here, but they taking over, right? So if you could do that, we could do that too. My point being is, I know it sounds harsh, but them the only options. Yes, colonization. You could go take somebody else's shit, put them under the boot, and say, fuck it, y'all wasn't over here doing shit with it anyway.
Well, that's what they did with most of the land here. And we think it's gentrification, but it's actually just reopening these small businesses that's already been open. But the colonization thing, I don't know about that, man.
Wait,
how
ain't that what America taught y'all to be? Colonization, all that shit.
They taught us that we were colonized, yeah.
And then they taught motherfuckers to go out through the world and colonize.
Yeah, but how are you gonna colonize? Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, no, go ahead, Lloyd.
I was gonna say, how you gonna colonize something when there's really no boundaries to anything?
What you mean?
I mean, like, if you come in a location and run people off, they can always keep going because there's more places to go. You know what I'm saying? And then if they wanted to, they could be right outside your encampment. It just doesn't make sense the way that they describe colonization, like the people just stood there and took it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you see motherfuckers come in there, the first person they get chopped down, you don't think everybody gone? You know what I'm saying? Come on, they're not gonna stand there and be like,
No. Motherfuckers fight for their shit, bro. I'm not saying people don't fight for their shit. People die. And whoever willing to fight that war of attrition wins. That's why we can't, like, it don't get no simpler than that.
yeah, but the time frame, bro. They
mean?
Colonized America in 250 years.
No, the fuck they didn't.
That's what I'm saying. Ain't no way.
Who said they colonized America in 250 years?
Didn't colonization start when the United States began?
250,000 years ago.
I thought that shit started like the 1500 when the Mayflower, when all that shit came over.
I mean, yeah, as far as based on the history that was been written,
okay, look,
yeah, that's when we could attribute it to.
Either way, bro, that doesn't make sense, because if there was already people here, millions of people, we would still be fighting today, bro.
Why?
Look,
why?
If you encroach on a nation, right, on their border,
again, weapons of mass destruction,
and they fight you back.
Wait,
not just weapons of mass destruction, weapons of superior quality, weapons of superior progress.
Stop.
Who had superior weapons?
No, they have superior weapons.
No,
y'all missing. No, listen. Even if they got superior weapons now, again, they're willing to do the shit that you not willing to do because of your karmic retribution. You don't know how they feel about, bro. That's my whole, okay, humbling.
And they have no concept of karma.
They go right in the history that all these millions of people, they came over here and they was struggling and they had guns and they, fought the Indians and they had valiant generals and all of this shit. Really, and the truth is really what, Humbling? Weapons of mass destruction. They gave them people diseases. They gave them people smallpox and all that shit. Weapons of mass. Y'all got too many motherfuckers. I'm finna think I'm ready to kill a whole bunch of motherfuckers at once. Give them a disease. These folks willing to do the shit to you that you gotta be willing to justify with yourself. Are you willing to do back to them? And if you're not, you gotta concede and move around.
Big facts, bro.
But it was also coupled with the unknown. To be fair, you have people coming into your space that look nothing like you. Your language is completely different. And to be fair, if I'm in my home, I'm in my land, and I'm docile because I had no reason not to be. And here you come, I don't know how you got here. Then you said, okay, you came with the boat, and I'm just like, okay, you have to understand, based on the times, that's theoretical. The people that came here was unknown. Again, we have theoretically, it's based on what's been written. Unless you have something that can refute it, we have to go on written accounts.
I do
because
have something
obviously
that
we
can
know
refute
the original people, but it's still someone else's written account. So it's still hearsay. You're still going back. That's still going to be third party. And while my lawyer coming with that, shouts out to the Sentinel people. They definitely have never been colonized, and they use spears to keep the colonizers out. So shouts out to them. Go ahead, lawyer.
The Seminole people, according to K. Gomez, the 1446 or whatever they have, 1496. They didn't even exist back then. The Seminole people didn't exist until after Congress recognized the Indian people, and that was like in the 1900s. In 1772,
and it being written is two different things. Come on, Lord.
Okay, listen. Okay, I understand that, but what I'm saying is, we weren't walking around with barefooted with skirts on of leaves when these people came here.
Nobody said that, Lord.
They didn't come over here like gods on a fucking boat, and we ain't never seen a boat before. When them people came over here, we were on the same fucking ground, on the same standing as them. It wouldn't know superiority and
listen to what I'm saying. If someone comes into your space and they look completely different from you, and you're trying to figure out where did they come from.
What I'm supposed to revere them? Hold on, you trying to make it seem like now they become mystics, and I'm supposed to revere them because they just showed the fuck up. No,
lawyer.
Who the fuck is you?
Nobody's saying that, lawyer. We saying it was it was foreign. It was a thing that was foreign to what was already going on. So whatever the fuck they was doing wasn't probably given the gravity that it should have been given.
Correct.
Okay, I
Because they were
understand
trying
that.
to figure out who are these people that are invading on them. Where do they go? Because they knew nothing else but their immediate area. And we're
Man,
talking
these
about
people didn't
protected. We're
invade
not
here.
saying,
I don't think these people invaded here.
okay, well, you weren't here, lawyer, so we have to go by what was written. Well,
They didn't write nothing about no invasion though.
Who?
Please show me where they wrote something about an invasion.
The invasion is semantics. It doesn't change what happened.
Okay, I
Brother,
understand.
did you know that there's did you know that there's a Codex Americanus?
Okay, so is that where they say that they had it written that they invaded?
Codex Americanus is written in glyphs. And only a
so what
few
does that have
people
to do with
can
it? They
interpret
didn't
it.
invade.
Listen,
what does the Codex say? Does it that they invaded?
At a certain point in time, when we say invasion,
I really don't want to go into that because that's a whole other
invasion.
story.
Okay, listen, loyal. Invasion is look at it like you got to look at the word and conceptualize it for back then and now to some degree, right? So it's still the same. It's fighting amongst foreign people that's coming. So that's viewed as an invasion. If you live in a neighborhood where it was all 50 to 40-year-old people, then a bunch of 20-year-old people start moving in, you would say it's an invasion of them. And now it's, you know what I'm saying, beef kicking up between y'all because of, now it's more and more y'all coming. That's what started happening with that situation. If you know what I'm saying, if I'm recollecting from the history, they came over few in numbers, they start coming a little bit more. They was dying, they was building their little settlements, but the people that was already here, you know what I mean, they was like, you know what I mean, just letting them really do them. They posed no threat at the time. Sometimes they'd come and certain tribes would slaughter them motherfuckers and some wouldn't, but they kept coming. They was diligent. They was willing to die. And at a certain point, they became integrated within the society that was already here. So much so that they started building up shit and paying taxes back to that land that when they invaded, it was already enough numbers of them over here to where they can kind of subjugate the government and however that shit go and subvert it to them. Whatever government they had built up at that point with their colonies.
You're talking about the Quakers.
So hold on.
These are the Quakers that instituted the first foreign
you mean to tell me
government
that the people
in the U.S.
that the people that believe that they are Indian say that they traveled from America to Africa and they believe that they set up colonies there, right?
Wait,
and did their shit
on.
there,
What
right?
You said believe that. Wait,
yes,
hold on.
That's what they believe. Hold on, listen what I'm saying. I'm saying they're saying that their people left from our shores and sailed over to other shores and set up shop over there, right? But we can't see people selling towards us and then be defensible. Because look, they doing the same thing we doing. We doing the same thing they doing. How they come over here and visit us?
No,
we go over there
you're not doing the same thing they're doing, bro.
Listen,
you're not doing the same thing that they're doing.
You don't live on a coast.
They're trying to do what you're doing.
Saying, how do we go over there?
We don't live on the coast, so it's not like it's people living along.
Do you see what I'm saying? It's an even exchange.
All right. Let me ask everyone a question here. No, let's establish.
How do we go over there and visit them? They come over here, but we call it colonization.
No, you don't go over there and visit them. You go over there and populate there. You don't go over there and visit them. You go over there and populate the place.
So
understand?
So what you're telling me is that the history that they're telling is wrong, and this one that you're telling is right.
Well, when you see there, who exactly you mean by there? Because I'm speaking.
The Indians. You got all these black people. Look,
the Indians are not the original people of Americas.
Who's the original people
The
of the Americas?
Indians is a title given. I don't
Who are the
even like to say this.
Who are the original people of the Americas then? If it ain't the Indians, I'm not saying
Black
you
people,
wrong.
bro.
I'm not saying you're right.
Is it black
It's
people,
what?
bro? The
Okay,
black
so it's
people.
black people. Okay, so that's who I'm talking about. But you're
Okay, well,
saying
let
that
me
they're
put
not
it
called
into.
Indians. I say that they are. They are. Go ahead.
They are not. They're not called Indians. Indians is a title that was given to a whole heap of Canadians and Inuits that came from up north and settled in the American lands,
So
and
what you're
were
saying is the black
they
people
were
that were
they were
here.
basically a political tool to displace the original owners of the land.
Okay, so the black people that were here didn't
Hmm.
sell over to Africa and Europe and all that shit at the same
Yeah.
time that they were
Furthermore, now
supposed to
listen carefully, right? Listen carefully. The time period that you're speaking of is a
Don't
very
say
very
way.
modern,
Don't say way
very
before.
modern time, a very very
Oh,
modern time. What I'm speaking to about is anterior to 1492.
so when did they? What time frame did the black people over in this country sell to the other countries as well? You
This
don't
is
have to
gonna
be
cause
exact.
this is
You
gonna
don't have to
cause
be exact.
contention.
Just
This is going to cause contention, but I would
okay.
say millennia before. You know what
Millennia
millennia
before,
means? One millennia is
1,000 years.
1,000 years, right?
Yeah.
Millennia before.
So a
And this is
thousand
the
years
reason, at least,
before,
at
before,
least, yeah.
before the colonizers came here.
Before the colonizers came from Europe or even back from Africa.
Okay, so what nation do you know goes backwards in technology throughout time?
All right,
Don't
well, listen to
technology
this.
move forward? So if we were selling there a whole millennia before them, that means that by the time they sold over here, our navigational skills and selling skills will be way better than them because we were selling over there before that, at least 1,000 years before they were selling over here.
No,
And then
you have
also
made, you
that
don't
means
even
that
know, you
our
have made such a
technology,
great
Never
point.
heard of them
You've made such
boys?
a great point. You can let
but
me
I'm
land
just
my
saying,
plane now
okay,
without
go
any
ahead, go ahead.
turbulence at all. Now, before I began this small discourse, I said I wanted to ask one question. And this question is from a cultural perspective. What genre of music has erupted from any other part of the world apart from America?
I don't know because I've
Yeah, you
never
don't know because there are none. There's none. There's one single
that means that
genre of music, and the genre of music means that your society is civilized, it is intelligent, it's gone past intellect, and it's gone into artistry. All
so but what
genres
has
of music originate in America.
okay, I agree with that. But look,
Even
what
as
does
a
that have to
Caribbean
do?
person, I should not be telling you this to stand on my square in that we've got originality as well. But to be honest, as a
All
real
genres of
researcher,
music don't classic music,
just about
classical,
all of them. Just about.
Okay,
classical
Okay,
music.
in
go ahead.
order for you to
Give me
have a
classical.
genre of music, right, you must
Uh-huh.
have invented an instrument.
Beethoven had to come to America to learn how to play the piano with his old geeky ass.
No, that one no America ain't invent no what instrument was invented in America?
Was Beethoven
We
black or
it
white?
doesn't have
I
to
heard his
be
name was.
invented in America
All
for us to obtain it.
instruments were
Yeah.
invented by the indigenous people of America.
No, that's cap.
God
All
damn.
of them.
That's cap.
Every string
God
instrument,
damn.
string
God
instrument,
damn.
every wind instrument, every
Hey, I'm
percussion
knocking on wood
instrument.
for that shit, nigga.
I
I'm
can't do
knocking
that.
on
I
wood for
can't do
that
that.
shit.
I
Hey,
can't
I
do
I
that.
should
can't.
not even be
I can't.
telling you
I
guys
can't do
this.
that. I can't
Nigga,
do that. The
nigga,
reason why I can't do that
All
is
right.
if
this.
Anyhow,
we white
okay.
Wait,
All
skin,
wait,
right.
wait,
Let me
wait,
mute
look,
wait.
up, and y'all
Here
could
go the reason.
discuss.
Here go the
hey,
reason why I can't do that, Motu.
go ahead,
Nigga, music is my passion. If
Okay.
one thing I know, all genres of music are not created by America. One,
He
America did
did.
Means
not
the same.
create. Wait, America did not create all fucking instruments. Two, each and every place that you go on the planet, damn near got their own specific style of music. Not only that, they got their own specific type of instruments that got to be created just for their type of music. So when you say America created string, where the sitar got created in America?
Yeah, but it's a string instrument.
The guitar.
The lyre is a string instrument. The sitar is a string instrument. The guitar is a string instrument. The violin is a string instrument.
Yeah.
The first string instrument did not start in America. String instruments are a concept like the wheel. If you can find the motherfucking origin point, that's like finding the Rosetta Stone. You feel me, Muntu?
I agree.
Yeah, but I didn't say that.
What if I told you that I did find the Rosetta Stone?
Oh, listen. Then I just say if you told me right now, Muntu, you found the Rosetta Stone and you've been on this motherfucker panel this many times and you ain't never mentioned that, I'm finna call you cap. If a nigga had the Rosetta Stone, you supposed to be mentioning that shit within the first 5 sentences of talking to some niggas like, what the fuck are you talking about?
That should have been the topic, nigga. That's a full topic.
You'd have got a full motherfucker.
Listen carefully.
How about some I got the Rosetta Stone? Nigga, what the
fuck? Dude, you fucking with me. Listen carefully. The first time I came on this panel, did they tell you not that I knew the secret for women and did they not give it to you?
No, then it ain't work.
I did. You gotta look up some of them old videos.
You gave me some shit talking about some secret for women.
He got the secret to humbling. That's what he got.
Right.
He got the secret to humbling.
I'm gonna be giving you some advice, boy.
You think one
hey, Muntu, don't do that no more, man. That's like the bum coming up to you like, brother, I got the shit that you ain't play these numbers right here. You gonna be a millionaire, nigga. Why you ain't rich?
I am rich.
I'm trying
to tell you,
don't
nigga.
work on me.
Don't wait. Yeah, I ain't got the sauce. I can tell you got the juice, baby.
Yeah. What I'm saying, man, I can back up my words. That's what I'm saying. I can back up my words. That's it.
Nigga, that shit ain't came to fruition yet. Well,
But look, Bobby,
maybe you didn't play it correctly. You know what I mean?
what genre of
shouldn't have
music?
played it at all.
What genre of music you think America didn't create?
Did not create. There's only one genre.
They did not
of music
create Eastern. They did not create
okay,
Japanese.
let me put this into perspective then.
They did not
genre?
create. Wait. That shit that the motherfuckers in India be doing with the sitar.
That is the only genre of music. This is what I'm saying. That is the only genre of music.
The only one. They didn't create.
That is known worldwide. That is not from America.
Wait.
That's
They didn't create Tibetan monk music. That shit with them niggas be
So when was the last time you heard a fucking didgeridoo on the top charts, dog? When was the last time you heard the didgeridoo on the charts?
The shit that the
when was the last time you heard throat singing? When was the last time you heard throat singing on the charts?
You asked me two different things, though. You asking me two. Wait. You asking me two different things. Asking me about the charts is asking me about an industry. If you asking me about music, nigga, anywhere you go,
genres in the industry. Then
only genres exist in industry. You feel me?
Well,
everywhere you go.
Genre.
Exactly. This is gonna bring my point home completely.
You missing what I'm saying though.
In order for you to benefit.
Wait. If I go to Jamaica, and now it's the Jamaican Music Awards. It's gonna be all Jamaican music, and they can have 15, 20 different genres of just that type of music. Dance hall, reggae, roots reggae, R&B reggae, the soul and R&B, rockin' reggae. Like nigga, it's 20 different genres of that shit.
Yeah, but in the grand scheme of things on an international scale, let's say we put in everybody to the test.
We're not talking about that.
Okay.
Let's say we put in everybody to the test.
If I go over to India with the round music, them
that
niggas
ain't
make
music.
You think that round music plays on the radio in India?
Hollywood, listen, That
Reggae
music
is
play.
noise
Listen,
too. All that
if
shit
you go over
noise.
there, if you go over there to India, nigga, that music on the radio, along with the shit that's on the Bollywood
No,
soundtrack,
nigga,
along
you
with this.
listening to 50 Cent here.
Nigga,
No, you
nigga,
ain't.
money.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that was
You
them niggas
listening
over there.
to
Gang,
50
gang,
Cent.
gang, fuck bitches, nah, gang, nigga, money, money, money. Nigga,
Them niggas money.
money, oh, it is. Nigga, money, oh,
All
it
right.
is.
Nigga.
You know how they
Nigga,
do.
money.
Gang, 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 fuck bitch, yeah, nigga, money, 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 gang, 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 nigga, money, oh my god, nigga, money, fuck bitch, yeah, nigga, money, hi, nigga, money, hi, nigga, money.
Hey, I ain't even gonna lie. That last little part, he killed that shit.
What the
When that nigga
fuck?
say, nigga money,
He carried the note.
hey, nigga money.
Listen, excuse
Killing
me,
that
but
shit.
that's quite
He carried the
disrespectful for
note and
me as a
shit.
Muslim. As a Muslim, that's
Gang,
quite
gang, gang,
disrespectful.
fucking bitches, man, son. Why? Because he hit it with the halal?
Yes.
Make me feel like
It
I
felt
was
like
right at
it
home.
felt like first morning call.
Nigga, right. Nigga put the halal on the nigga money. Halal, halal, nigga
La
money.
la la.
But you see what I'm saying? Everybody got their own.
La
Everybody got
la
their own music, man.
la.
America got the
Allah
but they all got their own shit, man. See, they got that shit.
Ana Muhammadu
Oh
Rasulullah.
shit, this nigga finna awaken the jinn, nigga.
Shit. I told you, nigga, I paid through all of this
That
shit.
motherfucker, a jinn finna come crawling out the computer, nigga.
After 10 fucking religions.
Islamic demon, nigga. The fuck?
Yo, Layla, Muhammadu Rasulullah.
Nigga got
Come on,
attacked by
guys.
Christian ghosts and Islamic ghosts around this bitch.
Furthermore, you know I'm fucking drinking spirits, man, and these spirits from the Caribbean wild as fuck. These like can cutter spirits.
The wild Caribbean spirits.
Yeah, bush nigga shit, you know what I mean?
Nigga,
man, they just walking
you drinking bull bat blood if you drinking that shit from out there in the islands, boy. I know what them niggas do.
No, man, this raw sugar cane rum, dog. Listen to me carefully, right?
Raw sugar cane rum? That's that shit. A nigga
I drink.
Nigga made that in the woods and distillery that he got.
I make my life simple, you understand? My life is quite simple, and I like to keep my life simple because this is the way you keep shit on track. Now, I drink 3 beverages. I drink beer, rum, and coffee.
That's
and water. 4 beverages. Yeah, that's it.
Nah, you lied. You don't drink water.
I do not drink. Water is number 4. Water is number 4.
Wait. This how I be knowing niggas pH throw though.
But water is not a beverage. This is what I'm saying. I drink 3 beverages.
Yes, it is.
Include water makes 4. But here's the point. Listen, let me land my plane. This is the important part of it. This is the important part of it. I know all of the ingredients. I know all of the ingredients in rum. I know all of the ingredients in beer. I know all the ingredients in coffee. And there was about 3 or 4.
And
listen carefully. No,
water.
Rum is made from sugar and water. That is it. That's 2 ingredients. You could find sugar growing all over Barbados. All right.
No, it's more than sugar and water, bro.
It's not. I'm telling you, it's not. Everything is made from sugar and water, bro. Yeast is formed from the fermentation of sugar cane. Okay?
It's already on it.
Just like beer, yeast is formed from the fermentation of hops in beer. You can find hops growing on a vine. You can find sugar cane growing in a field. You can find wheat or barley, which is necessary for beer, growing. This is my point. Listen carefully. This is my point. Everything that I drink or I consume, I can see it growing somewhere in the land naturally. If I look on a box juice, I don't know what benzocarbonate number 3 is. That don't grow nowhere. I don't know what yellow color number 5. I don't even drink popsicles, pop drinks, box juices, nothing so, brother man. I just drink water, beer, rum, and coffee. Occasionally tea. But what I'm saying to
But
you, this
look,
is much
all that
more
shit got
healthy
water
for
in it
you
too.
than to drink the multiplicity of things that you drink.
Yeah, it is. Soda too.
And it's a simple solution. Soda, don't
Soda
fuck
ain't
with
nothing
it,
but
bro.
sugar water that's carbonated. That's all it is. Sugar water that's carbonated. It ain't got no GMOs, none of that shit y'all been talking about. That's just more
All
healthier
right
than
then.
water.
Well, all right. I
Water,
could live with that.
water out of your faucet is more polluted than any drink they sell at the grocery store.
Well, maybe your faucet, not mine.
Really? Wait.
My island is completely made of limestone. Every single drop of water is filtered through the
Okay.
limestone.
Is the water
So,
is
but
the
I
water
understand
boiled?
what you're saying because I've
Is
researched
it
that as
boiled?
well. I know
If it
that the
ain't
water in
boiled,
the
I don't
States
care
is
what kind
fucked
of
up.
stone you put on it. I don't care what kind of stone you put on it. If it ain't boiled, it ain't healthy. It's full of bacteria. It
You
can come
sound like
from
a
limestone.
you sound like a city nigga that don't know how
I
to
sound
filter
like,
water to survive to save your life.
bro, you filtering water with dirt, rocks, sand, and fucking charcoal with bacteria in it, clown. You still have to you have to boil it.
What you
They
talking
don't
about,
boil the
dude?
water in the
I
city.
I live in when I'm in Tortola. I'm in Barbados right now, right? Which is natural limestone. All the
Man,
water you could drink from the faucet. When I'm in
no,
Tortola,
you can't.
there's
You
no such
cannot drink from the
facility.
faucet anywhere in the world.
What you talking rubbish, old dog?
Anywhere in the world, bro. You cannot drink from the fucking
Which part of the
faucet.
world you ain't that you can't drink water?
I
Tell me where
know.
you ain't.
Hey, so where's your water treatment plant then?
We ain't got no fucking water treatment plant. You deaf. The entire island is made of limestone,
Exactly.
so the water
Exactly. You don't
filters
have a
naturally.
what it's not filter is not fucking clean, bro. Filter is
You
straining
mean
all the particulates out of it. That
you're
doesn't
an
mean it's
idiot?
clean.
Filter is not clean in the city, the big city where you live.
It's not
That
clean
your
anywhere,
sewage runs through your
anywhere.
water system and so on. Not over here, bro.
Bro, you get water where they fucking. I got a well too at my house, man. But I know for a
I
fact
ain't
that
got
this
no
well is
fucking
connected
well
to
at my
other
house. What you
wells.
talking about?
Look, bro, just listen. I
All
know that
right, hey, listening.
these underground water sources are connected to other water sources everywhere. So you can't trust it. It has to be boiled. I'm
In
telling you.
America,
No, in
not in
Haiti and
Barbados.
wherever the fuck you from. Yes, in Barbados. Even worse in Barbados. You niggas is dirty.
What?
Yeah, you niggas is
Why go
dirty.
on Google Barbados water supply,
I ain't
idiot?
Googling shit, nigga. I know
You
what the
better
fuck
do it. Google is
Barbados
God.
is.
If you really want to know the truth, you should ask God, and Google
Man,
is God.
Barbados is damn near a third world country. I ain't got better water supply than America to get you
Dude,
started.
Barbados is a developing state, idiot.
Yes, it's undeveloped right now, though. It's
No,
better
no,
off
it's a
developing.
developing state. You don't even
Yes,
know the
and it's
terms that you're using.
developing means it's not developed. That means it's still undeveloped, dumbass. So
But
don't
it's not
fucking
third
tell me
world. But it's not
America's
third
already
world. You know
developed.
what third world means?
That is third world, nigga. That means y'all ain't
You're an
came about the
idiot.
dirt yet. That
Yeah, all
means
right.
you
I
ain't came
gonna
about the dirt yet.
You know what? Let me just acquiesce for a moment and go and drink another rum, roll another spliff, and so on. But y'all guys could engage that dude for a moment. Thank
Well,
you.
thank you for letting us talk, then. All right, nigga, we don't need your permission. Who the fuck you think you is? We gotta ask you for your permission. All I'm saying is, America's established. It's been established for a long time. Ain't no fucking way we was invaded and we didn't see the motherfuckers coming and we was selling a whole fucking 1,000 years before they came here. What kind of sense does that make? If we was selling 1,000 years before you fucking sailed over here, then guess what? We're advanced enough to be able to sell over there where you're at and fuck you up too. Y'all act like we was on the beach just like fucking happy-go-lucky playing fucking squash or some shit with grass skirts on. And then all of a sudden, these motherfuckers rolled up and we was like, colonizers. Nigga, please, man. Them motherfuckers rolled up like some suckers on them boats. All malnutritious and skanking and shit. Nigga, we was like, get the fuck away from us. You ain't gonna be selling on the ship for no 3 months, nigga, and come to my shore. I've been sitting over here healthy and strong and shit, and you just gonna come over here and kill me, you weak ass sailor? Get the fuck out of here, man. Them motherfuckers ain't got no teeth. They malnutritious. The niggas all got scabies because they ain't fucking been having no fruits on the bitch. And they been gonna come to the shore and just kill everybody with a single shot musket. Get the fuck out of here. We probably had machine guns back then. We probably had all kind of shit that we don't even know that they had, that we ain't even paid attention to what we have right now. That's what's wrong with us, man. We cannot say that these people came over here and colonized us when we were going over there. What did they call what we was doing? Friendly visits?
Yeah, what's it going over there?
We was going over there, he said, 1,000 years before. Nigga, if we was going over there, what were we doing? Making friendly visits? Oh, they friendly visiting over here, but we gonna colonize over there. Man, come on, bro. That's why I have reservations with this shit, because both sides are saying two different things and making each other look bad, and none of it's coming together. If you're a badass over here and technologically smarter when you're older, right, back then, and then now you're just a dumbass rock, and people just took advantage of you all your life and just took over your shit? No, man. If you want my opinion, these people were invited over here to serve us. They serve in the 3 service classes: civil service, service member, and what? Public servant. That's the servant classes. And we ain't supposed to do nothing but benefit off of that. The people ain't come over here and take shit. We still in control. What other race of people have their own caucus? Have their own congressional meeting? They just now started getting their shit. We had our shit a long time ago before they had theirs. That means that we were consolidated in the government as a group of people of the same race. Nobody else was able to join. That's unheard of. In a country where the people that nobody else can join their group in the government were all enslaved. Come on, man. It doesn't make any sense. That's why the slave story is getting dropped.
Dude, you ain't really using logistics to prove your point, you know. You're not really using reasoning. You're using a lot of
logistics are you using?
I believe. Yeah, well, cite some sources and so on. You're using a lot I believe and shit.
What logistics are you using? Dude, what logistics are you using?
Dude, every argument I produce facts and backup for it.
What does that have
Weren't
to do
you
with
listening?
logistics then?
Yeah, but show me how you're moving from one point to the next.
So what did you just tell me about us selling over there a whole 1,000 years before?
No, I didn't. I never told you that. This is why you must learn to listen before you answer. Now, what I said is that the indigenous people of America, the original inhabitants of America, were there 1,000 years anterior to 1492, which is when your Columbus came. Okay?
My Columbus.
And 1,000 years before that,
we were
expeditions left from America, or the Americas, because it was not just the USA. The Americas, you could look on any map, any globe, and see everything that's called America from north to south, east, west. All that was America. Tamari.
Okay.
Tamari was the original name. And when they say Tamarino, it means they gotta go into some other things to prove to you that there was a history anterior to what you've gotten in school or even on YouTube.
Okay,
no.
First of all, bro.
Having said that, let me say this.
How the hell? Okay, go ahead. Say what you gotta say. Go.
I'm saying 1,000 years previous to the arrival of Christopher Columbus, or even more, Americans left on expeditions to go to other lands. In those other lands, they then prepared the culture that we see in those other lands today.
Okay. So
This is all I'm
that would
saying.
lead me to think. So that would lead me to think that since we were doing this 1,000 years, that we didn't deplete our ability to fucking sell over there and know what people selling here were meant. You know what I'm saying? That means that by the time they came over here, we already been selling over there, so we knew what they looked like.
This is what I'm saying. You had educated them, you had civilized them in the very beginning. So when they came to America, they were only coming back home with all the culture that you taught them in the first place. Does anybody know what the Kemetic lands are? Is anybody familiar with the fact that in the Metuneta, the Kemetic lands are referred to as the Black lands?
Just answer that question. Just answer that question. If we
No, let me school you first. Let me school you first.
How did they colonize us? If we taught them everything, they
Who the fuck is there that you talking about?
The colonizers.
The colonizers were from Europe, bro.
Okay, so we already
colonization is a completely different system from what was on the land before. Colonization was a brand new technique.
So okay, let's go back to what you said. Let's explain to us what happened.
Good. Hang on. I'm trying to school you on certain. I'm trying to give you a foundation so that you can understand what I'm saying.
You can't.
I'm trying to give you a foundation.
That shit don't work. It's not gonna work on everybody no more.
Yep, I'm not trying to work anything on you, brother. I'm trying to empower you with knowledge.
It's contradictory to common sense.
No, it's contradictory to what you believe.
So if we taught them everything, how did they colonize us? That's what I want to know.
They didn't.
What the fuck are you? Oh my goodness. So why are you up here telling me something if you ain't contradicting what I'm saying? Because I'm saying the colonization didn't happen. So now all of a sudden you believe it didn't happen either?
All right. You're saying the colonization didn't happen. When was colonization? Colonization happened between 1492 and to stretch it till modern times today. That's when colonization happened. I'm speaking to you of a time anterior to colonization. Do you know what anterior means?
That's a shame. Bro.
Anterior means behind or a time before what I'm speaking. If a doctor is speaking to you and he says that you have a problem in your posterior region, it means that it's in front of you, in the front of your body. If you have a problem in your anterior region, it's in the back of your body. Okay. Now, what I'm saying to you is this. I was trying to land the plane. Listen carefully. Have you heard of the Black lands, the Kemet lands that all the Metuneta people talk about, and the Israelites and so on? The Black lands, Kemet. You're familiar with this?
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
Good. So why? The question is, why is it called the Black lands? Every land is black, isn't it? Is it because of the people, the black people? No. The reason it's called the Black lands is because there's a particular procedure that produces black soil. This procedure was perfected in the Americas and it is a system of growing 3 plants: maize, beans, and squash.
Is this going to relate to
listen carefully before you talk. The chemical composition of these 3 plants being put together not only causes a good crop, it nitrogenizes the land and causes the earth to become black. This is why Kemet is called the black land, the dirt is
Who
black.
cares,
Many other
bro? Who
lands that you will
cares?
go to,
I
the
only
earth is
care about
red
America.
because it's filled with clay.
I only care about America. I don't give a fuck about Kemet land or Red land or whatever the
No,
fuck
what
you
I can
talking
hear
about.
you
I don't
saying
care
is
about
that you
none of
only
it.
care about yourself, is what I can
That's
hear you
right.
saying.
I only
Because
care about me and mine.
I am showing you how
I
in
don't give a
every
fuck about
single
no
way
Kemet
America
land,
is
nigga.
great. And you ain't listening.
How you
I'm
telling me
showing you
America
how
is
America
great, nigga?
is
We talking
great.
about a
And you're not
colonization, nigga.
listening.
Bro, listen. What does that have to do with colonization? What we were just talking about?
Because colonization is only a modern a modern event that happened in very recent times.
How
To
recent?
know your history and your roots is not in modernization is not
How
200
recent?
years ago.
How
200
recent?
years ago, but only lead to your great grandfather. You got
200
more
years
history
ago.
than that.
200 years ago, colonization occurred. You talking about when America started? Ain't that what I said earlier? And you guys told me, no, man, it was 1446, 1492. I'm telling you, bro, colonization didn't happen at all. How the fuck colonization happened when we taught these people supposedly everything they know? We are they fucking creators. And then
Agreed.
here
But
we
you
are,
were
600 years
overcome.
later.
You
Now we
were
become so
overcome.
primitive. Man, go on with that shit, bro.
You were overcome. You gotta admit this point. You were overcome.
No, I ain't admitting shit. That shit never happened in my timeline. It probably happened in your
You know,
alternate
it never
universe.
happened in your
All of
mind.
that shit, y'all just be making that shit up, man, to make yourselves like a self-proclaimed victim and shit. That shit never happened. Colonization didn't happen. None of that shit happened, bro.
So how the fuck we get in this position that we in now, though, old dog?
What position are we in? We run every fucking thing here, bro. What are you talking
We in a
about?
position as being the result and the end result, the drippings of slavery. That we still in slavery, bonded,
Man, ain't
mind and
nobody in
fucking.
slavery, man.
Well, really?
No, you just don't want to work, nigga. Get a job. That's what you call it, slavery?
Oh, you really don't know my profile, do you?
Yes.
I don't need a job
See,
and I don't need to work at this point
I
in my life, dog.
understand that. I'm not saying that you do, bro. I'm saying we're not in slavery. Okay? We've never been in slavery. Okay. From what the definition of slavery is, we never experienced that.
So what's the definition of slavery? You know, there's indentured servitude, there's slavery, there's chattel slavery. What are you saying?
Okay, what do you want
Oh,
me
we
to?
want to get down
I
to
don't have
fine
no
details now?
objection. I have no objection that there was chattel slavery or any of that shit. All I'm saying is that didn't apply to America.
And I'm saying you're wrong.
Well, that's your prerogative. All you can do is try to prove it,
It absolutely
and you
applied to
can't.
America,
You can't. You can't prove it,
even though
bro.
you were not supposed to be subjected to it, but it absolutely applied. You were not supposed to be subjected to it. Furthermore, you don't even have a legal claim or any legal binding to slavery, but you have accepted it because you do
Please.
not know the law.
Oh, bro. So that's what this is all about. So the only reason why, we are in slavery is because of law.
Law.
What law? I want to know what law puts us in slavery.
Well, both the law of the land and admiralty law puts you in
Hold
slavery,
on.
which is all encompassed and headed by the papal bull. The
Look, bro.
papal bull. Let me
The
write it in
papal
the chat.
bull,
The
man, the
papal
papal
bull.
bull wasn't nothing but a proclamation by the church to talk to other churches. That
You
shit
don't
that
know
y'all
what the
talking
papal
about
bull
with
is, do you?
yes, I do, where they talking
You
about
do not know what
that
the
they're gonna
papal bull is, my
enslave the
friend.
people here, that they're gonna enslave people here into infinity or whatever. Who gives a
Okay,
fuck?
so
That is a
how
fucking
is it
lie.
possible?
The
So how
church
is
was
it
talking to the
possible?
church.
Okay, so how is it possible that this deal
The
or so
papal
on
bull.
was ratified How is it possible for this to be ratified, and not only ratified but executed as well?
How did they execute it, bro?
Answer me.
When
How
they were
was it
talking about
possible?
missionaries, how did they execute it when it was the church
Missionaries
talking to
have no
missionaries?
power. Missionaries are decreed and sent out from somewhere. They are only soldiers, foot soldiers.
Bro, that's who
So
they were talking to.
in order for this paper bill to have any teeth, every single authority, every single captain, every single admiral, every single law authoritative figure had
Niggas
to.
just make shit up. The church
I ain't
never
making shit up,
ran
dog.
shit, bro. Yes.
Everybody
Church
had to
never ran
agree to
shit.
this.
Look,
Did you know that the papal bull is an actual decree written on what is called parchment
by the
paper,
church,
and
by
is
the
signed in
church.
blood, written in blood, and is prayed over and deposited in a vault in the
Who
Vatican
gives
that
a
has not
fuck?
been
Who
opened
cares?
for all these years?
Who
All
cares
right, you
about
didn't
that, bro?
know
That
that,
has
right?
no
You ain't want to hear
significance here
that
in
shit,
America.
bro.
Why isn't it deposited in a vault here in America? Because it
Yeah,
don't mean shit to Americans. They
exactly. It
deposit
is
that shit in the Vatican.
because the farce has taken you
Who
over.
gives
The
a fuck?
Vatican has been superimposed over everything
No.
that you know over your
The
life.
Vatican has taken over Barbados, wherever you from, Barbados. They ain't taken over America. Barbados probably got taken over by the church, not
Dude,
America.
you are ruled by
Okay,
Capitol Hill.
how you gonna
Capitol
have a
Hill is
nation
found on the very
still
Capitol Hill
named
in
the
Rome, in
same
the
name that it
Vatican.
was named when they first found it? If they took over, wouldn't it be another name if they found
Listen,
America
dude,
and
you
the
know what?
Spanish took it over? It will be called another fucking name right now, bro. Come on, man. What conqueror leaves the people the name of their nation when they take over the fucking nation? In the movies, that don't even happen. Nigga, America's been always known as America before England and fucking
America
Africa
was known
and
as
China
Ta-Mary,
and
brother.
France.
Not
Man,
America.
gone with that
America was
bitch.
known as Ta-Mary.
Gone with that bitch, man.
Ta-Mary
Tamari
is your
don't
original.
exist.
You know what? I
No,
can stop
that's
talking to you
your
for a
name you
moment.
called us. That's the name you called
That's
us.
not the name I call you. That is the name in
Yes.
the Codex Americanus, brother. That is the
Man,
name
look,
in
the
the
Codex.
glyphs.
Where's the Codex Americana? Where is that at?
Well, this is where you need to do some research now, and you will know what
No,
I
this
know.
is where you need to do some research. No, bro, that Americana shit ain't even in America. Get that shit out of here. They made that shit up. They
They
always
did
make
not.
up their decrees and their books and shit that talk about America, and they always have them in their own country. Because if they brought that shit here to America, we would destroy that shit. But we'll sacrifice ourselves for our Constitution. Why we
Listen,
haven't destroyed the Constitution, but y'all ain't bring none of y'all fucking Papa Bulls, all that bullshit y'all
dude,
have over there
Codex
here. Because we'll
Americanus
tear
is
that
not
shit the
written
fuck
to
up.
Americans. Codex Americanus is not written for the
Who is it written
recordings
for?
or the history of Americans. It is
Who
written
wrote
to
it?
those
And
who
where?
would like to invade America, those who would like to possess America, so that they
They
know
couldn't.
the actual history of America,
They
so they
couldn't.
don't make a wrong move. You
They
stupid.
couldn't. They couldn't invade, so they just wrote it down. Them motherfuckers was hopeless. Bitch, I want to invade America, but they're too strong. They're too advanced. So let's just write it down in secret and put it in our vaults. Shut the hell up, man.
Listen, chat. This dude sounds like an idiot, but he just said exactly the perfect thing. It is
Why write
completely
it down in
100%
secret?
correct. The technology was too high and so on. This is exactly correct. You just made my point, bro. Thanks.
How are we
Thank you.
colonized? If we had so much advancement over here, how are we colonized? That must have been on our day off then. We must have been drunk for them to come over here and colonize us with all our technology. Huh? We must have been so fucked up for them to just come over here and say, hey, we taking over shit, Papa Bull, bitch. Nah, man.
Yeah, dude, but everything you telling me is speculation and like just your opinion, you know what I mean?
Have you
Dropping
seen the
actual
Papa?
logic.
Yo, look, have you seen the Papal Bull with your own
How
eyes?
could I
Fuck
see the
no.
Papal Bull when I told you that it's been
Yeah.
encased in a vault for over
Well,
300
how
or
you know it's
400
there?
years? How
You
could I
have
see it?
blind faith. You have blind faith
No,
that they
dude.
actually wrote it.
There are
You ain't never seen it.
records.
You ain't
There are
never seen it
records of.
before.
All right, you want to talk all the
So
time?
you
Go
read the
ahead.
Papal. So you read the Papal Bull Bible, and feel like you gotta believe that it's over there in the vault in the Vatican. We
You
don't
know,
have to do that with the
from the fact
Constitution.
that you said I read the Papal
Here in
Bible, you
America.
sound like an idiot.
Look, here in
You
America,
sound like an idiot, dog.
we could go to our state capitol and look at our Constitution right there. Not no
You know
fucking
what?
Papal,
I've been
made up
listening to
Papal
you the
Bull.
whole night. You know who you sound like? You sound like Sabian.
Hey, you know who I've
Apion.
been listening to all
Apion. You
night?
sound like Apion.
Yo bullshit. Yo bullshit. All right. You
My
sound like
bullshit?
straight out of
Disprove it.
Nigeria, Africa, or some shit. And you
Disprove
trying
my
to tell me
bullshit.
what's going over here in America. You trying to tell me what's happening over here in America, and you
No,
sound
man.
like you from somewhere over in
I'm
Africa.
not trying to tell you what's going on in America. I'm
Yeah,
trying
you
to tell
trying to
you
tell
what
me about some
went
papers that
on,
they wrote up
what
by
has gone on, what has
fuck about no
already been
papers.
laid in history that's happened in America, not what's going on now. I don't know
Man,
what's going on
that
now.
history was made up by them cocksuckers over there, for cocksuckers like you to come over here and push that fucking rhetoric. That's what it's made up
Right.
for.
And your
Nobody
proof
hear about no
is
Papal Bull.
your
I heard
proof
about that
is
shit.
your proof and your disproof is what? Just because you think so.
Is what?
Right.
Is what? Is my opinion. Just like all of your proof is your opinion.
No,
You ain't never
my
seen
proof
any
ain't
of that shit.
opinion. I cite
You ain't seen
sources from
any
where I
of it.
speak, bro.
Where have you seen the shit? Have you seen the Papal Bull with your own two eyes? No, you've seen other people write about it. You just
I've
believe
seen
it's real.
I've seen what is written on the Papal Bull. Not the
Where?
actual Papal Bull, but I've seen
How
what is
you
written
know
on
it's
it.
real? Not unless you see it for yourself. See the actual document. How do you know it's real?
Oh, you think that's a good argument to go with?
That's a great argument to go with. That's the first argument people should come
Oh
with.
man,
But
that's a
motherfuckers try to prove
that's a
some stupid
fucking
shit
ghetto
to you.
argument, dude. That's a ghetto argument. That's a gutter argument.
Man, look, all I'm saying is none of that shit happened. That was the church writing to
Yeah,
another church.
well, show me. Well, prove to me how it not happened. I've cited sources, dates, and times for what I have said
so when
is history.
So when did the church come over here and take over shit?
No, dude, you gotta answer some questions, not me.
I'm just trying to figure it out because it's obviously you don't know when. Because if they came over here after the Papal Bull was in effect, don't you think we would have a copy of it to show us what they have us under, what type of decree?
Well, this is why I was able to read the contents of the Papal Bull, because there are copies of it.
Bro, let me
tell you something. The original is situated in a vault in the Vatican.
There are copies of bullshit bags full of shit.
All right, let me end this argument, right? You got to follow the edicts of the Papal Bull every single day. You do without you got to do it, or else you will be incarcerated.
In what? Incarcerated.
You gotta go work and pay your taxes every day, or else you will be incarcerated or subject to fines and penalties. You have to adhere to the Papal Bull.
Wrong. Wrong. I'm retired. I don't pay taxes. They're not gonna tax themselves. Come on.
Do you receive any benefits from the government?
Yes.
Exactly. You are tied.
I am.
The only way you can be free is to refuse the benefits from the government.
Prestige. You out your motherfucking
Your
mind.
soul is tied to your account.
That's my reparations.
Your soul is tied to your account, dude.
Just because you can't retire and have somebody pay you for the rest of your life, don't mean that I'm gonna be stupid enough to give that away. That's what you want me to do.
Well, it's obvious
Okay?
that you don't know me because I live on a mountain by
See?
myself in the middle of
I
the
don't
fucking
care where you
ocean.
live. I don't care where you
And I
live,
can
bro. I
sustain
don't care
myself.
where
So
you
you an
live.
idiot. You don't know
You
me,
don't
bro.
deserve the benefit that we get over here. You don't deserve it.
What
That's
the
why you
fuck
on top of
benefit
that
is
damn
that
mountain.
here? A trio
Yes.
kit? What is call it? A
Hey, it's
144 kit?
hey, it's
Dude, I
precious.
never grew up in a
It's
fucking
precious
big
to
city with
Americans.
buildings. I grew up on an island. I's a bush
You don't know what you're
nigga.
missing. You don't
I'm a
know what you're
bush.
missing.
I ain't missing shit
You don't know what you're
because
missing. You out there
I
drinking dirty water
I got
and living with
visa.
the
I can
monkeys.
come to the States anytime I feel like. I have a visa. I can
Look,
visit the
you come to
States
the States
anytime
to
I feel it.
visit, bitch, and
I
get the
have
fuck out.
350 million credits in Las Vegas. I can
Who
spend
gives a
any
fuck?
amount. I can stay in Las Vegas for 3 months and eat
Who
free
gives a
and sleep
fuck?
free. Idiot.
Who
And
gives
not
a
only that, I
fuck?
got
You
classical
visitor?
education too. That I could
You
talk
a
to
visitor,
jackasses
nigga.
like you.
Look, you better be lucky we don't revoke
I
your
ain't looking at
citizenship.
shit. My eyes closed. I drunk goddamn. I
Keep
ready
on
to lick my
talking, we
red
gonna have
spliff.
your hall pass removed, ho. We gonna get your ass locked out to keep talking here. You gonna get
Ho.
expelled. You gonna
Expel
get
from
your
where?
ass Look, you keep on
Expel
talking.
from where?
I'm gonna call them
You know,
people and they're gonna
let me
get
tell you
shot.
something, right?
This ass
You
gonna
know,
come
when they
back.
come to the States, I got more rights than you.
You get the fuck out
When
of
they
here.
come
You
to
ain't
the
got no
States, I
rights.
got more
You a
rights than you.
visitor. You are a visitor. You do not have claim
Exactly.
here.
And I got more rights than you.
No claim here. No claim.
Fuck you telling me at all.
You have no claim in America. You
You
are
know,
visitor.
you know the system that you supporting benefiting me
Look,
more than
bro.
you.
Look, man. All I'm saying
Yeah,
is this,
man,
brother. I
let
have
me
no
get
problem
past
with you
that here.
coming to
Let's
America.
get past that, man.
I
Let's
have
get
no
past that.
problem with you coming to America. Okay? All I'm saying is, bro, don't come here talking about we under some type of rule. We ain't under shit. You under that shit. You believe it. Okay?
Yeah, all right,
When you
that's
come
cool,
here,
man.
you respect the fact that we
I was
free
actually just
and you
reasoning
want to be
history.
free.
I was just,
You want to be
excuse me,
free. Okay? You
excuse
want to
me,
be free. Yes.
want to be free?
Yes.
Me,
Because if they
want to be free.
decide they can wipe Babylon off the fucking map, all right? If they decide
What are you talking about, brother man? Barbados
yeah.
is the second most important country in the whole entire world.
Bro,
You don't know this? You want me to break it down for you, Oliver?
look, I know
Listen carefully,
Barbados
right?
is part of the
There's
Americas. I know that.
when the telephone was first
Okay?
invented, there are only three places in the world that had a telephone: London, Barbados, and New York. 300
Man,
years
get
ago,
out of here.
the oldest
Man, bro.
parliament in the whole of the Western
When
Hemisphere,
was this?
including.
When was this?
I like I speak in Spanish because I know tell you 300 years ago. If you can't count, that's your fucking problem.
300
You can't
years
count.
ago, y'all had the
You
first
don't know how to
one.
count. You can't school dance.
Stop lying, motherfucker. Stop lying.
Big man, Barbados is the second place in the entire world that had a
I
telephone.
know for a motherfucking fact Barbados didn't have a phone before America. Nigga,
You
who you talking to?
But they were trying to tell you, you're not even listening because
Who
the
you
only
talking to?
that had a phone was London, Barbados, and New
fresh
York.
off the banana
You're an
boat, nigga.
idiot. You're an
I'm not
idiot.
fresh off the boat. You can't tell
You
me no shit
fresh
I'm
off
just
the
gonna
boat.
believe.
You stupid. They're listening. The only three
I'm listening.
places
I'm
that had a
listening.
phone, the only three places where there were telecommunications 350 years ago was London, Barbados, and New York.
Bro.
Idiot. Sorry, I'm here to crash out people. You rubbing me and things, you know what I mean? Sorry about that, yeah. So I didn't really mean to be so disrespectful.
Barbados had it. Look, bro.
You're an idiot. Shut up. You're not qualified to talk to me. You're not qualified to speak to me. Okay?
Barbados had a string and a cup. That's what they had. Okay?
You're an idiot. Barbados got the oldest parliament buildings in the Western Hemisphere. All right. I see you up there. You're just about jeering and shit, right?
You lucky to have internet right now, motherfucker. If you wouldn't
lucky to have internet,
somebody else.
Nigga, I got the best internet in the whole Caribbean. You stupid.
Look, I'll fly.
You know you get internet from England.
Blow that little antenna off that fucking shack you living in, If you don't
A
watch out,
shot
you know
I
I'm
living
talking
in.
shit.
I can turn on. All right, watch it now.
Oh, you
I can
living?
turn on my camera. I can put on my camera. I want you put on yours. Put on your
Look,
camera. I put it on
look,
mine.
look, look, look,
And let
look,
me
look.
see who
Calm
live in the
down.
shot. Put on your
Calm down.
camera. Turn on your
Calm down.
camera. I turn it on
All right.
mine. Let me see who live in the fucking
Go
shot,
ahead.
idiot.
Go ahead. Let's go. We're gonna do it on
Turn
3.
on your
Okay.
camera.
Let's do
Come
it.
on.
One.
Shot
We're
here,
gonna do it
so.
together. We're gonna do it
Right,
together.
camp here. I ain't got no
One
fucking problem with that, there, nigga.
on 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
In a
1,
tree fat crease, you
2,
jackass.
3. Where yours at? See, look how you try to trick me. Look how you try to trick me. See?
I ain't tricking rats, who are you?
How you trying to trick me? I thought you was gonna show your shit, huh? Why the screen black? Don't make me come over there and peel your tin roof off.
You can't come over here, nigga. Furthermore, I can show you your fucking camera location. You hear?
Hey, look. I'm gonna come over there and fucking use a can opener, open your roof up. You keep on
Trust me,
talking shit.
I could reach you before you could reach me.
You can't
Believe me.
reach shit. You can barely
It
reach the
ain't easy
nearest
for you to
town.
reach me, but I
Gotta
can reach
ride a
you
horse
easy.
or a camel or a damn donkey or something to get to town. Ain't shit out there where you at, bro. I
You
live
know
in the
name
desert.
about Barbados, man.
You can probably spot my house in the desert. But look, at the same time, all I'm saying is this, bro. You can't sit up there and tell me that we under some fucking papa or boo when you ain't even over here. How the fuck you know what's going on over here? Just because you got credits at the fucking at Las Vegas and you come here to visit don't mean that you know what's going on up over here. Okay? That's all I'm saying, bro. Don't just speak out of turn and say that we under some rule and shit. We not under no rule, nigga. We running shit over here. We running shit in America. Black people been running shit all the whole time. We've been fooling dumb niggas, telling them that they been colonized. And you just picked up on it. Now all of a sudden we under the papal boo. Get the hell out of here. Ain't no fucking papal boo running shit. The colonization did not happen. They still waiting for that
You're
shit to happen.
listening. I would show you my place, but my VPN and so on stopped me from
You don't have to,
showing
brother.
you.
Don't worry about it. I believe you. Go ahead.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. I mean, a lot of people believe that because we from the Caribbean, we still living in shanties and shots and so on, you know. We don't, man. I
Well,
got
that
a
is what
classic
y'all
and
show us.
I got a
Ain't that
classic
what y'all
education
show
from
us?
the University of West Indies. This is how I'm able to do research and research even archaeology, not just in the Caribbean and history, but in America as well, because you guys got a big stage, you know what I mean? And they
I
really
know that.
looking for the
Because
secrets of
look,
it.
we
But
got a
I've
big
never.
stage, brother.
I'm not speaking to you. I'm
Because
not
we worked
arguing with
for it.
you on the point
I
of
know. I'm
any
not arguing.
of our modern civility, but from a point of history or even prehistory. You get me? This is where my entire argument came from. So please, I just wanted to keep it, in a historical time. I know a lot of people. What I've said, I know, might trigger people. Some people might resonate with it and look into it a little deeper, but it's something that I found interesting and I delved into it and I found out some
Just
shit.
because you found interest in it, brother, don't mean it's a fact.
No,
Doesn't
but I
mean
said
it's
I
real.
found out some shit.
I got you. I
You get me?
understand you did. You probably did find out some shit. But what I'm saying is, just because it's written down in a book doesn't mean it can't be challenged. It's not real, man. None of that shit is
Agreed.
real.
Agreed. I don't mind being challenged. That's the honest truth. This is how we actually come to conclusions to find the real truth. I don't mind being challenged. But please
So,
don't insult my
nah,
intelligence, you know what I mean?
I'm not trying to insult your intelligence, but don't insult mine too in the same time. Just because I don't buy into it like you do. See, because what I'm saying is this. If we were colonized, that means that everything about this place wouldn't be what it is right now. We wouldn't be called America, even though it's called the United States of America. We
Mhm.
still would. It wouldn't be America. Period.
All right,
He
not
wouldn't
crossing
be.
you,
And we
but remember that point. United States of America. I want to address that. So go
go
ahead.
ahead. Well, the United States of America is just like this. The biggest team wins. If the United States wasn't the biggest corporation here, maybe if it was the Dallas Cowboys, it probably would be called the Dallas Cowboys of America. It just depends on the biggest corporation.
Well, you actually hit the point that I was gonna get at, because United States of America is a corporation. United States is not. Or is it the other way around? The United
No, the
States is
United
a
States is the
corporation.
corporation. America isn't.
Okay. Well, this is what I'm saying. This is where the legalese comes in. This is where the law comes in. Authority, admiralty law, commonalty law, everything, all of that comes in. What I'm trying to establish is this. Do we proceed trying to fight the system, play the game as it is laid out to us, or do we completely separate ourselves from it and build our own system? Or do we destroy that system? And if we do destroy that system, how is it that we're supposed to survive being slaves fresh out of slavery with power? For instance, a monkey with a gun.
I don't know about you, but I ain't no motherfucking monkey. All right. And I ain't
Imagine
never
a
been
monkey
in
with a gun.
captivity. No, I'm not gonna imagine a monkey with a gun because that's not
All right,
realistic.
hold on.
What we can imagine is
I've
this, bro.
actually
We
articulated about 3 or 4 points there. If you could address them, that would be good.
okay, let's start with the first one. About us being in captivity. First of all, we're not in. How are you in captivity, right? When there's no cages. There's no cages. I know what people think. Oh, it's all in your mind. No, it's not all in your mind.
That is the
Okay?
consensus.
That's not captivity, bro. Okay, that might be fucking hypnosis, but that's not captivity. See? Even a
Go on.
hypnotized monkey, even a hypnotized man can wake up from his hypnosis. And see, that's what people are doing. And we still got people trying to re-hypnotize us at the same time. The whole concept of our government being our rulers is the hypnosis. They're the ones telling us that we're under fucking captivity. And then we have people with these sound bites just repeating it over and over and over again, like it's going to become true if they say it loud enough and as many times as they want. But it's not going to become true. It's never going to be true. Because in order to enslave a nation of people, you would have to encamp those people. And I know that these encampments don't work, that people are trying to say that we in. The hood ain't an encampment. The city's not an encampment. You can leave all of that shit behind if you want to. That's what freedom is. So I don't understand it when people that's not here start telling me about what's happening here. When, first of all, we taught y'all everything you know. I don't know how y'all end up knowing more than us.
Well, you didn't teach us everything we know, because, as I said in the beginning, we're speaking about the Americas and the Caribbean
Yeah.
islands. South America is part of the Americas. So we are actually your brothers. You didn't teach us anything. We knew it all along. Okay?
Nah, we taught y'all. We
You
didn't
didn't teach
teach
us
y'all how to.
shit, bro.
We didn't teach y'all how to take on
Because we were
somebody
all
else's
brothers and we
language.
learned it all at
We should
once.
have taught y'all that. We should have taught y'all to fucking stop practicing like you're somebody else, pretending you're somebody else. That's why people that look like me have accents like you right now today. How you my brother when you can't even speak my language? When you have to learn my language? No, it doesn't even make sense. All right, we're not brothers, we're not cousins. All right, you're close to the land that I live on. You see what I'm saying? Chinese don't call a Japanese Chinese, do they? Even though they are the same people. But China and Japanese right the fuck over there. Japan right there. Just because you are close to the land don't mean you from the land. You can tell because you don't share the same idealization I share. You don't even share, you barely share the same language as me. And that's not to be, facetious.
What do you mean they don't speak English?
You learn to speak English. That's why
I learned to speak English?
Yes.
You know what? Listen, chat. I actually want to disengage this guy for a moment. Is anybody willing to take him on? I actually want to disengage from it. I want to go on,
bro.
Make
I'm
a
just
coffee.
trying to set the record straight. I'm just trying to set the record straight.
You can't set the record straight unless you've got facts and logistics to provide, bro. You've provided none. All you've done is dispute what I've said with opinion.
Is my facts. Me debunking your facts is my facts.
But you've only debunked my facts with opinion.
Damn.
Okay, let's go again.
That's all.
Right, second.
Is an opinion.
No.
Damn.
You've only tried. Let's go for a second round. Let's go for a second round.
I forgot.
Let's go for a second round.
I think an opinion was bigger than facts. If I debunk your facts with my opinion, that doesn't say too much about your facts, bro.
No, it says that you don't understand what I said. Because I said you've tried to debunk my facts with opinion. Everybody knows that does not work.
You can change it up any way you want, but you just told the truth on yourself, bro. You know that my opinions have way more weight than your facts. You know that. You seriously know that, don't you? Laugh. That's a laugh of hysteria right there. You don't know what to say. Just laugh. I feel you, man, because look, it shouldn't be that easy. It should be damn hard for somebody to debunk your facts with opinions. See?
This is the exact ludicrousness of it all. It is impossible to debunk facts with an opinion, bro.
I just did.
You just made yourself an idiot, though. You just debunk. You think that I believe what you say?
No, you don't have to believe it because you're
I don't have to do it because they don't make no sense.
You're all in on this.
I can provide sources.
What source?
You can't even Google a word and show me. Anyhow, I don't even know why you're in this argument. Dude, this conversation is way below my pay grade. Bobby! Help!
Hell no.
Help!
God damn, dog. That's what 45 minutes gets you. That's what 45 minutes gets you. Bobby.
I can't even remember the fucking split. This nigga got me like, Bobby, help, please.
Bobby.
Don't help him, Bobby. He want to pull you.
Help.
Look, my opinion debunked that nigga facts.
Oh my God.
Come on, Bobby. Let's have some kind of sobriety to this thing. The man, I got like half a bottle down already. I don't even know if what I'm saying is actually correct. You know what I mean? I doubted myself. This nigga got me doubting myself.
Hey, my bad, man. It's okay, bro. Look,
it's alright, bro. This is why we're here. This is why we're here, to get to the bottom of it all.
To get the bottom. The bottom of it.
Yeah, somebody get him now, please. Get him, somebody. Please take him off me now. I muted up.
Track by lawyer, nigga. That's over with now.
I love my Bebetos, my Bebetos brothers.
Yeah, man.
So you didn't have to learn English? You didn't have to learn English?
What the fuck? When I learn English, we speak English, dog.
So
actually, I'm probably the most English sounding person you've heard on here, innit?
Damn, Bobby.
Nigga, that nigga do. He ain't lying. He sound like them real English people. He sound like pip, 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 pip.
Because Barbados is actually known as Little England.
Little England.
Little
So,
England.
so you learn your language. You learn the English language that you're speaking right now from the English people.
No, man, I learned to speak in my family, and we were all speaking English.
So what's your native tongue? What's the other
Dialect? You
languages?
mean what's our dialect? You mean all
So
dialects are just
you
a
speak a version of
broken
English.
form? I do.
Okay.
I mean, if you want me to talk that is, I could talk to you all know, you understand? But nobody gonna understand what you're saying, so it's best that you don't talk like that here. You get me? Right.
So it's not a foreign language. It's English.
It could never be a foreign language to me if I grew up learning it.
I mean, but it's you said you speak a dialect of English, and I'm thinking the
Yes.
dialect that you're speaking of is like Creole.
No, Creole is a dialect of French.
Okay, so you don't speak that type of dialect. You speak English with a slang. You speak like Ebonics.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we could accept that. The fact that
Really?
yeah, because if I if I spoke like an entirely like a Barbadian or a Bajan, you would not understand me. But it's English, you understand? In order to speak to you, I've got to refine my style. I've got to pronounce my words articulately so that you understand what I'm saying. Check?
Okay,
Check.
I got you.
All right. However, you're mistaking Creole for being any dialect. A dialect, just the word dialect, means a derivative of any language, any purent language.
Yeah, I
So,
had relatives from Louisiana that spoke
Spanish,
French.
right? French has got a derivative, broken French, like broken English. Broken French is called Creole. This is
Yeah.
what the slaves spoke, trying to understand high French.
Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. I
Mm-hmm.
just told you that I have relatives that spoke French, right? And then you turn
Mm-hmm.
around and said that was the language of slaves. I'm gonna let you know, none of my relatives were slaves. All right, none of them.
Yeah, yeah, all right. None of my
Okay,
relatives Spanish either, but I can speak Spanish.
okay. What is the, I'm just trying to correct the fact that you say that was a slave
No, what
language
you're trying to
after I
telling me,
said
what you're trying to tell me is not to put you in a category where you feel that I looking down on you or you're degraded as being the descendant of a slave. That's what I heard.
no.
What I'm
I'm
saying to
saying
you is
don't
that,
say false shit about my peoples. I don't give a fuck what you think.
dude,
You
I
know,
don't know
don't
who
say
your
false
people, I
shit.
don't know who your peoples are. Actually, your photo has got a photo of an engine, so I don't even know if you're a fucking transformer.
I am a transformer, and I'm about to dissect your
You
ass
wait
like
till
a
you know you don't got
Decepticon.
no real peoples for real. You ain't no
Yeah,
real peoples.
look, I am a real people, motherfucker, and all I'm
Listen, Bobby,
saying
you want
is
me
that
cash up on
you
this nigga
say
here tonight,
you,
man?
yeah, crash out on
Jesus,
this nigga, man.
Jesus,
Yeah.
man,
Look,
Jesus.
you better praise you. Go ahead, tell him.
Listen,
See, because
I
this
don't.
is the
I
shit that
first
I
things
don't like,
first.
and this is
I
you
don't
did
fuck
that
with
shit on
Jeebus.
purpose. I think you did that shit on purpose.
I did do
See,
that shit on purpose, dude. You think that well, I can?
exactly. That's
I'm
why.
a.
Hell yeah.
I can push you lopsided, dude. You can't win me.
You a purpose tether, nigga. That's what you are.
You
All
can't
purpose
win me.
tether.
Tether?
All
Did you
purpose
say the
tether,
word
nigga.
tether? Did you say the word
Yes.
tether? This is
All
how we know
purpose.
that you're
Say
a
that too.
complete
All
idiot
purpose.
for real. You know
All
what? You don't
purpose.
even deserve to be on this
See?
platform, dog.
All purpose. See,
You
I
ain't
tell you
even
that
got
my
enough
people spoke
intellect to come
French,
up
and
on
you
this
gonna turn around
platform.
and
Your
tell me,
intelligence is at a
see?
fucking low.
Yeah, you are all purpose tether, nigga. Because I told you that my
Tether.
people speak
What is a
French
tether?
in the form of
What's a
Creole.
tether?
And the first thing you say
Explain.
is that was the language of the slaves. No, bitch, you in the language of the slave. It's the language of the
You're an idiot.
French.
That was the
Okay?
language of French slaves. There were English
No, it
slaves. There
wasn't,
were Dutch
clown.
slaves. There were
It wasn't the
Spanish
language
slaves.
of the French slaves. With
You
no
know what?
French slaves,
You
asshole.
know what, dog? What? Squeeze me?
Yes. Yes, with
Squeeze
no
me?
French slave. Yeah, squeeze you. When you been to French and read that they had American slaves over here and speaking French? Huh? When you went to France and read that they had French fucking slaves over here?
So the transatlantic slave, the transatlantic slave trade only went to America and the Caribbean. The transatlantic slave trade did not stretch out into Europe and into France. You're an idiot, dude.
Snake tongue ass tether. That's what you is. Snake tongue.
You don't even know what the fuck a tether is, because I am not one.
Yes.
If it's one person that is not a tether, it's me, Negro. If it's one person for sure, it's not a tether, it's me. You hear that? This is why you could speak like this when you're on these platforms. This is the reason why.
Attach yourself, but you don't want to be attached. That's what you're trying to do. That's why you told me you from Barbados. And Barbados.
Like, man, you listening? I'm from. You want me to tell you?
Barbados is not America. It ain't part of.
You want me to tell you some lies? You know what? I can start telling you some lies right now, no call. You don't understand the truth.
Barbados ain't part of America.
Bobby, am I allowed to tell lies?
Barbados is.
No,
go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Am I allowed to tell lies? Because I find when people don't want the truth, it's a must to tell them some lies. Lies will coerce you. I never give you some lies. I've got lies in abundance. Would you like one?
No, I don't know what you're talking about, brother.
Of course you don't. You have not the wherewithal, the intellect to even comprehend what I'm speaking about.
I know that you're a tether. I know that.
What is a tether? Spell tether first and then explain it.
Okay. You a tether.
Bobby, I'm going to disengage this panelist and I'm mute it for a moment. While I actually, you know what? I'm going to make a coffee. I done drinking fucking rum. I'm making a coffee.
There was no reason for you to say that, brother. There was no reason.
I'm going to sober up for your ass.
There was no reason for you to bring anything up about slaves, bro. But you just felt you had to. Like,
dude, do you think that the things in the world are unconnected?
I feel like.
Do you think that things are separated by space and time?
You feel like you talking down to me. That's what it feel like. You feel like you talking down to me.
I am talking down to you because you have not the wherewithal or the intellect to speak to me.
That's what tethers do, man. Tethers
That's it.
Hold on to you until time.
You don't even know how the fuck to spell tether.
So you can drown.
What grade did you make it to in school?
That's why you talking about.
What grade did you make it to in school?
What?
What grade did you make it to in school?
What grade did I make it to a school? The way you talk.
Yes, that's why I'm asking the question. It doesn't make a difference.
That didn't teach you proper English. You don't say, what grade did you make it to school? It's what grade
so is there another grammatically correct way of spitting that sentence?
Yes, it is.
Or spitting that question? Tell it to me, please.
It's not English.
Man, I love to encounter these illiterate motherfuckers on the internet. For real.
That nigga.
Man, you're going to put me in a different mood now, you hear?
Hey, go ahead.
I love these illiterate people. I love them.
Pop your bubble, motherfucker. Go ahead and pop off, man. I'm telling you, man, because you a funny talking motherfucker.
Of course I'm a motherfucking funny motherfucker. The only way you could be funny is to be intelligent.
Hey, yo, funny idiot. Ass. What grade did you make it through school?
Dude, I have a classic education. I've been to third level university here.
Hey, where you go to school?
I've been through University of West Indies, big man.
Where in the West Indies? That don't mean shit here in America.
I don't mean shit. Go and look up the internet and see everything that the professors from the West Indies doing for you now.
Certificate is that diploma is like toilet paper over here in America. Okay.
That's why I don't live in America, and I have no desire. I have no desire to live in America. You know why?
They don't want you, brother.
Of course you don't want me because I'm real, nigga. America don't want nothing real. America want fake shit. They don't want me. What the
They don't
fuck?
want you.
The fuck up, dude. You
They don't
soft.
want you.
That's the truth. You soft. If it was
They
to
don't
me, you
want you
on
in
the street,
America,
right?
brother.
You can't even tell me 5 words.
I think that's A's.
I will squeeze you throat and squeeze you swallow pipe and burst
Hey,
it.
brother.
And you would die by the street by sidewalk.
Brother.
Bobby, listen to me, Bobby.
Your
Vangelis, do not
diploma.
record this here, so
Brother.
edit
Your
this show.
diploma
You
is
hear me?
trash. It's
Edit this
trash.
show, bro.
Your diploma is trash. It is trash in America. Don't you bring that toilet paper diploma to America and try to get a job and work at McDonald's. Now I'm Arnold. Bro, I'm telling you, man. You don't come to America because you got to start over from the bottom, bro.
Dude, the only reason I come to America for the past 5 fucking years now is to go to Las Vegas and spend $5,000 gambling. That's what it's come to America to do. I go to Utah. I just go to Utah when I leave Las Vegas. I just go to Utah, where your head lodge and ski. You can't get that, dude. You can't do that even. And you live in America. I just left the fucking Caribbean. I go to Utah and ski.
How did you know how
Nigga, you can't do that. Let me tell you, I left the Caribbean where it's only surf and sand, but I was able to pay enough money. I had enough money in my pocket that I could go to Utah in the United States and ski. You can't do that. And you live in the United States, you can't ski.
I ski?
You want gas talk?
Barbados?
You want talk, idiot?
This ain't cool running, motherfucker.
You just talking because you mouth big guys all nothing more. You just go a large size mouth talking.
First off,
bro. But here we go, listen to this here now. My mouth bigger than yours.
Congratulations.
My mouth bigger than yours. You want to get in a mouth argument? You want to get in a mouth argument? A mouth murderation? Really? For real? You don't want to do that, brother?
Congratulations on the skiing, bro.
It's obvious. Congratulations. You gotta respect me, you stupid cunt. You can't even stand and hold a candle to my fire, idiot.
Hold on.
Pretty much, I down with this here. You met me disrespect myself tonight on a nice, decent channel with respectable people. You let me disrespect myself and disrespect Bobby too. Bobby, I am extremely sorry about that. Let me give my apologies. Edit this here so as it should be. I ain't sorry about this here. This nigga had me engaged with some stupidness, you understand? And I ain't with it no more. I want to cool off now. So please, I can mute my mic and let the conversation go on otherwise. You get me?
Go ahead, take a breather.
Thank you very much.
Take a breather, brother. Now, like I was saying, congratulations on the skiing, brother. I know that's the only time you've seen some fucking ice. You know, besides the ice you chipping in your drinks over there in Barbados. But, hey, skiing ain't all that out here in America, motherfucker. Ain't nobody want to go out there and freeze their ass off on a piece of wood sliding down some fucking hill. I hope you think that's the greatest shit in the world because you can only do it in America. So, hey, man, more power to you, brother. But at the same time, brother, you a tether. Because you shouldn't have never brought up that shit about slavery. And when I was telling you about my people, nigga, all you had to do was say, yes, Creole is French. You had to bring up shit about no fucking slave. Okay? And you mean to do that shit because that's the type of shit tethers do. So all I was saying is that the Creole language is a derivative of the French language, which is almost like a dialect of the French language. And I was wondering, what was the dialect that you said your language was? It ain't English, brother. Because all that stuff you was just saying didn't sound like English words. Maybe I just didn't hear it that good. But, but still, I could at least, if it was English, picked out a few words. I couldn't even pick out one. I mean, come on, man. I don't understand why we got to keep on headbutting with our brothers. Our brothers from another mother. See, because
They feel like they need to tell us every fucking chance they get that we were slaves. We weren't no fucking slaves. I know y'all want us to be, but we weren't. And it's been proven. Y'all stories that y'all passed about the East Indian Company and all that bullshit, that shit never happened. That shit never happened. All that Christopher Columbus shit, that's not our history. That's history that was taught over there and then brought over here to try to verify that it actually happened. They don't even know who the fuck Christopher Columbus is. Whether he's Spanish or Portuguese or Jewish or a man or a woman, they don't even know. They don't even know. So all of that shit, and we just start off the right way with our brothers from another mother, from another land, first of all, to recognize us as a free people like they recognize themselves, we wouldn't be running into this bullshit. Especially with me, I don't care that y'all want to come over here. Matter of fact, I think it's best y'all do come over here. We need extra servants because that's what all you motherfuckers do when y'all come here is join civil servant jobs. If you ain't joining civil servant jobs, you're fucking opening up stores. And that's good shit, because it builds the economy. But y'all done talked our people out of this shit. Y'all done talked our people into believing that they slaves and that the government's bad. And then y'all come over here and y'all fucking get into the government and start running shit. See what I'm saying? We need to change and reverse that shit. If you care about us as your brothers, stop passing that shit around like that. Stop telling us that shit every chance you get that we used to be slaves when you know it's a fucking lie. It just burns me up, man, that our own colored people say shit like that to us. Like they want to beat us down and make us feel less than and shit. And then the shit turned out to be fake.
Talk to them, Bobby. Talk to them, man. Talk to him.
I mean, you can talk to me too.
Talk to him, Bobby, man.
It doesn't matter.
What you mean? I'm enjoying the conversation.
He was like, he's zoning out for this shit too.
Hey, somebody said I need.
That was never my point. My point was never. My point was never to show you that you've been enslaved from the beginning of the night. I've been telling you that you were not enslaved. This is what I've been saying from the very beginning. So please don't push that narrative on me and make people believe that's not what I was saying.
All right.
We actually in agreement. We actually in alignment, and you don't realize.
I do realize it, brother. If that's what you're saying, I'm cool. We cool then. I'm good.
Yeah, that was my point in the very beginning, in that you guys are not the fucking transatlantic people. The story, the narrative that they're giving, it's not. Transatlantic slave was never intended for the Americas. It was always intended for the Caribbean. That's why Barbados was a slave society in the very beginning, not a slave farm, a slave industry, nothing. It was a slave society, in that everyone who was born into it will understand what slavery meant. There are hierarchies. There are things that you do. There are things you don't do. There are certain shades and all of the other nuances that comes with it. It was a slave society. From Barbados, it was shipped out to the world. This is what I'm saying, is that I know how it operates. I can feel it reverberating even today. So we are not actually at loggerheads. We in agreement. But I guess it's just, how we talk, the way we reason and so on is kind of aggressive. So sometimes you mistake the emotion for the logic. And I am also guilty of this. So with that being said, let me apologize, and I actually believe we on the same road. You know what I mean? With that, let me turn it over to anyone who can, Save me, Bobby. Come on.
Thank you for coming out. God bless you.
All right, then.
That man's doing
Def Comedy
I
Jam.
actually on my way to make a coffee now, so if you don't hear me for a few minutes, I just in the kitchen, you know.
Oh, no, go ahead, man. I'm about to shut this thing down anyway. Thank y'all
For sure, bro.
for sticking around for the long haul. And don't forget to let Sister Betty know.
Sister Betty, do you hear that interpretation? Leave me the fuck alone. So bitch ass back. Don't fuck with me, nigga.